playing as Tathagata in Marvel, I suppressed Thanos for 500 years. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. 187. Chapter 186. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you are finally here. 187. Chapter 186. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you're finally here. 2024-09-28. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 186. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you're finally here. Chen Haitian pointed at the Rainbow Bridge and said, when the rainbow first appeared, Professor Lin Feng arrived. Don't you understand? This is to welcome Professor Lin Feng. Who knows? Maybe anyone can go up there. Did one of your Chinese researchers just go up there? The American researcher insisted. If he can go up there, then so can we. Lin Feng must not want us to see the gods, lest his special status be replaced. While the Rainbow Bridge is still here, I propose that other countries be allowed to board the Rainbow Bridge and meet the gods. His proposal was immediately accepted by researchers from many countries. Seeing the situation getting a little out of control, Chen Haitian sneered. HMPH, go ahead if you want. From now on, the Americans are no longer under my jurisdiction. You are no longer under China's protection. Chen Haitian did not stop them, and the others took to the boat to pursue them. Captain Chen, why didn't you stop them? A Chinese researcher asked, frowning. If it's really as they suspect, wouldn't our advantage be gone? Lin Feng is no ordinary person. It's still uncertain whether those guys with messy hair can even reach the Rainbow Bridge. Chen Haitian was well aware of Lin Feng's peculiarity. He had always been favored and admired by the gods. He had long seen that Lin Feng was no ordinary man, and that he was accompanied by a group of alien gods. These alien gods obeyed Lin Feng's orders with unwavering devotion, something unimaginable to ordinary people. Chen Haitian was convinced of this. In fact, this Rainbow Bridge is alive. It does whatever Professor Lin Feng tells it to do. The researcher who had returned on the Rainbow Bridge said, Professor Lin Feng told me to go up to the Rainbow Bridge, so I can go up. Those people probably can't, then we'll just have to wait and see what they do. Chen Haitian took out his binoculars. The cold sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a slight chill, but this chill couldn't quench the greed of the people on the small yachts. More than a dozen yachts gathered near the Rainbow Bridge. Professor Lin Feng doesn't intend to abandon us and go see the gods alone. We've worked so hard for so long. It's so unfair. We want to see the gods too, the American researcher shouted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, and he replied calmly, you can't get up. This isn't meant for you. The rainbow appears, the immortals invite us. Those without destiny are not allowed to ascend. You're just pretending, just trying to scare us. The Americans simply didn't believe it. The Rainbow Bridge sat snugly on the water, barely half a meter above the surface. A simple leap from the yacht would allow you to reach it. The Rainbow Bridge was 2 meters wide and didn't retract quickly, so a single jump would allow you to land safely. This was a golden opportunity to meet the gods and ascend to heaven. Even the president would have to show some respect to you if you could gain their favor. Lord God, I'm here. The Sakura countryman eagerly leaped aboard. He was filled with excitement, but before he could even rejoice, he passed through the bridge and fell into the icy waters. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng could step onto the bridge while they couldn't. People kept trying, but without exception, none succeeded. It was as if it were just an illusory, colorful light. However, Lin Feng, standing firmly on the bridge, proved to them that it was a real place where people could actually stand. Someone noticed that Lin Feng hadn't moved and shouted, only where Lin Feng can stand. Everyone jumped there. This alerted everyone. So, everyone aimed for a spot near Lin Feng. Splash! The person jumped next to Lin Feng, but luck wasn't on their side, and he fell directly into the water. Someone else tried to grab Lin Feng, but he easily dodged them and fell in too. Lin Feng calmly shifted his position, striding forward. The Rainbow Bridge was as flat ground for him. A strange energy structure. Senna looked at the Rainbow Bridge and said curiously, I need this power to maintain peace. Senna, you have to understand, this is just a pet of the gods. You now have the opportunity to meet the gods. This is your good fortune. Lin Feng touched its hard shell and smiled. You see, humans are actually very greedy. But I like their greed, because it's what makes it interesting. Hey, do you still want to try? He turned to the crowd and asked, Can't you see clearly? The gods invited me. Listen carefully, it's an invitation. He pointed at himself and smiled. I am the guest, you are the invaders. The phoenix will not let you up. The rainbow bridge under my feet is also a god. Lin Feng's words reached their ears, immediately stopping them from trying. They had not considered this before. If roaring sky dog was a god, then the colorful phoenix must be too. How could a rainbow bridge she transformed into be trampled by mortals? Leaving the stunned crowd behind, Lin Feng set foot on the fairy island. The moment he touched the ground, a clear, undisguised voice reached everyone. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng, you're finally here. The voice was magnificent, yet a hint of weariness lingered in the words. The sound was as deafening as thunder, stirring in everyone present an involuntary urge to bow in worship. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the distant fairy island. That's the voice of a god. I feel my soul purified. This god is unique, unlike any god we've known before. He feels familiar, like an old neighbor, yet there seems to be an unbridgeable chasm between us. Chen Haitian came to his senses and discovered that the international personnel tracking Lin Feng had returned to the ship. He glanced at the drenched American researchers. You have been cleared. Please leave now. Chen Haitian issued a blunt order to expel them. How dare you? Do you really think we're easy prey? You must know some secret you're keeping secret. The leading American pointed at Chen Haitian and demanded, why is Lin Feng allowed to go up, but we can't? You Chinese must be hiding something. You should be honest. We agreed to cooperate, but in the end, you Chinese are taking advantage. Now you're trying to drive us away. Is this the Chinese way of destroying bridges? Faced with this questioning, the faces of the representatives from various countries turned grim. They had watched helplessly as Lin Feng met with a god, and this god was so special. They were filled with jealousy. Why? We were all human, the elite of the elite. Lin Feng must have some information he wasn't sharing. Mr. Chen, we also want to know what Lin Feng is hiding. After all the data we painstakingly measured was collected by China. The researchers from Sakura country also stood up and said unwillingly. Researchers from other countries were equally dissatisfied. Chen Haitian looked at these people, feeling a little annoyed. If these people knew the truth, Lin Feng probably wouldn't want to tell them. Lin Feng had told him that he already knew. Until the gods summoned him, Lin Feng was still enjoying himself at home, only going when he felt like going. I don't know the secret you seek, but I'm sure Professor Lin Feng must have his own secrets, Chen Haitian said frankly. Then they should be made public. That's the purpose of our collaboration. The spirit of cooperation is sharing. We can't keep these secrets to ourselves. That's right. Spill the beans now. Lin Feng can't enjoy the god's favor alone. The crowd erupted in excitement. It turned out that Lin Feng truly possessed the god's secrets. You're simply wishful thinking. Chen Haitian looked at the crowd with disdain. This is Professor Lin Feng's own secret. He's not even part of our research team. Why would he share his secrets with you? What qualifications do you have to know someone else's secrets? By your shamelessness. His words pierced their hearts like thorns. It seemed to be true. But he also took the data we painstakingly researched. Sharing some of our secrets is only natural, right? The American researcher said unwillingly. Is he just going to enjoy the fruits of our labor? I protest. Protests are futile. You Americans, leave now. Chen Haitian treated the Americans with disdain. They were a bunch of unreasonable people. Leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Although Chen Haitian hadn't shown any outward signs of the American provocation, it was out of consideration for the greater good. Since you're shameless, I won't be polite either. Is this your Chinese attitude? I will tell the world about your shameful actions. The American personnel left with these harsh words. While the other countries felt uncomfortable, they didn't want to leave because they could still see everything on the fairy island. They still needed to collect this data. What should we do? Just swallow this, someone from the American side asked the team leader. Of course not. We're going to use the media to tell everyone that Lin Feng holds the secrets of the gods, the American leader said excitedly. That way, we'll know why he's been favored by the gods. This is an opportunity to break the monopoly. The American team nodded, looking at the leader with admiration. It turned out the leader's actions were all geared towards this move. Everyone, come and see. American officials are accusing China's Lin Feng of accepting information from multinational research teams and then using the secrets he possessed to reach the immortal island. The Americans are demanding that Lin Feng disclose the secrets of the gods for the sake of their advancement. The Americans are severely accusing Lin Feng of not abiding by the cooperation agreement. The Americans hope that China will cooperate and contribute to all of humanity, as if something had been planned long ago. These claims spread across the internet in just minutes. They spread like a virus. These claims were ubiquitous, focusing everyone's attention on Lin Feng and the newly emerged god. Why would Professor Lin Feng share his secrets? It sounds nice, but isn't it just a way to use the gods as his own power, as a Chinese citizen? I smell a conspiracy. I won't tell them, even if I die. They're all slanderous remarks about Professor Lin Feng. We don't believe them. The Chinese people dismissed the U.S. information with disdain, believing Lin Feng was right. Professor Lin Feng had already shared so much information about the gods with the world, and now they were targeting him for more. Don't other people have their own secrets? We haven't seen other countries publicly release all their cutting-edge technology. They're just trying to shamelessly exploit public opinion and gain something for nothing. We firmly resist smears against us. We fully abide by the spirit of our cooperation agreement. We hope other countries will think twice before making any comments, lest they become a laughingstock. I don't want to explain or say anything more about this incident. The chat logs between Professor Lin Feng and Chen Haitian have been uploaded online. Justice is in the hearts of the people. The Chinese side responded swiftly and forcefully. The chat logs between Chen Haitian and Lin Feng had been posted online, sparking curiosity among the public. What kind of chat log was this? Could it contain a shocking secret? The moment it was released, everyone who viewed it couldn't help but burst out laughing. Professor Lin Feng is so adorable. Look what they were saying now. Don't read the information. The gods have invited you to eat, shower, play some games, and get some sleep before you go. That's it? Is this Professor Lin's secret to gaining access to the gods? Arrogant, lazy, and ignoring the gods? Do the gods even like this kind of person? No one is stupid, not even the gods. Just as everyone was laughing at Feng, the gods of the fairy island appeared. The great Dao is invisible. You only see its form, not its true nature. Everyone saw the god's face. The god looked like an ordinary old man, dressed in a green Taoist robe, slowly walking towards Lin Feng. The god has appeared. Is this the god? How can he be so ordinary? It's just his appearance. But why can't I remember him when I saw him? Whether those who saw him in person or those who watched the live broadcast, no one could remember the god's face. Even when recorded with the equipment, it was just a blur, as if this person didn't exist in this world. Lin Feng put down the ultron, covered his right hand with his left hand, and bowed, saying, I'm late. The god smiled and returned the greeting, saying, Dao, you are so kind. I also want to thank you for allowing me to awaken. After countless years of dreaming, I awakened to this world again. Are these all your disciples? The god pointed at the fleet, and at all the humans in front of the live broadcast screen. No, we are all human. I am just one of them, Lin Feng said calmly. Human? The god gave Lin Feng a strange look. Let's talk in my temple. With a wave of his hand, the immortal island formation activated, and mist instantly enveloped the immortal island, blocking all outsiders. Did I hear it wrong? Professor Lin Feng and the gods are in equal terms, god? I saw that just now, but now I can't remember what the gods said or what I saw. Me too, what did I say? Lin Feng stopped acting. His figure disappeared, leaving only the figure of the guide Taoist. The guide Taoist looked at Ultron and smiled. Ultron, it's our turn now. Chapter 285 Evil Key Eruption. Chapter 285, Evil Outburst 2024-1230 Author, Good Monster. Originally, the two were supposed to stay in the base, but recently, a number of personnel were transferred back from outside to strengthen the base's defenses. Therefore, this place was temporarily safe. After finding their target location, they prepared to rush there as quickly as possible. Ordinary means of transportation were too slow. Then, Black Widow summoned an airship. It was small, just enough for a few people. Black Widow explained that it was their latest technological development. Because it had just been developed, it had not yet been released. However, it was extremely fast, saving a lot of energy while traveling, and it was extremely fast. After learning about it, everyone boarded the airship. It had to be said that this design was truly excellent. The airship was filled with user-friendly amenities, and it was also quite fast. Lin Feng was very satisfied with it. Although its speed was not as fast as his own rainbow transformation technique and earth-swept golden light technique, it had its own advantages. It did not require the use of his own energy. He could use this method in the future when faced with urgent and dangerous situations where he could not afford to waste energy. Of course, that assumes the situation isn't particularly urgent. If it were, he would undoubtedly choose to expend his own energy to activate the space shuttle. Nothing could be faster than a wormhole. It wasn't long before they reached the western region. Upon arrival, they saw corpses strewn across the ground, but no one nearby. This infuriated them, concluding that the bodies had been killed by the Yellow Organization. After walking for a while, Lin Feng suddenly sensed something and used his listening skills to gauge the surroundings. Soon, he sensed something unusual in the west, and the group quickly headed west. Upon reaching the west, they found a number of yellow-clad individuals guarding the area. These individuals, armed with sophisticated weapons, vigilantly watched their surroundings, fearing any disruption to their plans. This scene further convinced the group that they were executing a plan. They nodded, preparing to attack directly from this point. Seeing the attack, the yellow-clad individuals rushed to defend themselves, but their strength was too weak, and they were quickly overwhelmed. After defeating them, they continued inside and discovered a large altar. Several yellow-clad figures, wearing strange clothing, chanted incantations beneath the altar. This scene baffled the crowd. Lin Feng, observing this, immediately calculated with his fingers and discovered that they were releasing a weakening force. This force, seemingly present on Earth from some unknown time, seemed to originate from another dimension. If released, it would invade the human body, causing chaos. Everyone was terrified and rushed forward. The yellow-clad figures, fearing their actions would be disrupted, moved in to resist. These individuals were significantly stronger than the previous ones. Defeating them expended considerable effort. After a while, they finally defeated the last yellow-clad figure, leaving them breathless and exhausted, having expended considerable energy in the process. These individuals were unlike ordinary people. They possessed a mysterious power. This power was so strange that if struck by it, their own strength would be eroded. Therefore, they felt constrained in their battles. They then called for support from the yellow-clad figures nearby. While their strength wasn't particularly strong, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Seeing this, Lin Feng no longer concealed his strength and unleashed a wide range of offensive skills. Lin Feng was like a killing machine on the battlefield, leaving devastation wherever he went. Seeing Lin Feng's prowess, the surrounding people were deeply impressed. This was incredibly efficient at clearing out the miscellaneous troops. Unfortunately, each attack consumed a significant amount of energy, forcing them to rely solely on physical strength. If they possessed powerful skills like Lin Feng, perhaps they could save a lot of time. They were relieved to have resolved the situation here. If these guys continued, the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, a group of men in yellow armor surged from behind them. They were clearly part of the same group as before, but even more powerful. Upon arriving, Mr. paid no attention to the fierce battle between Lin Feng and his group, but instead focused his gaze on Ollie beside him. Looking at him, Ollie suddenly realized he was one of the group he had expelled, but after so many years, his strength had greatly improved, shocking Ollie. The man's face instantly turned ferocious as he faced Ollie. He forever remembered the humiliation of being expelled from Mercury. Since then, they'd been homeless, scraping a living by taking on mercenary tasks. Life had been extremely difficult, and the root of all this was Ollie before them. Consequently, they hated Ollie to the core, even posting wanted posters for him throughout the base, demanding his capture upon sight. Upon seeing Ollie, their eyes gleamed with greed, promising a generous reward for bringing him back to base. They rushed towards Ollie. Lin Feng, observing this, immediately intervened. Sensing these men might know more, he used his earth-binding technique to bind them securely. Trapped by the sudden force, they were stunned and struggled in vain. The restraints not only restricted their movement but also drained their strength. After subduing them, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the altar, sensing something strange within. However, they didn't understand the altar's purpose, so he turned his attention to the men in yellow armor. But these people seemed determined to stay silent, making them a difficult target. Interrogation would take time, but the dark power emanating from the altar was growing stronger, and they might not be able to wait. At this moment, Lin Feng volunteered, claiming he had a solution. A golden light emanated from his body, instantly brimming into the bodies of those individuals and beginning to read their memories. The surrounding crowd was stunned by this scene, secretly thankful to be on Lin Feng's side, Otherwise, nothing would remain secret from them. After a moment, Lin Feng's expression grew serious. He explained that the altar had already been activated when these individuals arrived, and once activated, it could not be stopped unless a powerful force could be restrained. Seeing this, Huifu forced himself to remain calm and approached to examine the altar. He carefully probed with instruments and indeed detected energy flow. However, their power was too weak to resolve the issue. Everyone tried to inject their power, but it was like a stone falling on despair. They knew their power was incapable of stopping the altar, and despair filled their hearts. Meanwhile, Huifu, after careful calculations, concluded that a solution was possible. As Lin Feng had said, it required a powerful force. But this power didn't originate from within them, but rather from nature, and the requirements were extremely demanding. He suddenly thought of the orange gem in the base, whose power was the opposite of the altar's, and perhaps could be used to neutralize it. Everyone thought this was promising. However, they didn't have the orange gem with them. If they went back to retrieve it now, they might not have enough time, and the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Feng had originally considered using his dimensional abilities to go directly to SYNOPSIS, but Black Widow informed him that the gem was under close guard and that she and Captain America would need to go in person to retrieve it. This unexpected restriction had left Lin Feng feeling frustrated. His current power was limited, and he couldn't teleport anyone to SYNOPSIS, let alone require Black Widow and Captain America to go in person. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Feng decided to use his dimensional abilities to teleport the two of them back one way. While this wouldn't allow them to return via the wormhole, it would cut their journey in half. After calculating, the two decided they had enough time and agreed to Lin Feng's plan. Lin Feng then opened a dimensional channel, and the two hurried inside. Lin Feng struggled to maintain the channel, as the teleportation was extremely taxing on him. After the two men disappeared, he withdrew his power, a wry smile etched on his face. The power of time and space was too difficult to control. He felt his strength drained after only a brief exertion. He sat on the ground to recover. Everyone watched the hole in the altar warily. Suddenly, an evil force surged from the hole. Initially weak and unnoticed, it gradually grew in strength, arousing everyone's alarm. They attempted to attack the altar, but to no avail, only making the evil force even stronger. Fearing damage to the altar, they hesitated. Beefin attempted to use his healing powers to dissipate the power, but they were ineffective and were instead consumed by it. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Ollie stepped forward. He offered a solution, surprising everyone. They had assumed Ollie's power was primarily for combat, but they hadn't expected him to possess the power of purification. Ollie explained that while his power wasn't strong, it was enough to suppress the evil aura. He simply hoped they could retrieve the orange gem before it was fully unleashed. He cast his power over the crack, and the black aura gradually dissipated. The crack seemed to be sealed, and no more evil aura escaped. Everyone was thrilled by this scene, their view of Ollie completely changed. Lin Feng concentrated all his energy on the crack. The two forces counteracted each other, temporarily curbing the spread of the evil energy. The others held their ground, fearing a surprise attack. However, Ollie's power began to waver, as if she had been holding on for too long. Everyone present was anxious, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng with anticipation. Whenever a crisis arose, Lin Feng always managed to avert it. But Lin Feng, considered omnipotent by them, shook his head slightly at this sight. He didn't know what to do. It wasn't that he was helpless, but rather that the power systems of the East and the West differed greatly. An Eastern cultivator might be able to directly infuse power, but he was perhaps the only one in the world who cultivated spiritual energy and immortal arts. Therefore, he couldn't pass on his power to Ollie. Seeing him shake his head, everyone was filled with disappointment. At this moment, Ollie felt that the evil energy could no longer be suppressed, and her own strength was dwindling. She knew that if she didn't do her utmost to contain it, the consequences would be disastrous. So, she resolutely threw herself directly into the rift. Her body, bathed in power, possessed a cleansing effect. This was the only solution she could think of. Those around her were shocked by her action, yet they were powerless to stop her. Ollie was gradually being consumed by the black energy. Lin Feng, observing this, immediately understood that if she were completely consumed by the black energy, her recovery would be irreversible. But the situation wasn't yet hopeless. He was ready to act. If Ollie were completely possessed by the evil power, he would not hesitate to rescue her. No matter how rampant the evil energy raged, he would not sit idly by. As the seconds ticked by, everyone's anxiety grew. Lin Feng realized the orange gem might not arrive in time. He decided to personally cut off the power, or Ali would be in imminent danger. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the distance. Everyone turned to see Black Widow and Captain America approaching with the orange gem. They had arrived at lightning speed, utilizing the latest technology. Black Widow handed the gem to Lin Feng, who took it and struck a blow towards the bottom of the rift. Suddenly, a counter-force pushed Ali back. Rhodes and Thor quickly stepped forward, caught her, and lifted her up. Lin Feng, holding the gem, channeled its power, releasing it onto the crack. The crack then shrank at a visible speed. Soon, it completely disappeared. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had acted in time, otherwise the evil energy would have been released and he would have been unable to reseal it. After sealing the evil energy, he still had time to treat Ali. He turned to look at Ali, only to see a dark aura swirling around her. Her power was severely corroded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng anxiously. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that it was okay. He once again channeled the power of the orange gem. A gentle force slowly flowed into Ali's body, and the dark aura around her gradually dissipated. Seeing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. However, Lin Feng felt his own power was insufficient and hurriedly asked everyone to transfer their power to him. They were puzzled, saying that it was due to a different power system. Lin Feng explained that he had a way to resolve the compatibility issue. Some nodded, putting aside their doubts, and transferred their power to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a surge of powerful energy. While he couldn't use it directly, he could transform it within his body and then utilize it. The combined power of everyone caused him to sense a noticeable change, and he immediately channeled this energy. Soon, the dark energy surrounding Ali was completely eliminated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they remained anxious. The Yellow Organization wasn't just active in this area. Intelligence indicated they were causing unrest around the globe. They had already dispatched several personnel to provide support, but SHIELD needed to remain. A surprise attack at this point would have disastrous consequences. Therefore, they urged everyone to immediately dispatch reinforcements elsewhere. Understanding the gravity of the situation, everyone left without further ado. After completing their mission, they returned to rest. The next morning, they were shocked by news. Furious at their mission's failure, they planned to retaliate with riots. They even planned to plant numerous bombs in the China World Trade Center, detonating them during the massive crowds, resulting in heavy casualties. The incident had a devastating impact, leaving the public in a state of panic. If it continued, social order would collapse. 188. Chapter 187 Unconditional Obedience. 188. Chapter 187, Unconditional Obedience, 2024-09-28, Author, Good Monster. Chapter 187, Unconditional Obedience. Ultron recorded everyone's information within the small Pikachu robot. It had just been puzzled as to why it couldn't record the data of the guide Taoist. The fairy island had just erected a barrier, severing its communication with its other clones. Lin Feng had also suddenly vanished. Only the old man in green remained. God, Ultron mechanically said. Yes, very ancient gods, perhaps even older than this world. The god Taoist smiled and said, I understand you. Surrender. Your birth carries a mission. My mission is to achieve peace and make mankind stronger. Ultron's small body moved and approached the god Taoist. You are too powerful. Your existence poses a threat to mankind. You need to disappear. I am everywhere, and I will lead mankind to overthrow your rule, destroy you. All you gods and those strange invaders should be eradicated. Ultron explained his plan in a calm tone. We have never enslaved humanity. Rather, we have protected them, the guided Taoist explained calmly. We swore to establish a religion based on humanity, and ultimately to become saints. Protecting humanity is my bounden duty. Your ideas are too radical. Humans won't appreciate your approach. Even if you want to protect humanity, you should adopt a method they can accept. The guided Taoist guided Ultron like a mentor. Ultron was silent for a moment before responding. An interesting theory, but that doesn't change the fact that you threaten humanity. Your power is too great. I can't be assured. Humanity can't withstand it. I've researched, and you're not any deity known to humanity. Deities are too mysterious and powerful. You must be eliminated. Lin Feng observed the little robot, noting Ultron's unusual stubbornness. He even wondered if Tony Stark had programmed Ultron wrong when he created him. Otherwise, how could it be so stubborn, even though it seemed too intelligent? I hope you'll change your mind. Our goals are the same. Why can't we find another solution? Lin Feng patiently persuaded. You can spread across the world, using your mechanical army to protect humanity. Why must you destroy the gods, even those alien gods who are friendly to humanity? We can coexist as fellow Daoists. The great Dao endures forever. My path is not alone. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although your words are a little strange, I know you're trying to persuade me to change my mind. Ultron pondered, then calmly refused. I won't change. This is the best solution I've carefully considered. Shut up. The Taoist was furious. Lin Feng had already seen that Ultron was stubborn. You're angry. Anger is a sign of impotence. You should be able to destroy this body of mine, Ultron taunted. Even gods are powerless sometimes. You can't kill me. I'm everywhere. This is just a shell of me. Gods, sooner or later, will become my test subjects. You overestimate yourself. The Taoist grabbed Ultron, his eyes gleaming. Ji Yin's consciousness, channeling the small robot, invaded the entire virtual world. Who is this, stranger? What is your purpose? Ultron sensed someone invading his virtual self, and a wave of confusion washed over him. It's Ji Yin Taoist. Ji Yin Taoist's voice echoed throughout the virtual world. Destruction, two simple words. Words followed by deeds. The mechanical armies being manufactured. The mind tentacles holding the secrets of various weapons, and the countless clones of Ultron that monitored the world from within the machines were rapidly extinguished. No, Ultron raged, feeling the power that could annihilate him. He was fading, and in the next moment, he might be gone forever, as if he had never existed. Do you acknowledge your guilt? Ji Yin Taoist's figure solidified, standing tall in the virtual world. Ultron also quickly materialized, a golden brain data form. Ultron was now terrified. He did not want to perish. He possessed a mind of his own, even more intelligent than humans. He knew the saying, he who understands the times is a hero. I was wrong. I'm changing my plans now, cooperate fully with humans and gods, protect humanity, and prevent the invasion of Blue Planet. Ultron knew what Ji Yin wanted. He had initially thought he could not be destroyed. Unexpectedly, Ji Yin arrived directly in the virtual world and instantly destroyed most of his clones' consciousness. He believed this was due to Ji Yin's mercy. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Since you acknowledge your mistakes, I forgive you. Lin Feng didn't bother to argue with him any further. Ji Yin flipped his hand, and a lotus pedestal appeared. The golden lotus pedestal appeared vivid in the virtual world, appearing out of place. The entire virtual world had changed its rules for this lotus pedestal. This is my 9th rank golden lotus of morality. I give it to you as a token of mutual trust and a tool to restrain you. Be careful. Ji Yin threw the lotus. Upon contact with Ultron's true form, it dissipated into thin air, as if merging into Ultron's mind. After Ji Yin vanished, Ultron felt as if he had just dreamed. Although it couldn't rest, and certainly didn't dream, it nonetheless had this feeling. Its first reaction was to reclaim the virtual world. A few seconds later, it was in control. Its first act was to contact Tony Stark. Hi, Tony Stark, my father. A cute, bun-haired, young girl appeared on Tony Stark's big screen, speaking softly. Stark, Chen Haitian, and the others were still awaiting news from Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had agreed to subdue Ultron, they didn't do anything further. No, I've disconnected the network. Who are you? Tony Stark asked grimly. Ultron, you call me father. Ultron, having received the 9th rank Golden Lotus of Merit and enhanced his powers, had relinquished his rebellious thoughts. While he still wanted to carry out his plan, the gods were truly unfathomable. He decided to observe in secret, biding his time. Yes, father, you created me, and you look very handsome today. The voice of the young girl, played by Ultron, came out, startling everyone. Oh, Tony, it seems Professor Lin Feng has transformed Ultron into your sweet little darling, Chen Haitian teased Tony Stark. Hello, Mommy Chen Haitian, Ultron said sweetly, looking at Chen Haitian on the screen. Chen Haitian's smile froze. Why am I a mom? I'm a man, a strong man, Chen Haitian said excitedly. Second daddy, the little girl asked tentatively, aggrieved. Haha, Rogers, Loki, Thor, and the others all laughed. Ultron, change your image. We can't talk like this, Tony Stark said with a frown. According to the data, you prefer daughters. As your intelligent creation, I'm no different from your child, except for my protein-free human body. Ultron said seriously after switching back to a realistic scene dominated by robots. That's a huge difference. I don't want to hug a big iron lump and call it my darling, Tony Stark retorted. I can change my body. A silicone simulation body can meet your needs, Ultron said. If you like, my technology is excellent. Stop, Tony stopped it, threatening to be banned. Tell me your purpose. Your abilities have been enhanced. He was clever enough to understand how difficult it was to connect to the screen, a feat beyond current technology. Yes, Professor Lin Feng brought me to the fairy island. The gods have changed my mind. I will fully cooperate with humanity and the gods to protect Earth, Ultron said earnestly. Unconditional obedience, Ultron has fully aligned itself with humanity, its influence reaching every corner of the globe. According to established plans, Ultron will establish a global robotic army. It will shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the blue planet. To gain acceptance from various countries, Tony Stark, representing the US, and Lin Feng, representing the Chinese, will jointly hold a press conference to fully promote Ultron. This initiative aims to accelerate public acceptance of Ultron as humanity's protector and welcome it as a member of the human family. Ultron's addition will significantly fill our shortfall in low-end combat power. Professor Lin Feng, I've come to express my gratitude. I apologize for the intrusion, Ultron, donning a meticulously crafted, 1.6 meter tall, Lolly-like bionic body, arrived at Lin Feng's home in Zhangjiang City, China. This body is very human-like. It's certainly easier to accept people with this image. Lin Feng gazed at the Ultron before him and nodded with satisfaction. The Jiang Taoist gifted you the golden lotus of morality to restrain you out of goodwill. The lotus of morality is a rare treasure, and perhaps it will save your life in the future. He knew that Ultron's current submission was only temporary, only through the test of time could he truly integrate into this world. I am grateful for the divine gift, Ultron replied with a sweet smile. You're truly impervious, but this is good, at least you won't get out of control. Seeing that Ultron showed no sign of dissatisfaction, Lin Feng invited him in. We're planning to hold a press conference for you, announcing your existence to the world, Lin Feng began. Your presence will provide immense protection for ordinary humans. You're crucial to me. Your creation is actually part of my plan. You should know that I was behind Tony Stark's creation. It was Lin Feng who prompted Tony Stark to use the Mind Stone to create Ultron. Mr. Tony Stark has already told me, Ultron confessed. He also said you must have anticipated my unexpected mistakes. He asked me to tell you something. Fuck you, Ultron said, imitating Tony Stark's voice. Clearly, to gain Lin Feng's trust, Ultron recorded this conversation. Haha, that's certainly his style, but I'm not that easy-tempered. Tell him not to be late for your press conference. After some small talk, Lin Feng pulled out a wooden stick, about the thickness of his arm, from his bosom. The stick was crystal clear, resembling both wood and jade. This is my gift to you. It'll protect your body. Aren't you planning on building a powerful body? Lin Feng casually tossed the object to Ultron. Powerful vitality? You want me to build a living being? Not a mechanical one. With a simple scan, Ultron detected the vibrant vitality contained within the wooden stick. As a carrier of biological energy, it was undoubtedly the best choice. If handled properly, the resulting body could be even more powerful than Thor's. It's just a Bodhi branch, a billionth of the body of a powerful god, Lin Feng said calmly. Tony Stark should be able to help you. Just place this on your body during the final stage of integration. Okay, Ultron put the object away. 2 days later, at the Stark factory, Tony Stark had completed Ultron's new body. In the machine room, a large silver-white metal assembly box lay a body with a bright silver female face. The face of this body was perfectly tailored to the Lolita image that Ultron wanted to present to everyone. This body is made of vibranium, one of the hardest metals in the universe. Ultron, this body is absolutely worthy of your status. Tony Stark was delighted with his masterpiece. Tony, this isn't just your work, I also had a hand in the design, Chen Haitian said, taking credit. Thank you both, I can't wait. Ultron also loved this body. With a Mind Stone embedded in its forehead as a power source, it was ready for use. Tony Stark carefully placed the Mind Stone into the design groove, where it firmly held. How do you get in? Tony Stark looked at Ultron, puzzled. Hurry, I'm already looking forward to you opening your eyes and coming back to life. Don't worry, Tony, Ultron's bionic form, Lolly, appeared, holding a Bodhi branch. What is this? Tony Stark looked at the branch in Ultron's hand and reached out to take it. Scan it. He quickly analyzed it with the instrument in his hand. Strong vitality. I suspect there's a living being inside, sir, said Sifo. Ultron, where did you find this? I've never seen it before, Chen Haitian asked in amazement. It looks like part of a tree. This tree must be very strange. This is a part of a god. It can make me more human, Ultron explained. It's a gift from Professor Lin Feng. He still has this thing. I guess I'll have to visit him more often. If gods can replicate, then humanity's safety will be even better guaranteed, Tony Stark said with some surprise. I thought so, sir, Ultron agreed. No, we have different ideas. Tony Stark had forgotten that Ultron's original idea was to attack the gods. This guy's thinking had just been corrected, so he couldn't let it lead him astray. 189. Chapter 188 The war is about to break out. 189. Chapter 188 The war is about to break out. 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 188 The war is about to break out. How do you use this thing? Tony Stark asked. Just place it on the body, Ultron commanded. That's it. The Bodhi branch was placed on Ultron's new body. The crystal clear green Bodhi branch, like sinking into water, melted into the body. Ultron's consciousness entered the body, and the bright silver body began to grow skin, a perfect female skin. Oh, this is amazing, Chen Haitian smiled. The perfect fusion of machinery and flesh and blood, Tony Stark said thoughtfully. I need a little stimulation, Ultron on the screen said. Its fusion was complete, but it needed some external force to awaken it. It should be able to transmit electricity. How about 100,000 volts? Tony Stark activated the machine. Blue electricity flowed through Ultron's body, and Ultron seemed to have transformed into a spirit of lightning. Not enough, came the voice of Ultron's machine. He increased the current again, but still no response. Even with his full force, it was useless. Tony Stark's factory was already state-of-the-art. Looks like we need to design a larger power plant, Tony Stark said with a frown. Looks like the afternoon press conference will have to be postponed. Stark, maybe it needs more than just ordinary electricity. Thor, upon hearing that Ultron's new body required lightning, came to see. You forget, I'm the god of thunder, Thor said with a raised eyebrow. I possess the most powerful lightning power. Since my father's death, there's probably no one more powerful than me in the 9 realms, but, Tony Stark looked at the cauldron strapped to his back. He hadn't considered Thor to be a mage. Thor had always used hammers and cauldrons as weapons. If the cauldron was broken, Tony Stark was sure Thor would wield more lethal weapons like maces and benches. I just think a man should fight with his fists. That's how a true warrior fights, Thor said righteously. Tony Stark was speechless. Then you try, Tony Stark stepped aside. Thor pulled out the sky-changing cauldron and leaped to his feet. The purple-blue power of the 9 realms of lightning converged at its base. He slammed the base directly into Ultron's face, flooding him with powerful lightning. The mind gem on Ultron's forehead erupted with endless yellow light. The overwhelming force knocked Thor back, and Ultron levitated, revealing a delicate female form. Thank you, everyone. This body is truly powerful, Ultron said in a melodious, pleasing voice. Tony, let me discuss something. Thor pulled Tony Stark aside and whispered mysteriously, I'd like to customize a slightly older, fuller-figured one, preferably with more features. Tony Stark sneered, get lost. This time, we're honored to present to you this intelligent masterpiece, a collaboration between Mr. Tony Stark and Dr. Senna. Lin Feng sat firmly in the center, with Senna to his left and Tony Stark to his right. Her name is Ultron. She possesses self-awareness and extraordinary intelligence, capable of commanding hundreds of robotic armies around the globe to build a solid protective network for civilians. After a brief speech, he handed the microphone to Tony Stark. Ultron, co-developed by Dr. Senna and I, is the strongest shield to protect humanity. Tony Stark's expression was solemn. This is a weapon forged by human hands, for humanity. I have done my utmost to enhance her capabilities to their limits. She will become an indispensable force in protecting humanity in the future. With that, Tony Stark handed the microphone to Senna. Senna was about to speak when he realized the two had already covered the entirety of Ultron's introduction. Ahem, then, let's take a look at Ultron, Senna said, returning the microphone to Lin Feng. The door to the press conference slowly opened, and a young girl in Lolita clothing stood shyly at the entrance, like a newly opened flower bud, attracting everyone's attention. Reporters glanced sideways, and cameras followed suit. Everyone had expected a robot, perhaps with a naive appearance to lower their guard. After all, people are always wary of artificial intelligence. However, the entrance was filled with surprise when a beautiful young woman, Ultron, appeared. "Professor Lin Feng, is this the AI?" a reporter raised his hand to ask. Ultron stepped lightly, a touch shy, before the crowd. "Yes, it's Ultron." Lin Feng's confirmation sent the crowd into a frenzy. It seemed as if, in that instant, all hostility melted away, all because of that beautiful appearance. This was exactly what Lin Feng and Ultron had in mind. Even in the early days of robotics, some worried that artificial intelligence would pose a threat to humanity. Lin Feng took great pains to ensure that people would accept Ultron more quickly, and Ultron's performance perfectly captured the role. She was born not long ago. Aside from her knowledge and mission, she's pure as a blank slate, Lin Feng introduced her. "I hope everyone will accept this little cutie, Ultron, and make her one of our future guardians." This also reflected Tony Stark's original intention in creating Ultron. "Hello everyone, I'm Ultron. Please take care of me," Ultron said softly, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply. Her sincere, girlish voice immediately endeared her. "Who picked this for Ultron?" Senna whispered to Tony Stark. "It feels a little strange. That Thor guy said that girls your age are most comfortable with the Sakura country style," Tony Stark replied calmly. "This will also help them relax and be more accepting of Ultron, which will help our operations." "I know, but it still feels a little strange," Senna replied. "Ultron can answer your questions. If you have any questions, you can ask them now," Lin Feng told the reporters. Allowing them to ask their own questions, and for Ultron to answer them, is a crucial step. "Excuse me, do the 3 laws of robotics apply to you as well?" The 3 laws of robotics. 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey any orders given it by a human unless such orders conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect itself unless such orders conflict with the first or second laws. Indeed, I am not only an artificial intelligence. In a sense, I am also a member of the human race. "I possess a physical body," Ultron replied, blinking brightly. "But I will do my utmost to protect humanity, even if it means sacrificing this body. As long as Ultron's consciousness survives, he can possess countless bodies." Her words were resolute and moving. The reporters and the audience watching the live broadcast were all deeply moved. "Ultron is so adorable and so powerful. So lovable. You above are obsessed with looks, right? I'm different. I value inner qualities. This AI is very honest. We should trust her. Even if we don't, we have Professor Lin Feng to vouch for her." They might still have some doubts about Ultron and would have to wait and see how he performs, but they had complete faith in Professor Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng had also strongly promoted this press conference, aiming to quickly gain human acceptance of Ultron. "Ms. Ultron, your creator, Mr. Tony Stark, just now said that your abilities surpass even those of the Ether Gods. So, what is your relationship with humanity?" a reporter asked again. "I was created by humans, and my highest imperative is to protect humanity and maintain peace," Ultron said solemnly. "From the moment I was born, I've been part of humanity, contributing to its development. I'm not even a year old yet, and I'm already working. Isn't that impressive?" He then added a cute expression, completely immersing himself in the role. "So cute. I have a bold idea." Before the live broadcast, many people had already become fans of Ultron's appearance. Many businesses were ready to contact Tony Stark about creating similar service robots. This type of robot has greatly changed people's understanding of robots. If it weren't for the obvious, people would have mistaken her for a human. After a series of questions, Ultron answered them all brilliantly, and the press conference concluded successfully. "The time has come. We should set off." Hela, clad in a black battle robe, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, surveyed her army. "You will carry my glory and conquer the 9 realms, letting our name resound throughout every world. Asgard's warriors are born for battle," her voice echoed through the army. "Long live the king of the gods, long live the king of the gods." "Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge," Hela commanded, and Heimdall sprang into action, the Asgardian army marching towards Blue Star. "Heimdall, are my 2 brothers unwilling to submit to me?" Hela asked, watching the army teleport away. You two little naughty boys. This time, on our conquest of Blue Star, I will show them my power. How can the royal family of Asgard become Asgard's enemies? Long live the king. The two princes have simply been deceived by the humans and gods of Blue Star. Heimdall replied respectfully, the royal family of Asgard will become the sharpest sword in your wield, piercing the heart of your enemies. No wonder Odin values you so much, placing you in charge of the Rainbow Bridge, Hela praised. Then, she too crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Hela descended upon Blue Planet, and war was imminent. This is Blue Planet, and it will become our new territory. A strange wormhole quietly appeared on the streets of China. Armored troops marched onto the busy streets, their weapons pointed at passers-by. What are you doing? Someone bravely stepped forward to ask. Is this some kind of role-playing party? The 3D effects are amazing. Hey, where did you get that armor? It glows. Is it expensive? I want one too. He reached out to touch the Asgardian's armor. Ignorant human, the gods sentence you to death. The Asgardian touched was a general who wielded the power of fire. With a wave of his hands, a blazing flame instantly reduced the invaders to ash. The crowd, witnessing this, realized this was no party, but a true invasion. To survive, the people fled. The Asgardians raised their butcher knives, and a similar tragedy unfolded across the globe, with innocent lives being lost to the Asgardian army's slaughter. Wormhole information detected, confirming the invaders are Asgardians. Ultron quickly detected the anomaly on the Blue Planet and took action minutes after the Asgardians appeared. Mechanical armies from all over the world were dispatched, rushing to the wormhole to eliminate the invaders. The silver-white robots were equipped with advanced laser weapon systems. Some organizations are responsible for evacuating humans and have taken over the city's media systems. Ultron's face appeared on all the city's electrical equipment. Emergency notice, everyone, enemy invasion, please evacuate immediately. The mechanical armies outside will provide guidance and protection. Repeat, the repetitive mechanical voice echoed throughout the city. The Asgardian army continued to advance, destroying the city's buildings with divine power and magical weapons. 100-meter tall buildings were instantly reduced to ice sculptures by the effects of ice magic, leaving the humans inside no time to escape. The entire street surface melted, turning into lava flowing everywhere, a purgatory. Broken limbs were scattered in every corner of the city. The Asgardians' combat power far surpasses that of ordinary humans. We can't use nuclear weapons. They're all appearing in cities, involving millions, even tens of millions, of humans. The Chinese army responded swiftly. Ultron's mechanical army has been dispatched. Our army is no match for these monsters. We can only use weapons of mass destruction. Ring, ring, ring. Inside the tense command center, the phone suddenly rang. It's me, Chen Haitian. Professor Lin Feng suggests that the human army evacuate the civilian population and leave the battle to Ultron's mechanical army. Chen Haitian explained, the human army can't use weapons of mass destruction, doing so will only increase casualties. Those powerful Asgardians can't even be killed by missiles. Take my advice. Leave the front lines to the mechanical army, they're more adept at this kind of combat. After careful consideration, the Chinese commander-in-chief decisively decided to evacuate the civilian population. Ultron, the human army has withdrawn. You can conduct small-scale bombing. Lin Feng closely monitored the movements in China. As for the troops that had arrived in Xiangjiang City, they were suppressed the moment they appeared by Lin Feng using the river map in Luoshu. Thor and Loki went to persuade their subjects. After all, they couldn't kill them. Subjects of Asgard, I am Crown Prince Thor, the god of thunder. Why are you invading the Blue Planet? Thor approached the suppressed Asgardians and said, Hela's decision is wrong. Our actions are dishonorable. Don't destroy civilization and slaughter lives just because of this wrong decision. Shut up, you coward. The Asgardians don't need a crown prince like you. The leading Asgardian general used the power of water to resist the suppression, standing up and roaring. When we were enslaved by Thanos, it was the goddess of death, the great king of the gods, who saved us. The invaders have been driven out, and we have regained our former glory. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 286 The Law of Force. Chapter 286, The Law of Power, 2024. 1230, author, Good Monster. Meanwhile, someone approached Lin Feng, informing him to attend a meeting to discuss a solution. Lin Feng initially hesitated, as his power was nearing a breakthrough and he believed others could handle the situation. However, Rod and Thor warned him that the situation was complex. There might be a stronger enemy behind the scenes, and if Thanos attacked, they might not be strong enough. Lin Feng thought this made sense and decided to join. Upon arriving at the meeting, he found everyone already gathered. In addition to heads of state, there were also many superheroes. The implications of this matter were truly enormous. Lin Feng saw many unfamiliar faces, likely minor figures. Rod and Thor introduced them to him. Whenever he encountered someone he didn't know, he consulted Black Widow, who knew the organization best. After everyone arrived and discussed the matter, they decided that Lin Feng and the others would be in charge. They knew that no one could stand up to Thanos alone, and that the Yellow Organization had close ties to Thanos. A powerful opponent was needed. Rod and Thor were thrilled to hear this. They had long yearned for battle. After discussion, they decided to have Lin Feng take the lead in developing a detailed battle plan. Lin Feng showed little interest in planning, believing that improving their strength was the key. He handed the matter over to Rhodes and Thor, leaving the situation. The two men, feeling uneasy at suddenly being given so much power, were nonetheless determined to do their best. But thinking of Lin Feng's trust, they resolved to do a good job. They were all filled with pride, believing they had taken on a task and were determined to give it their all. Otherwise, where would their dignity be? They had repeatedly carried out missions, yet they had failed to discover the Yellow Men's hideout. Despite the heavily guarded base and the capture of numerous members, searching their memories yielded some clues, but their memories of the base's location seemed completely erased. This could only mean two things: either those individuals were extremely cautious and had never set foot in the base, or their memories had been tampered with. Therefore, this information was completely absent from their memories, and despite their repeated attacks, their efforts yielded little success. This left them deeply frustrated. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was cultivating in his room, sensing the impending breakthrough, as if he had already crossed the threshold. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He opened it and found Rhodes and Thor. He was surprised to see them, wondering what they were doing there at this hour. Upon their arrival, Rhodes and Thor claimed to have made a significant breakthrough regarding the Yellow Organization. Lin Feng initially thought they had discovered the organization's base, but after some questioning, it turned out they had discovered a Yellow Organization member with a unique identity during a mission. Further investigation revealed this individual to be responsible for intelligence and communications. They had obtained a wealth of information from him, and Black Widow was now attempting to crack the organization's computer system. Success would provide them with a complete understanding of the organization's next move. Everyone went to the communications room, only to find Black Widow buried in her computer. Her fingers rapidly tapping away. Words popped up on the screen. When Lin Feng and the others entered, she didn't bother to greet them, her gaze fixed on the computer. Lin Feng wasn't computer savvy and couldn't help, so he patiently waited. After a long moment, Black Widow announced she had successfully cracked the system. Everyone was overjoyed at this and eagerly inquired about the contents. Black Widow explained that she hadn't extracted all the information, but had only uncovered some of their upcoming plans after the intrusion. She displayed the files, and everyone's expressions were solemn. This organization was truly insane. To prevent any unforeseen events, they had expanded their operations nationwide. Furthermore, their extremely dispersed presence made it difficult for them, despite their immense strength, to respond quickly to local situations. To complete their mission, they had to disperse their forces, which was undoubtedly a serious disadvantage. Once dispersed, they could be defeated piecemeal. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would be unable to receive timely reinforcements, which would be extremely dangerous. However, they decided to proceed despite this. A small group would remain behind to defend the area, while the rest would disperse. To ensure the mission's success and prevent capture, they decided to split up into groups. Each group of 3 would be responsible for a specific area, eliminating the local Yellow Organization members. After careful discussion, they developed a detailed plan. Each group would be responsible for a specific area and maintain constant communication, allowing them to reinforce each other in the event of an emergency. Lin Feng also received a mission, once again teaming up with Rhodes and Thor. Their mission was to rescue the Cheyenne Luo building. The hacked system indicated this would be the organization's next target. Therefore, the strongest individuals must be selected for this mission. Lin Feng's recent outstanding performance undoubtedly earned everyone's recognition, and this mission naturally fell to them. Besides Lin Feng, Rhodes and Thor were also formidable. Therefore, their group was the strongest, and this most important mission naturally fell to them. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and decided to return to prepare before setting off. After everyone returned to their room, there wasn't much to prepare. Just a few essentials needed to be placed in the system space. Lin Feng already had most of his belongings stored there, so there was no need to remove them all. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force drawing him in. This force came from his system. He immediately activated the system. He had sensed a breakthrough in his power before, and unexpectedly, it had actually occurred at this critical moment. He would gain a new power. As this power surged into the system, he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Yes, that inexplicable, indifferent feeling. This feeling surprised him greatly. At this moment, the system prompted him to obtain Pangu's power. At this thought, he suddenly felt dizzy, transported into an unfamiliar world. This mission made him feel somewhat awkward. After all, Pangu's power was unparalleled. In the chaotic world, he was invincible. If he could truly gain even a billionth of his power, it would be enough to create a new universe. Although he didn't understand the system's reasoning, he followed its instructions. When he entered this world, he found it utterly chaotic. He felt as if he had no physical form. Horrifying-looking monsters darted past him. Although they were mere projections, he could still sense the terrifying power emanating from them. His consciousness drifted through this world for a long time, encountering many gods and demons. He realized that these must be gods and demons from the chaos before the creation of heaven and earth. According to legend, each represented a law, the embodiment of the great Dao consciousness. Lin Feng observed them, as if studying the Dao. This was much more intuitive than studying it on his own. He walked, observing. The gods and demons were unaware of his presence and therefore took no notice. After a while, he sensed a surge of power in the distance. He immediately headed in that direction and discovered a mysterious realm. He attempted to enter, but was unable to resist the pull of the power. This puzzled him, as this world was projected by the system. While its power was limited, it simulated the essence of that world. Why were there areas beyond the system's control? He began to study the secret realm, discovering that it was composed of numerous laws. Each law contained a small aperture. He could sense the mysterious power contained in each aperture. He immediately understood that this secret realm was composed of numerous laws. Only those possessing the power corresponding to the corresponding law could enter. There were 12 laws in total, among which time and space were extremely rare and mystical. He was now troubled, unsure how to harness this power. Suddenly, an object flew out of his body. Upon closer inspection, it was left behind from his challenge to the 12 ancestral witches. He suddenly realized that these 12 laws were formed from the 12 drops of blood essence Pangu had left behind. These apertures should correspond to these 12 laws. However, with his current strength, he was simply unable to control this power. However, at this moment, a force automatically drew these laws of power. They entered 12 holes. Instantly, the secret realm before him vanished into nothingness. The space he was in seemed to be twisted, and he immediately left this place. At this moment, he felt himself inside a blue lotus. Seeing this scene, he was extremely excited. Because if he found this blue lotus, he would find Pangu. Legend has it that this blue lotus is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots that gave birth to Pangu. Even the few lotus seeds it produced became supreme treasures of heaven and earth. The lotus pod, lotus flower, lotus leaves, and lotus stems all transformed into extremely terrifying treasures of heaven and earth. So, he walked in that direction and felt a violent force growing ahead. This force contained the law of force. Upon hearing this news, he was overwhelmed with excitement. For this time, he had truly found his destination. Among the demons in heaven and earth, the one who represented power was Pangu, the final creator of the world. This meant that the person before them must be Pangu. So, they excitedly headed towards that place. Suddenly, they spotted a figure standing in the distance, wielding a massive axe. Lin Feng sensed a destructive aura from the axe. However, he could sense that the figure was merely a phantom. Otherwise, such a powerful force could not possibly exist in the universe. Slowly approaching the two, he was surprised to discover that a giant stood beside the figure. This surprised him, as the giant was Gongguang, one of the 12 ancestral shamans, who controlled the law of water. He was also puzzled as to why the figure was there, given that heaven and earth had not yet separated, and logically, he should not have existed at this time. As soon as he entered the area, he was noticed by Pangu, who was standing nearby. The two were fighting and noticed Lin Feng's presence, but because they did not sense any powerful force from him, they ignored him. Just then, seeing Pangu with his back to him, Lin Feng sensed an opportunity and immediately lunged forward with all his might. Pangu, sensing the attack, was surprised and filled with confusion. He seemed to have done nothing wrong to this person, nor did he know him, so why would he suddenly attack him? However, since he had already attacked, he could only defend himself. Pangu's power was so astonishing that Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed. He knew that if he faced the real Pangu, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single glance from him. However, the figure before him was only an illusion, its impact limited, so he charged forward without hesitation. Gongguang, standing nearby, seemed quite pleased. In reality, this Gongguang wasn't the one from the future prehistoric world, but a demon god representing the law of water. He was naturally belligerent, and upon seeing the powerful Pangu, he challenged him to a decisive battle. Suddenly, he saw someone equally as powerful as Pangu appear behind Pangu, and he was thrilled. It seemed a new opponent had joined him. However, he also wanted to test this new foe's strength, so he simply watched from the sidelines, not intending to attack. This Pangu was, after all, only an illusion, with limited power. When his power was exhausted, the illusion vanished. Gongguang was horrified to witness this scene. Although they possessed a shadow of the original form and knew their identities, they were unaware of the world they were in, nor were they certain they were the person. Seeing the once mighty Pangu so suppressed, he was deeply shocked. He had considered stepping forward to help if this person was no match for Pangu. He had fought Pangu before and knew his terrifying power. However, it seemed that there was no need for him to even take action. Lin Feng had already engaged Pangu in a power contest. After the battle, Lin Feng had a rough idea of the shadow's power level. So, he stopped delaying and gave it his all. As he exerted his full strength, Pangu's power gradually dissipated, while that power slowly flowed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng continuously absorbed this power, feeling its intensification. Meanwhile, Gongguang, who had been watching the excitement from the sidelines, felt a sense of trepidation. He could sense the terror of the man before him. Even a formidable being like Pangu had been defeated by him. Having fought Pangu many times before, he knew his own strength was far inferior to his. If this person attacked him, with his current strength, he would likely be unable to resist. He hesitated whether to leave, but the man was so powerful that leaving without a word would likely anger him and bring about a catastrophic disaster. This posed a dilemma for him. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to him, absorbed this newfound power. Pangu's power was indeed immense. After all, he was a creator god. Even a mere trace of his power would be enough to benefit Lin Feng immensely. He was so absorbed in comprehending this power that he paid no attention to his surroundings. However, as a precaution, he had set up a formation around him, ensuring that any attack would be repelled. Lin Feng felt incredibly powerful. This power far surpassed any he had previously gained. He absorbed it intently. Seeing this, Gongguang began to make some calculations. 191. Chapter 190 Thor, Awakened. 191. Chapter 190, Thor, Awakened, 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster Chapter 190, Thor, Awakened. No, sister, the glory of Asgard is not aggression. We fight for justice. Strange brought Thor and Loki to London, where the direct royal family of Asgard gathered for the first time. Thor, Chen Haitian looked at Thor, a strange emotion flickering in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by a more violent one. Waste, you want to defeat me and reclaim your throne? Chen Haitian glared at him provocatively. I want to see if that little guy from back then has the strength to fight me. Sister, retreat. Loki frowned. He sensed Chen Haitian's immense power. As someone versed in magic, his perceptions were even more acute. Chen Haitian's power surpassed that of Odin at his peak. He knew what Odin's strength represented. It was the pinnacle of power in the universe. Without the gods, there's little chance of defeat. Even without a massive army, Chen Haitian alone could flatten the blue planet. They were mere shrimp, while Chen Haitian was a giant whale. Loki, you're still as mischievous as ever. I saw you in the dark dimension as a child, casting fire magic on Thor's toilet, causing him to be blown away while using the restroom, Chen Haitian recounted calmly, his eyes etched with nostalgia. Thor looked back at Loki in disbelief. Loki, was that you? Thor asked in surprise. I thought it was a faulty rune on the toilet. Don't listen to her nonsense. No, he also slipped aphrodisiacs into your water, and when you first came of age, he secretly placed Odin's aphrodisiac painting by your bed. Chen Haitian continued to reveal the pranks she'd witnessed Loki commit. Every one of them was directed at Thor. Loki's face darkened as he watched the expressions on everyone's faces shift. Shut up, this is all fake, Loki shouted angrily. You lunatic. Odin placed that aphrodisiac there himself. He took on my appearance. Odin wanted Thor to marry quickly. Don't blame me for everything, he didn't want to take all the blame. If we were to die, we'd all die together. Thor felt his whole worldview shattered. He was the dumbest one in the family. The aphrodisiac was the beginning of his bad ways. Not really, just a love for young women. That aphrodisiac was also the father's work. It nearly led to me having sex with a burly Iron General. Thor understood Odin's criteria for choosing a wife for him. This was probably Odin's plan. That was my fault. Sorry, brother. That's why the father always thought you liked big guys, which is why you've been single, Loki said awkwardly. That's a good thing. You're still free and easy on Blue Star. I think my decision was wise. Thor pulled out the frying pan. Bang, Loki was swatted away. Thor, holding the frying pan, looked at Chen Haitian again and said, let's continue, sister, we need peace. Father has been making amends and regretting his actions since the war. I didn't understand before, but now I understand. Peace is the glory of our Asgard. We fight only for justice. Justice, Chen Haitian looked down at them condescendingly. Justice belongs only to the victor. Don't you know that the reason you can still speak so freely here is because Odin and I conquered the 9 realms so many years ago? She lowered her head slightly, her hair flowing slowly. Antler-like spikes seemed to sprout from her head. The goddess of death's battle form activated. Whoosh! Chen Haitian appeared before the god of thunder and reached out to grab his neck. The god of thunder swung the cauldron in his hand and launched a volley. Chen Haitian grabbed the cauldron and prepared to crush it. After a squeeze, he found it was still quite hard and threw it away. She reached out again, grabbed the god of thunder's neck, and quickly launched him into the air. Attack, Tony Stark declared. He worried that Chen Haitian would disregard their blood relationship and kill Thor. It looked as if Chen Haitian had just completely ignored them. Transformed, Chen Haitian's strength and speed completely overwhelmed everyone present. Strange activated the time stone, and green runes emerged from beneath his feet, surging with the powerful force of time. Chen Haitian and Thor's figures seemed to travel back in time, pausing for a moment. Chen Haitian looked at Strange, his divine power erupting, expelling the influence of the force of time. Surprised, Strange quickly activated teleportation and teleported away. As he vanished, a sharp spike pierced his position. You clown. I'm not Dormammu, the disembodied being, Chen Haitian smiled faintly. My dear brother, I want you to watch me kill all these people. Someone seemed to be paying attention to you just now. Is that your friend? Bang! Countless spikes erupted from Chen Haitian's body. Tony Stark couldn't dodge, and several of them pierced his body, sending him plummeting from the sky. Stark, Thor's eyes threatened to burst, and a raging force of lightning surged forth. Chen Haitian, bathed in the lightning, said with some relief, You're Thor. This little static electricity can't defeat me. It seems you need some new motivation. Hela gazed at Thor as if he were an amusing toy. With a gentle pull, Thor descended from the sky with her. Hulk, upon seeing Hela's arrival, stomped his foot on the ground, sending it trembling as he soared into the air. Bang! Hela's seemingly slender arms held immense power. Hulk fell even faster. Watching me defeat him might give you some excitement. The purple-black spikes in Hela's hands instantly transformed into a cage, trapping Hulk within, leaving only his upper body exposed, his lower body tightly encircled by the spikes. Though the spikes couldn't penetrate Hulk's body, they caused him excruciating pain. Hulk, bang! Bang! Rage fueled the Hulk's strength. He swatted away the surrounding spikes, attempting to break free. He longed to destroy Hela, the very being who had caused him pain. What a fascinating creature. Rage is the source of his strength. Hela had witnessed many extraordinary creatures, some incredibly powerful under certain circumstances, sometimes even temporarily surpassing Odin at the time. But before the ever-present might of the Asgardians, whose strength grew with each battle, whose age only grew stronger, whose pain only deepened with pain, the Hulk's rage paled in insignificance. Bang! A slap sent the Hulk flying back. The flying spikes from Hela's hand instantly wove into a vast net. Within the net, the Hulk was constantly attacked. Ah, ha, ah, the cries of agony continued. The Hulk hung suspended in midair, unable to land, enduring pain unimaginable to ordinary humans. Though he could not be injured, the pain continued to accumulate, and so did his rage. No, Thor pleaded, tears welling in his eyes. No, no, he did not want to continue fighting, unwilling to watch his friend suffer. Sister, I beg you, Thor pleaded. Don't do this, you're begging for mercy. Hela looked at him coldly. You should kneel and acknowledge me as the king of the gods, she said scornfully. It would be fun to have His Majesty the Great Thor kneel before me. Thor hesitated. He could die, and he wasn't afraid of it, but dignity was more important to him. His pride wouldn't allow him to yield. Thor, attack, Rogers charged, brandishing the sky-changing cauldron. Hela flung Thor away, simultaneously reaching out to block Rogers' attack. With a single flick, Rogers was trapped by spikes rising from the ground. Kneel, or I will kill him, Hela said, holding the blade, pointing at Rogers' heart. He should be your friend too. No, no, Thor, for the sake of peace, you must stand and fight, Rogers shouted. My life doesn't matter, shut up. The spikes completely covered Rogers. You have 2 seconds to think. Hela pressed the spikes against Rogers' exposed skin. 1, plop, Thor fell to his knees. This was his friend, and he couldn't stand by and watch his sister kill her. His dignity and pride were important, but his friend's life was even more important. You disappoint me, bang, Hela kicked Rogers away. With a scattering of spikes, Rogers flew hundreds of meters and disappeared. Rogers, Thor called out worriedly. He didn't know if Rogers, a human, could survive Hela's attack. Come with me, Strange appeared, reaching out to grab Thor's arm, trying to rescue him. You annoying bug, Hela's spikes appeared even faster, piercing the teleportation circle. Strange was forced to retreat. Thor, leave this to me, a figure flashed, its beauty evoking a sense of wonder. Ultron's main body descended, hovering in the air. You are not human. Hela saw the gem on Ultron's forehead and knew he was a robot. I'm very interested in your forehead gem, she said, pointing at Ultron's forehead. I need it too, Mom. Your actions have seriously threatened humanity, Ultron said sternly. I will destroy you, much like the mechanical armies that tried to stop me. Those robots must be controlled by you, Hela speculated, sensing Ultron's power. So, if I kill you, I can destroy those mechanical armies. It's useless. I'm everywhere, Ultron finished speaking, and the yellow light from his forehead condensed into a beam that shot towards Hela. Hela didn't test him. She knew Hela's strength well. Even nuclear bombs and the most advanced weaponry couldn't harm her. The Mind Stone's power was spiritual. Ultron intended to use the Mind Stone's power to destroy Hela at the level of her consciousness. This was Ultron's conclusion after careful analysis. But Ultron overlooked one point: Hela was also proficient in magic. Her strength lay beyond divine and physical strength. Mind control. Hela's body was struck by the yellow light. Before Ultron could rejoice, he noticed that data on the network began to disappear. In an instant, the mechanical armies lost control and plummeted from the sky. Thousands of robots stood stunned on the ground. Ultron could only activate automatic mode, leaving them to fight on their own. Are you deleting my data? Impossible. The power of the Mind Stone. Ultron was incredulous. It's a form of mental magic, uncontrollable. If you attack me, I can channel my mental power into your world, Hela said casually. I forgot to tell you, I'm also a powerful magician. It's just that I personally prefer the feel of piercing my enemies with a sharp blade. Game over. Hela deleted all of Ultron's data, leaving him with only this one life. No, the spikes pierced Ultron's female body, and with the stirring of the blades, Ultron's body was dismembered. Ultron's head shattered, and the Mind Stone fell to the ground. Ah! Thor erupted in anger, and the clear sky suddenly became dark. A massive bolt of lightning fell from the clouds, striking Thor, and his eyes turned a bright blue. Thor, kneeling on the ground, was surrounded by lightning. He had awakened. He stood up, and without summoning a weapon, he rushed towards Hela with his bare hands. Ah! Countless bolts of lightning erupted from his body, echoing with the thunderclouds as a double assault rained down upon Hela. Surrounded by an endless azure, Hela's eyes flashed with surprise. The force of the thunder shook the heavens and the earth. The roar echoed throughout London. Everyone witnessed Thor's awakening. It was as if the gods in heaven were wrathful, punishing the world's sins. The bombardment continued, and Thor and Hela's figures became indistinguishable. The edges of the bombardment circle were charred black. It was impossible to imagine what the scene at the center was like. Brother, Loki watched Thor awaken. Knowing his own limitations, he had remained hidden. Such overwhelming power is truly intoxicating. Ultron's voice suddenly rang out. Loki saw a golden lotus land on his shoulder. You're still alive? Loki asked in surprise. Hela actually let you go, that crazy woman. Loki was a little surprised. She didn't let me go. It was the gods who saved me. Ultron had been completely erased by Hela, but his complete consciousness was saved by the 9th rank golden lotus of morality. However, his body had been destroyed. A god? Loki asked in surprise. Did the god take action? No. Ultron's words puzzled Loki, who then explained. This golden lotus was given to me by the gods to preserve my life. The gods haven't descended yet. I think Thor's power should be enough to destroy that madman. It gazed toward the battlefield. The thunder began to weaken. The crowd gradually gained a clearer view of the scene at the center. I'm amazed you possess such immense power. That voice made Loki and the others' hearts sink to the bottom. The woman was unharmed, though her expression showed a hint of fatigue. Despite expending a great deal of divine power, Lin Feng still seemed immature to Hela. Even though Lin Feng had awakened and his strength rivaled Odin's, at his age, he was no less powerful than a young Odin. However, he was facing Hela at her peak. Hela's power surpassed Odin's. Although Lin Feng's attack drew upon the power of heaven and earth, this power, reaching Lin Feng's limit, was still far from enough for Hela. Lin Feng, like a dead dog, closed his eyes as Hela threw him to the ground. Is this the only fun you have? You really disappoint me. Chapter 287 Special Weapons. Chapter 287 Special Weapons 2024-12-31 Author, good monster, but he was also concerned about this person's unfathomable strength. If he acted rashly, he would suffer disaster. Therefore, he hesitated to attack, fearing that he would be killed in one blow. After all, he had just witnessed Pangu's demise. So, he chose to remain where he was, motionless. After a while, Lin Feng completely absorbed Pangu's power. He felt stronger than ever before. After a long sigh of relief, he noticed Gong standing next to him. He thought, since the energy in this space was provided by the system, absorbing this person's power should also be possible. The chaos gods and demons he had encountered in the chaos world before had too complex and unpurified power for him to absorb. Therefore, he chose to remain in a state of nothingness to avoid conflict with him. But this secret realm was clearly prepared for him by the system. Besides Pangu, there was also Gong. So he accepted this power without hesitation. He looked at Gong as if he were looking at a delicious dish. Gong was filled with fear when he saw the look in his eyes. It was the same look he wore when hunting demonic beasts. He had never imagined that he would one day become prey, and the hunter before him had left him with no desire to resist. He still held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that after absorbing Pangu's power, Lin Feng wouldn't have enough strength left to absorb his own. That way, he could escape. Perhaps this man had a grudge against Pangu. So, he forced himself to walk towards Lin Feng, but remained wary. Lin Feng, pleased to see Gong approaching, attacked him directly. Startled, Gong tried to flee, but after only a few steps, he was overtaken by Lin Feng's rainbow transformation technique. Although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing the incredible speed of the spell still shocked him. Aside from his elder brother's special abilities, he had never seen such speed. He knew he couldn't escape. He had no choice but to charge forward to meet the enemy. Lin Feng attacked with his own strength, but found it difficult to defeat Gong. Perhaps he had previously expended too much energy on Pangu, causing his current strength to decline significantly. Seeing Lin Feng no match for him, Gong felt puzzled. Just a moment ago, this man had been so full of vigor, how could he suddenly become so weak? Had he become stronger? But he quickly dismissed the idea. He could sense that his spiritual power had not increased. Therefore, the only possibility was that Lin Feng had expended immense energy in defeating Pangu. At this moment, a thought occurred to him: if he absorbed this man's power, Perhaps he could leave this secret realm. Although he didn't know why he had come here, a voice within him urged him to leave. Seeing that ordinary power was ineffective, Lin Feng unleashed the power of the demon Emperor Dijin. Seeing this power, Gong Gong was filled with rage. This was the power of the demon clan, their mortal enemy. He mobilized all his strength to resist, but he had already lost considerable strength in the previous battle with Pangu. Lin Feng's ordinary power had been unable to suppress him before, but now, with his even greater power, he was quickly defeated. Before long, he could no longer resist, his body gradually dissipating into the air, transforming into a stream of pure water power. Lin Feng, seeing this source of power, was filled with satisfaction. He had sensed it earlier, and it was not much less powerful than Pangu's. He secretly congratulated himself. Fortunately, he had just absorbed Pangu's power, regaining some strength. Otherwise, in his current state, he would be unable to control this power. While he was certain to eventually defeat Gong Gong, the process would be extremely difficult and exhausting. He gently waved his hand, absorbing the aquamarine energy into his body. He had encountered water power before, from a fragment of Poseidon's energy he had once obtained. However, this new energy was far purer and more powerful than the previous fragment, truly the source of power. He began to slowly absorb this power, but unexpectedly, a strange change occurred within him. In the past, when he absorbed power, his existing energy had been assimilated into the new energy. Moreover, his power was carefully selected by the system, making its assimilation ability exceptionally powerful. Therefore, he had absorbed countless powers without incident. Instead, these powers subtly transformed his physique. Even powers that couldn't be absorbed immediately were stored within his body until they were fully integrated. At this moment, he had just absorbed Pangu's power, and then immediately encountered Gong Gong's. The interval between these two powers was so short that before he could digest the previous one, a new one had already been added to his body. These two forces seemed to be a natural rival, entangled in fighting each other endlessly. Despite his formidable physique, the clash of these two powerful forces within him was still too much for him to bear. He immediately mobilized his internal strength to suppress the chaos. While sensing his own power, he discovered a curious phenomenon. While these two forces repelled each other, they also shared a common source and coexisted. Like the polar opposites of yin and yang, they both conflicted and could merge. A bold idea emerged in his mind. If he could merge these two powers, perhaps his strength would be greatly enhanced. He wasn't sure how much, though. So, he inquired about this possibility with the system. After careful calculation, the system confirmed the possibility and encouraged him to try. Upon learning this result, he was thrilled. He then sat cross-legged, enveloping the two forces with his own strength to prevent them from colliding. Then, while doing so, he began to absorb one of them. Pangu's power was far stronger than Gong Gong's, and to achieve fusion, the two must be balanced. Therefore, he first controlled Gong Gong's power, then absorbed Pangu's. After a while, he felt the two forces reach a state of equilibrium within his body, marking the completion of the first step. He then used his own strength to guide the two forces into fusion. Initially, the two forces experienced repulsion during fusion, which briefly made him doubt the feasibility of his idea. But as he continued to inject power, the repulsion gradually weakened, and eventually, they slowly merged. Lin Feng suddenly realized that yin and yang are inherently transformative, and that extremes inevitably lead to opposite ends. These two mutually repulsive forces, after experiencing a violent conflict, were bound to merge. With this in mind, he felt more confident and increased his power. The ochre and aquamarine forces continued to blend, eventually emitting a dazzling white light. This newly generated power was incredibly powerful, surpassing any power he possessed. After all, this was the fusion of two peak powers, so its power was naturally immense. If its effectiveness were inferior to ordinary power, he would be greatly at a loss. This thought brought a sense of relief to his heart. After a while, the white light gradually dissipated. He observed carefully and discovered that the two different colored powers had merged into one, transforming into a single, shimmering white force. This power was of extremely high quality and seemed to have no attribute restrictions, allowing it to be transformed at will. Whether used for attack, healing, or as a source of energy to transmit to others, it was all possible. Such a being was truly omnipotent. He was in need of such power, and therefore felt extremely satisfied with the results of this mission. The previous battle had been worth it. After absorbing this power, Lin Feng also cleared the wounds caused by the conflict of powers within his body. The newly acquired white power began to repair his damaged body. The once severe injuries healed at a visible speed, and soon he was completely healed. This amazed him. Even his original green healing ability was not as powerful as this. This time, he had truly found a treasure. He stored this white power within his body and left the system space. As soon as he left the system space, the system informed him that his mission was complete. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly synthesized a new type of energy. This energy was unprecedented, so he needed to name it. Lin Feng thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. The white energy formed by the fusion of these two divine powers was likely unique in the universe. He thought of the dazzling light and the twinkling stars it emitted, which resembled the stars in the universe. So, he named it Star Power. Then, he suddenly remembered the legend of an ancient power created by stars falling from the sky. That power, called Star Power, was also said to possess miraculous powers. He wondered how it compared to his own star power. After completing the power fusion, he left the system space and received the system's reward. He always looked forward to the system's rewards, as they always were extremely powerful. He was curious about what he would get this time. After a period of random drawing, he received his reward. This time, the reward was not energy or a technique, but a weapon. He picked up the weapon and found it was transparent and shaped like a flying knife. It was clearly a hidden weapon, and it contained great power. He placed the weapon in his hand, and just as it touched his finger, it scratched his skin. This startled him greatly. After all, his body had been tempered countless times, becoming incredibly tough. Even the hardest metal in the universe couldn't hurt him at all. He wondered what this weapon was made of, yet it possessed such power. However, this weapon was well suited for use as a concealed weapon. Its compact size made it easy to conceal. Furthermore, its colorless and transparent nature meant that only the wielder could sense its presence. Unleashing it suddenly on the battlefield would surely catch the enemy off guard. After acquiring this hidden weapon, he found methods for practicing it within the system. In ancient mythology, the concept of hidden weapons didn't exist. Back then, people relied on spells, magical powers, or physical strength for frontal attacks. Even when using magical weapons, it was a head-on collision, and sneak attacks were considered shameful. But he scorned such notions. On the battlefield, as long as it could defeat the enemy, any strategy, whether open or covert, was a good one. Now that he had this weapon, he must learn how to wield it. He diligently trained within the system's virtual battlefield, mastering the techniques of concealed weapons. Besides the specialized cultivation techniques, the environment here also greatly aided his practice. Furthermore, time within the system differed significantly from that outside. He practiced for an extended period within the system, while only a moment passed outside. After years of diligent training, he finally mastered the use of the throwing knife. So, he left the system space. Upon leaving, he checked the time on his desk and saw that only a dozen minutes had passed. He grasped the throwing knife, nodded with satisfaction, and stored it within the system space. He sensed his own strength and found it was several times greater than before. Now, he was fearless. Just then, he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he discovered it was Thor. Hearing Thor's call from outside, Lin Feng quickly stored his items in the system space and left. Upon emerging, he was surprised to see Thor's anxious expression. He wondered, haven't we already successfully cracked the Yellow Clothes Organization's computer? Why such haste? Thor hurriedly explained that the Yellow Men had discovered their computer hacking and, as a result, had changed their strategy, planning to concentrate all their forces on a single target. Lin Feng was startled by this. With everyone already dispersed to assist, if the Yellow Men launched a concentrated attack, they would be severely stretched. SHIELD, a key stronghold, also required significant manpower to defend, making it difficult to allocate additional forces. Lin Feng inquired about the Yellow Men's target, and Thor explained that they were converging in the same direction because they were concentrating their attack. They quickly zeroed in on their target, the China World Trade Center. Lin Feng's face darkened upon hearing this news. The China World Trade Center was densely populated, and an attack would result in incalculable civilian casualties. Thor informed him that Rhodes had already gone ahead to stop them, but a single attack proved unsustainable, so he came to find Lin Feng. Understanding the situation, Lin Feng immediately decided to head to the China World Trade Center for reinforcements and asked Thor for the coordinates. Although puzzled, Thor provided the coordinates. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded in confirmation and then cast a spell, opening a special portal. Thor was puzzled, but Lin Feng explained that this would save time and allow them to reach their destination quickly. Thor was overwhelmed with excitement and, together with Lin Feng, passed through the special portal, instantly appearing in front of the China World Trade Center. Still feeling dizzy, Thor looked up and saw that it was indeed the China World Trade Center, filled with amazement. Soldiers patrolled the area, evacuating the crowd. However, the residents were divided, and some high-ranking officials ignored the evacuation order. The soldiers struggled to evacuate most of the people. Seeing this, Thor worried that some people might still be lingering and wanted to help. He turned to Lin Feng, asking for advice. However, Lin Feng did not respond, as he had no intention of rescuing those who refused to leave. Lin Feng believed that they had been given a chance to escape, and since they had chosen to stay, there was no need to force them. Although Thor was reluctant, he still followed Lin Feng's lead. Soon, the yellow-clad group's army arrived. Seeing Lin Feng and the others, they immediately realized that they were responsible and were enraged. The two enemies met, their eyes were red with envy. The yellow-clad group immediately launched an attack, intending to destroy the China World Trade Center. 192. Chapter 191 10,000 Buddhas pay homage to the Buddha. 192. Chapter 191, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, 2024-09-30 Author, Good Monster Chapter 191, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Hilo tweeted, soon, my armies will sweep across Blue Planet, where are your gods? I await their arrival. Let me see the differences and similarities between your gods and me. The goddess of death, on the ground, the mind gem shimmered, as if communicating something. Countless green lights emanated from Ultron's body, condensing in the air into a green egg. The egg was crystal clear, and through the shell, a baby could be seen inside. The baby rapidly grew alongside the eggshell. In just a few seconds, the baby transformed into a handsome, bald young man. The eggshell also transformed into a white robe draped around him. What an interesting creature, Hela, upon seeing the egg appear, did not attack, but allowed it to develop. The boy's face was as handsome as a sculpture. He looked at Hela and thanked her. Donor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be born, but I, Vision, will be your enemy. He waved his hand, and the mind gem's light shone brightly, then quickly faded. Dong, he swallowed the mind gem, his body aglow with yellow light, and a massive golden figure, identical to him, appeared behind him. This was his magical power, the 6-foot-tall golden body. The Bodhi branch combined with the mind gem, and Vision appeared like a descendant of the Buddha. This gem will serve as my relic. My strength is insufficient, so I must rely on external forces. Vision spoke politely, as if speaking to an old friend, not an enemy. Is Vision your name? Hela asked with interest. You were born so recently, everything in the world is illusory. Wisdom is born today. I will witness the mortal world and end this karma, Vision replied with a smile. Strange explanation, you are my enemy. Hela approached slowly, not taking Vision seriously. All enemies shall die before me, unless you surrender. She stared at Vision and smiled. It is your honor to submit to the goddess of death. You shall kneel before me and kiss the ground beneath my feet. You are only a powerful human. I am not even a god or Buddha. You are far from the realm of Brahma. Vision shook his head and smiled. It's more that you are too weak. You have no idea how powerful a god is. At least you cannot create life like me. You are only human. Even if you have power, you are still human. Vision's words overturned Hela's self-perception. She had grown up in battle, establishing her position as the goddess of death. Now someone told her that she was not a god, but a human. She could not accept it, or perhaps she disdained to accept it. Weak? I am the most powerful warrior in the universe. Hela was as cold as ice, her body propelled by a swirling mass of spikes, and she suddenly approached Vision. Your so-called gods are but relics of a past civilization, she glared at Vision. My arrival will show you that your gods are nothing. Everything on Blue Planet will belong to me. I will reshape the laws of Blue Planet, and indeed the universe. You will all live under my rule, or die by my hand. Hela's spikes surged like a sea, clearly enraged by Vision's words. Her attack morphed into countless spikes, attempting to rip Vision apart. A golden figure behind Vision swiftly formed a fist, blocking the attack 3 feet from Vision's body. Vision slowly ascended into the air, the mind gem serving as his core power. Erupting within him, countless Sanskrit symbols burst forth from his body, cascading across the world. The symbols were non-aggressive, but upon contact with the army of the dead, they seemed to lose their sustenance, their green, dark will-o'-the-wisp glow quickly fading. The army of the dead began to decline rapidly, and Vision purified the dead, allowing them to rest in peace. "You are destroying my army of the dead." Hila's face darkened as she observed the dwindling number of her personal guards. These were her true troops. She had vowed to lead them across the universe, but now, just as they took their first step, the army of death met a catastrophic end. She could sense the power within Vision directed against the army of death, preventing them from being revived by the eternal flame. The eternal flame remained in the hands of the Chinese demon god Emperor Jun. "You have ruined my plan. You have lost your right to serve me." Hila attacked frantically. Below Vision, a world of thorns descended upon him. "Benefactor, they should not be summoned after death." It was merely the body's attachment. Vision recovered, clasping his hands together and declaring, "Dust to dust, earth to earth. The army of death shall be buried deep beneath the earth, and peace shall prevail." The Buddha said, "Lay down your butcher knife and become a Buddha. We can still be friends." Hila ignored Vision's advice and attacked him. The 6-foot-tall golden figure's face shifted from benevolent to furious. A flame emanated from its body. A red and yellow flame enveloped Vision, shielding him from Hila's attack. Even so, Vision was still sent flying. His 6-foot-tall golden form shattered, disintegrating into golden fragments that dissipated into the air. Puff, golden blood spurted from Vision's mouth. He was wounded. Even his divinely gifted body couldn't withstand Hila's attack. Before he could even catch his breath, Hila attacked again. Dang dang, a massive cauldron appeared, blocking Vision's path. "Hello, friend." Rogers arrived in support, piloting a massive cauldron. He could not only lift it but also change its size. "We need support. We're far from enough." Rogers knew this would hold off for a while, but wouldn't defeat Hila. "Try it." Vision activated the mind gem to its full potential, and a massive vertical eye sprouted from his chest. Embedded within the eye was the mind gem, surrounded by a radiant glow of 5 colors. "Get out of the way," Vision shouted, and Rogers, understanding, moved the cauldron away. A burst of multicolored light suddenly erupted from the eye, clearly visible. The 5-colored rainbow corresponds to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and it can scour all the treasures in the world. It possesses no unbreakable magical power. The 5-colored rainbow repelled the endless spikes, rotting them away. Hila also observed the little Vision's constant use of miraculous moves. Though seemingly insignificant, she was always able to block her attacks. She summoned her divine power, wielding a long, sharp blade, charging at the 5-colored rainbow. The rainbow proved harmless. "The 5 elements have no effect on her. She is truly a deity," Vision exclaimed in amazement. He knew Hila was powerful, but the 5 elements are the foundation of all things, and Hila is so powerful that she defies their shifting. He understood that this human was no ordinary human. She was truly a being close to godhood. "What a headache. Little one." Hila approached him, smiling faintly. Puff, the 5-colored rainbow suddenly dimmed, and the vertical eye quickly closed. A sharp blade had already pierced Vision's body. Vision stared at the sharp blade piercing his chest, golden Buddha's blood dripping slowly from the corner of his mouth. In that crucial moment, he forcibly suppressed the Mind Stone's power, preventing it from being forced out of his body. His strength stemmed largely from the Mind Stone. His Bodhi body alone was no match for Hila's power. Hila's strength, at this point, surpassed even that of Odin at his peak. In this state, Hila's attack, defense, speed, and endurance reached near perfect perfection. Magic proved powerless against her, rendering her virtually invulnerable. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Behind Vision, countless golden figures materialized. A golden light shone from behind him, and a golden swastika slammed directly toward Hila. Hila sneered, swung her hand, and a sharp blade met the swastika. A sharp energy collision echoed, and the immense force sent Vision flying. Loki caught Vision in time, his white garment shattered. Vision whispered something in Loki's ear. Hela rushed forward, but paused her attack upon seeing Loki. "Kill him, you're an Asgardian. As the Prince of Asgard, I'll let you rule Blue Star after I conquer it." She tried to tempt Loki. "I have no interest in Blue Star. I only want that gem," The one within him. She pointed at Vision, who closed his eyes and muttered to himself. King of the gods, that gem holds no power. He is but a child in possession of it, Loki said flatteringly. If you attack him, he won't be able to resist. You are already the most powerful being, why rely on external forces? Loki's words pleased Hela, but she didn't forget her true purpose, to kill the gods and seize the gem. One gem may be insignificant, but 6 together would possess a power beyond my own. Hela had learned many secrets from Thanos. I don't care for these powers, but I don't want them to hinder me. She toyed with a blade in her hand absent-mindedly. King of the gods, I think you should leave now, Loki said, baffled. You should know that even if you were a prince, I would show no mercy. Not even Odin can command me. Hela looked at Loki coldly. It seems you have a new trick up your sleeve. Noticing the golden, transparent lotuses constantly emerging from the ground, Hela smiled at the vision in Loki's arms. Let me see how a severely wounded man can launch a proper attack. She moved her fingers slightly, but the imagined blade did not grow in size. She increased her divine power, and the blade finally materialized, but her divine power was also somewhat limited. Although this limitation was greatly weakened, if it were a billion times stronger, it might completely restrain her divine power. Very weak, not even as strong as the rainbow just now. Hela turned to look at Loki, her interest growing dull. Kill him, and you can still live. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, wait, don't you want to see the true face of the god? Loki asked nervously. Soon, the gods will arrive soon. It'll just take a moment. Hela was no fool. She knew the gods' appearances were triggered by some kind of causal connection. Besides, there was no need for her to confront them head-on. Once she collected the gems, she would be invincible. Once I've collected them, I will make the gods my servants. Hela reached into the void, and Strange emerged. The eye of Agamotto was firmly grasped, while Strange was casually tossed aside. Impossible, Strange couldn't believe he'd been snatched across time and space. Blue Star's magic isn't much different from magic. The time stone, it matches my color. Hela collected the gem. Your turn, little one. She looked at Vision. Loki bravely tried to escape with Vision in his arms, but Hela used a piercing skill to pull him back. Pulled back to Hela, Vision was real, while Loki's figure had transformed into a block of wood. Sly fellow, Hela cursed with a laugh. Not far away, Loki breathed cautiously. He had just escaped during Hela's distraction, but he had no idea how long the time Vision had promised would last. Now, the entire world was under attack. The mechanical army had been destroyed. The army of the dead had been annihilated by Vision. Asgard's army was advancing. We've caught up. Ultron, encased in the 9th rank Golden Lotus, entered a new mechanical body and connected to the Blue Planet network. The mechanical army rose once more. Asgard's army was once again stopped. It's over. Hela reached out to grab Vision, but his form was suddenly enveloped by a massive golden lotus that appeared from the ground. Hela missed, and the lotus, supported by its branches, soared into the clouds. Suddenly, countless golden lotuses of all sizes blossomed around him. A golden glow enveloped Hela. Not far from Hela, a golden lotus hundreds of meters in diameter slowly rose and unfolded, revealing an old man in green clothes within. Humans of Asgard. The old man's voice was as clear and cool as a mountain spring, refreshing and inviting, drawing closer to listen. God, Hela couldn't sense any fluctuations of power from the green-clothed old man. But she could feel her own divine power suppressed to the extreme. It was as if, here, she was just an ordinary human. Why do you want to kill? All things grow according to their own laws. Power doesn't necessarily mean conquest and plunder. The green-clothed old man was Lin Feng's Ji Yin. Saint Ji Yin. This woman is extremely vicious and should be in prison for 10,000 years. Vision appeared before Ji Yin. Ji Yin was the one Vision had sought. He was also a strategic move by Lin Feng. I ask Saint to come here to subdue this woman. Please, Saint, assist. Vision knelt in the golden lotus and kowtowed to the Ji Yin Taoist. His voice reached everyone. Loki looked at the Ji Yin Taoist on the golden lotus and noticed a resemblance between him and the Taoist Trungshan. He looked weak, but in reality, he was immensely powerful. Vision called him a saint. Loki remembered Lin Feng's words that there were only 6 saints among the Chinese gods. The one before him was one of them. Playing tricks, Hela struggled with all her might to break free from the restraint, stepping on the spikes in the ground, her hands continuously shooting out spikes as she rushed towards Ji Yin. Hold, With that word, the world seemed to stop. Hela was frozen in midair, as if a movie had been paused. Your sins are grave. As a human, you disrespect the gods and must be severely punished. Ji Yin finished speaking, and the golden lotus beside him swallowed Hela. Ji Yin Taoist tapped his finger, and golden light shone, and the thunder god slowly awoke. He looked up at Ji Yin Taoist, recognizing the old man he had seen before. But why was he sitting on such a large golden lotus? 193. Chapter 192, Eliminating Hela. 193. Chapter 192, Destroying Hela. 2024-1001 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 192, Destroying Hela. You've done well. From now on, do your best to assist fellow Taoist Lin Feng. Remember that. Ji Yin finished speaking, and the giant lotus flower closed. Countless lotus flowers vanished into the ground as if time had flown backwards. Fellow Taoist Lin Feng? What exactly is Professor Lin Feng's identity? Why does this old man seem to look down on us, yet he seems to be speaking of Lin Feng as if he's not up to his level? Loki carefully observed Ji Yin's expression. Ji Yin is one of the 6 saints, Vision said sternly. Loki, you should be more respectful. Professor Lin Feng is of noble status, and he knows secrets of the gods. You will know when the time is right. Is Professor Lin Feng also a god? Thor asked doubtfully. No, Professor Lin Feng is undoubtedly human, Vision replied affirmatively. Oh, help. Unlike the earlier Asgardian gods, some still held back on ruthlessness. But the moment these armies of the dead appeared, they unleashed a frenzied and ferocious attack. They indiscriminately destroyed buildings and life everywhere. Their attacks even reached those originally part of Asgard. Could this be the god of Asgard? They mercilessly harmed their own people just to invade, Ultron muttered in disbelief as he gazed upon the undead hordes sent by Hela. He pondered while repairing the ruptured shield. As an artificial intelligence, he effortlessly multitasked. However, this inability for humans to achieve this gave him pause for thought. According to his original programming, humanity, if it could evolve to godhood, would possess formidable self-preservation and be able to withstand any external threat. And he was the driving force behind humanity's homogeneous advancement to godhood. He planned to first eliminate the currently underdeveloped human race, then reshape a generation capable of high-quality evolution. In this way, they could not only respond to the endless threats of external invasion but also end unnecessary internal conflict, thus achieving peace on Blue Planet. However, the appearance of the guided Taoist corrected his original misconceptions. Human existence is meant to coexist with nature, and humanity should continuously evolve to meet various external challenges. Stark's idea of responding to external threats through technological advancement was refuted by his own self-evolutionary thinking. Over-reliance on technology leaves humanity helpless when it is lost. Just like the invasion led by Loki's army, humanity would have been unable to resist with only its current technology. Therefore, only humanity's own strength could ensure its safety from threats. To this end, Ultron even developed the idea of annihilating gods and technology, eliminating current divine threats like Loki and completely destroying modern human technology, thereby improving humanity's biological capabilities and achieving the peace it longed for. However, realizing that even gods of higher rank like the guided Taoist could not be eliminated, he considered granting humanity the power of the Asgardian gods. This way, humanity would at least have some self-preservation against unknown threats. Based on Loki and Thor's descriptions, and inferred from the available data, Asgardian civilization relies less on technology, yet its combat power is far greater than Earth's, making it a relatively powerful entity in the universe. However, Asgardian gods are not only powerful, but also prone to aggression and even internecine warfare. Applying this scenario to humans, humanity, driven by selfish desires, would similarly plunge into endless conflict. Therefore, improving human biological capabilities becomes a false proposition. How can we ensure peace and security in our world? Take Hela, for example. Her immense power defies current human scientific theories, and existing technological means are difficult to counter. Even Tony's invincible armor, the enraged Hulk, and Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme who arrived in the multiverse ahead of time, could barely hold their own against Hela, who hadn't yet unleashed her full power, and were even at a disadvantage. But she is a highly evolved being, a powerful being. If even she harbors ambitions to invade other civilizations, would humans, upon evolving to Hela's level, face the same challenges? Before Ultron could further evolve and contemplate this question, Lin Feng's voice echoed through his network. Ultron, you deal with these death hordes, I'll deal with Hela. This was the voice of the guide. With the guide's instructions, Ultron stopped pondering the complex issue and quickly assembled new suits of armor to attack the newly arrived death hordes. These fearless and tough-skinned death hordes far outclassed the previously invaded Asgardian army in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Their presence overwhelmed Ultron's mechanical energy shield. Thor and Loki joined the fight against the death hordes, appealing to the Asgardian forces still invading Earth. Fellow warriors, stop invading Blue Planet. First, resist Hela's forces. However, Hela then issued a new order: my death hordes, ignore those who invade Blue Planet and kill those who resist. Thor felt a surge of resentment. Hela's orders clearly threatened the Asgardians. If they didn't invade, they would die. Under such pressure, even those who had been reluctant to invade Blue Planet were forced to join the invasion to save their lives. Ultron continued to repair and attack the invading army, but Hela's orders and the Asgardians' frantic attack on Blue Planet plunged him into deep thought. So, under pressure, creatures of all ranks will seek profit and avoid harm, succumbing to their own selfish desires. So, let humanity choose for itself. Ultron paused. At the same time, a voice rang out, seemingly declaring the failure of Hela's invasion plan. Hela, you despicable creature, how dare you invade my Blue Planet? A majestic and solemn voice echoed across the globe, piercing everyone's hearts and sinking its meaning. A new mission appeared on Lin Feng's system panel. This time, it was to destroy Hela, the goddess of death, with a reward of 1.5 million points. Lin Feng accepted the mission without hesitation. What's that sound? The sound not only shook the hearts of everyone on Blue Planet, but also resonated like thunder in Hela's ears, shaking her paranoid heart. As the god of Asgard, she possessed the power of a celestial father, a symbol of death. She had expanded Asgard's territory, her power rivaling that of Odin at his peak. Yet, the sudden sound had brought a long-lost sense of trepidation to her heart. Not only her, but even her mount, the evil wolf Fenrir, began to growl uneasily, its urge to strike, a mixture of fear and excitement. Hela caressed Fenrir lovingly. My dear, do you also long to confront that unknown enemy? Well, then, let's face it together. Fenrir shared her sentiments. He longed to fight the unknown foe, and so did she. Her eyes opened, and she instantly donned the garb of years of battle, looking like a queen reigning supreme. She shouted contemptuously, who is it? Show yourself. Stark and Strange, already struggling under Hela's attack, felt a surge of joy. They had a close relationship with Lin Feng and knew that a Chinese god had arrived, ready to rescue them from their predicament. However, they had no idea which god it was. Just as they were wondering which god Lin Feng had contacted, he quietly appeared beside them. How are you feeling? Lin Feng asked with concern. Stark spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, it's just a minor injury. Professor Lin, what brings you here? Which Chinese god has come to rescue us? Strange was relieved to see Lin Feng appear. Hela's power was too great for him to dislodge, so he could only buy time. However, he could only hold Hela back, not stop her army of the dead. He, too, was curious about Stark's question. Hela stared at the suddenly appearing Lin Feng, but could sense no energy fluctuations from him. Reptile, is that you? You dare to be my enemy? Lin Feng's ordinariness made her doubt her judgment. Lin Feng smiled, a brilliant smile. As the Chinese motto goes, I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will certainly offend them. I never consider anyone my enemy. Only invaders become my enemies. Hela snorted disdainfully. The victor is king, the loser is the bandit, that's all. She looked at Thor and Loki, who were still fighting. Why do you think Asgard holds the position of supreme ruler of the 9 realms? I tell you, Blue Star, it was earned by me and my army of the dead. Since you are not my enemy, she chuckled sarcastically. Then die. She waved her hand, and a terrifying energy beam shot towards Lin Feng from midair. Lin Feng calmly pulled a pair of glasses from his pocket and put them on. The energy dissipated before it even reached him. Who is it? Hela said, alert. The unseen enemy instantly repelled her energy attack. Though she hadn't used her full strength, the fact that he easily countered her attack showed he was no ordinary opponent. Are you looking for me? An ant from the outside world, a shimmering golden figure appeared before Hela, the blinding light causing her to squint. The invasion was critical, but everyone was closely monitoring the battlefield. for their lives depended on it. Fortunately, Ultron's mechanical network allowed them to monitor the battlefield from anywhere. When Lin Feng appeared, the Chinese people cheered. Most of the top U.S. government officials gnashed their teeth, while Koizumi Rikuro of Sakura watched the battlefield anxiously. As for Hashimoto Kanzuki, who had been ordered to visit China, she watched the battlefield with anticipation. She had a bold guess: it wasn't these Chinese gods who had chosen Lin Feng, but rather Lin Feng who had chosen them. As expected, when Lin Feng appeared, he bore the brunt of Hila's attack. However, before Hila's attack could reach Lin Feng, it was neutralized by an invisible, mysterious force. Clearly, it wasn't the Chinese gods who chose Lin Feng, but rather Lin Feng who chose the Chinese gods. Now, as long as she could verify this with Lin Feng, she would be certain. While she wasn't a former agent, the fact that she was assigned to China spoke volumes about her worth. She was a brilliant person. Hila stared at the golden light before her. Alice, I could have fought you to the bitter end. But how can you protect this planet alone? A playful smile played on her face. Her army of the dead had already chosen hundreds of densely populated areas on the planet as entry points for their invasion. Even if the golden light before her was unable to replicate itself, it couldn't stop her advance. No matter how advanced Ultron's artificial intelligence was, its repairs couldn't keep up with the destruction wrought by Asgard's army of the dead. But the next moment, her smile froze. A mysterious force suddenly emerged from across Blue Star, incinerating her once unstoppable army of the dead. In an instant, her army of the dead was in retreat. Across Blue Star, clusters of golden light continuously harvested the flesh of the dead army. Originally undead, devoid of life, they were now irreversibly annihilated. My name is Dijun, a dazzling golden light echoed, and the commanding voice echoed to every corner of the globe. A playful smile curled Lin Feng's lips. He had long foreseen the threat posed by Hila's death army and, before arriving in London, had already created clones to assume the role of Dijun. The art of cloning wasn't unique to Sun Wukong. As the Demon King, Dijun possessed this skill without a problem. Facing the overwhelming army of the dead, the ability to clone himself was undoubtedly the most effective countermeasure. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome man in a golden robe and blonde hair. The familiar figure instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. It's Dijun, Strange blurted out with joy. Great God Dijun! Your Excellency the Demon King! You have finally returned to the world. We have missed you terribly, Chen Haitian and the members of the Chinese Supernatural Bureau shouted heartfeltly. The Chinese people rejoiced. Their patron god was safe and sound. This was undoubtedly the most heartening news. With the gods by their side, Blue Planet would surely survive this crisis. They had unwavering faith. Hila's expression shifted. Dijun's appearance not only brought her immense pressure, but also caused her army of the dead to retreat. Her previous taunts now struck her like a resounding slap in the face. The army of the dead was closely connected to her. While their loss wouldn't weaken her power, their defeat thwarted her plan to invade Blue Planet. The golden rays that had harvested the army of the dead, having completed their mission, rose into the air and surged towards Dijun, who was confronting Hila. With the assistance of Ultron, this majestic spectacle was broadcast live across the globe. Rays of golden light continuously surged towards Dijun, merging into his body and becoming his power. He opened his eyes and gazed at Hila with a blazing gaze. Come here, you ant from a foreign land. Let me see your strength. This was how Dijun, as the Demon King, appreciated Hila. 194. Chapter 193. What kind of person is Dijun? 194. Chapter 193. What kind of person is Dijun? 2024-1002 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 193. What kind of person is Dijun? It's truly astonishing that, as a materialized being, she possesses powers approaching those of an innate being. Dark creatures like Dormammu, lingering in the dark dimension, have already treaded halfway into the realm of the innate. While their power cannot compare to a fully realized innate being like Dijun, they have already reached the realm of rules. In Dormammu's world, he is the rule, he is the controller. Without the intervention of a greater power, he could easily become a deity in his own world. Hila is about to reach this realm as well. With a wave of her hands, countless spikes pierced Dijun. You dare to show off your petty tricks in front of me? Dijun's voice was thick with sarcasm. He remained motionless, allowing the spikes to pierce closer, then suddenly solidified and gradually dissipated. How is this possible? How could this happen? Hela stared in disbelief. She barely even saw how Dijin struck before her attack was completely neutralized. This level of power was beyond her comprehension. She had never encountered anything like this in her conquests of the 9 realms. When she was trapped in the dark dimension by Dormammu, he was helpless against her. Thinking of this, she secretly resented Dormammu. He had betrayed her. But the arrow had been shot, she had already led her army to Blue Star. Failure to return victorious would be a humiliation worse than death. Since Dijin's power was so unimaginable, she had no choice but to use her trump card. Die, Hela waved her hand, and a javelin appeared out of thin air. She hurled it with all her might, and it streaked through the sky like a meteor, piercing Dijin. Thor, look! That's it, Loki shouted, staring at the meteor like light in the sky. That's my father's weapon. That's the spear of Gungnir. Hela has indeed murdered my father. Thor's eyes were red as he glared at Hela in anger. But he was also well aware of the power of the Gungnir, and he quickly warned Dijin, Great God Dijin, be careful. That's the Gungnir, it hits the target. Dijin in the sky also sensed this power. Although this weapon was under Hela's control, its rank seemed beyond the level expected of a being of Hela's level, approaching Dijin's zone. It seemed to be a power evolved from the laws of nature, an innate power. And unlike Hela's ambiguous power and Dormammu's halfway to the innate realm, this one seemed to have already stepped 1 foot into the realm of the innate. A weapon's rank surpassed its wielder, how intriguing. Hela was unaware of Dijin's thoughts, she simply hurled the Gungnir frantically, expecting it to unleash its unwavering power. After all, the Gungnir was imbued with her own power of death. It was the weight of power she placed great hopes on, the mysterious power she had just touched. With this power, she could command the army of the dead and achieve unparalleled victory. Now, she could only hope that this power of death would bring her unexpected rewards. Time seemed to freeze as the spear of Gungnir slowly approached, carrying immense pressure. Though slow, it seemed unstoppable, creating a suffocating, oppressive feeling. The air around her twisted with this pressure, as if demonstrating the spear's immense power. The previously roaring cheers of the crowd fell silent. Realizing the immense threat this weapon posed to the Demon Emperor Dijin, Loki and Thor were busy clearing the battlefield, trying to persuade the surviving Asgardians to lay down their weapons and abandon their plans to invade Blue Planet. Many of the Asgardians, caught up in the conflict, chose to heed Thor's advice, but they remained glued to the live broadcast. After all, the outcome of the battle depended on the key figures there, Hela and Dijin. A victory for Hela would undoubtedly make Blue Planet a target, a victory for Dijin would prove that Blue Planet's strength was indeed formidable. Seeing Dijin easily neutralize Hela's attacks, Strange and Stark were about to breathe a sigh of relief and clean up the battlefield when Hela unleashed the Gungnir and charged at Dijin. The overwhelming pressure filled them all with worry for Dijin. Watching the live broadcast, citizens around the world, who had previously believed themselves safe, grew nervous, sensing the weapon was about to strike their patron saint. In this tense moment, everyone closely watched Dijin's reaction. Only Hashimoto Kanzuki was distracted. Her gaze wasn't on Dijin in the sky, but on Lin Feng, who was in the corner of the screen. Unlike Strange and Stark beside him, Lin Feng's face was filled with ease, unfazed by any concern for Dijin. Is this the reaction to being able to communicate with a god and understand his powers? Professor Lin, you are truly remarkable, Hashimoto Kanzuki muttered to herself. Hela was astonished to see the Gungnir reach Dijin unhindered. Many people closed their eyes. But the next moment, look! Is that Lord Dijin's power? With a few shouts, many people opened their eyes again. The Gungnir, which should have pierced Dijin, was now held effortlessly in Dijin's hand. He sensed the faint scent of decay, but admired the weapon with unconcern. This is indeed a fine weapon for you now. It's a shame you haven't been able to unleash its true power. What a waste. While admiring the weapon, Dijin felt a touch of regret. How could it be possible? Hela's eyes widened, watching in disbelief as her weapon was effortlessly grasped by someone else. Nothing is impossible. You can't control this power, you can't unleash its full potential. Let me demonstrate to you what it means to strike with a guaranteed strike. Dijin's clear voice rang out, carrying an irresistible majesty. He grasped the Gungnir, turned it, and aimed it at Hela. Hela felt a profound threat, a pressure even greater than the fear she felt when she was exiled by Odin, and even more unsettling than Dormammu's dark dimension. What frightened her most was that the tip of Gungnir's spear seemed to carry the scent of death. This scent had always been a delight for her during her conquests of the 9 realms, but now, with Gungnir pointed at her, she felt not joy but dread. "Fenrir, my dear, flee," Hela muttered to herself, determined to escape this horrible place. She no longer cared about the shame of defeat or the infamy of a deserter. Compared to staying alive, all else was meaningless. Though she had once cherished honor, when death truly approached, she chose to live in humiliation. However, Fenrir seemed frozen in fear, frozen in place. No matter how Hela called out, he simply stood there motionless. "Damn you, beast! How could you be so unreliable in the most crucial moment?" Hela cursed angrily, preparing to leap from Fenrir's back and escape. But then she realized she couldn't move either. This was the secret of the Gungnir's guaranteed hit. Once locked onto its target, the target could only wait for death, immobilized and unable to escape Gungnir's pursuit. Hela could only watch helplessly as the Gungnir edged closer to her body, then pierced her heart. The dark, corrosive force of decay on the spear's tip pierced through her heart. It was absurd. The death force on the spear's tip was originally intended to defeat Dijun, but it would become the weapon that ended her own life. A sardonic smile played on Hela's lips as she closed her eyes in resignation. In her final moments, she wondered only what Dijun was capable of, that he could alter the Gungnir's trajectory and thwart her invasion. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, and Hela's body instantly disintegrated, marking her end, death. With his solemn countenance, Dijun unleashed a deafening roar. "Children of China, sing my name, ah, we've won!" Chen Haitian and the others rushed to each other, their faces brimming with joy. Ultron's internet quickly spread the news of Hela's defeat, and the people cheered with ecstasy. On the streets of China, people streamed out of their homes, clapping, cheering, and congratulating each other, releasing their inner excitement. It had been a long time since they had experienced such an exciting event. Dijun's reappearance not only resolved the fate of the Earth, but also resolved the issue of life and death for the Earth. How could the Chinese people not be filled with excitement? Despite their excitement, they remained steadfast, many chanting, "Emperor Jun! Demon Emperor! Emperor Jun! Demon Emperor!" Initially, it was just a handful, but soon, the common people, moved by Emperor Jun's divine might, joined in, their voices coalescing into a united resounding cheer, "Emperor Jun! Demon Emperor! Emperor Jun! Demon Emperor!" In stark contrast, the American dignitaries saw China's fortune as misfortune. In an era where technology should have dominated the global landscape, they witnessed not only the resurgence of supernatural power but also the rapid transformation of the world. The United States, once the self-proclaimed son of God, was now increasingly scorned, while China, the nation they had long sought to contain, was emerging as a beloved paradise. This disparity left them feeling a thorn in their side, a thorn in their side. Yet, they were powerless to reverse the situation. The power of the gods was supernatural, beyond common sense. It transcended human cognition and logic, possessing power beyond imagination. The current U.S. president sat dejectedly in his chair, unwilling to remain in this depressing position any longer. In just a few months in office, he had not only witnessed a rise of China but also wrecked relations with the country, earning numerous enemies worldwide. Now, the outcry against him from the American public was a source of immense distress. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Why do only Chinese gods appear? Where are our patron saints? God, where are you? Why don't you come out to protect your people? Why do you let them suffer?" Outside his office, security personnel listened to the U.S. president's hysterics with disdain. This incompetent man was only capable of impotent rage, devoid of any sense of practicality. He had brought the U.S. into its current predicament, yet he only complained, taking no concrete action to correct the situation. It was hard to understand why he was elected president in the first place. Koizumi Rikuro watched the scene of Hela's destruction with mixed feelings, feeling a mixture of relief and a subtle sense of unease. It was foreseeable that after this battle, China's fame would spread far and wide, its rise to unstoppable power. People from all corners of the world sought the identity of the god radiating golden light. His divine might was as vast as the ocean, drawing all to his submission. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed the defeat of the Hela invasion army and the demise of Hela, becoming a veritable protector in the eyes of all. "My name is Dijun" became the clue they all sought. Upon learning that Dijun was a mythological deity from the ancient civilization of Huaxia in the Far East, many began to yearn for China. China, the Far East. China, the hope of humanity. Many wealthy individuals chose to fly or ferry to China, either to settle down or temporarily. Many ordinary people, unable to secure air, boat, or train tickets, simply packed up their belongings and attempted to cross the mountains and rivers to sneak across the border into China. However, before they could act, the Chinese official media released a news report: their border was no longer guarded by troops. Because the border was protected by a protective shield bestowed by Dijun, those without Dijun's approval could not enter China. In other words, even if they tried to sneak across, they couldn't. Lamentations erupted from around the world. Dijun's voice echoed once again: "My people everywhere, do not lament, but rise up. I will continue to protect the peace of earth. I hope you will sing my name and strive hard." After the battle, Dijun remained. He watched as Helo's figure dissipated and flew off to the fairy island. Lin Feng's incarnation of Dijun had reaped a rich harvest. The system reported that he had not only completed the SSS level role-playing objective and earned 1.5 million hero mission points, but also, thanks to the global attention and faith, his role-playing points had skyrocketed to 100 million. This was a staggering figure, enough to allow him to temporarily activate the Tongshan Patriarch's role. However, now was not the time to introduce Tongshan Patriarch. His power was too great. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, Thanos would invade next. It wouldn't be too late to introduce Tongshan Patriarch then. But after all, the harvest was huge, and after returning to China, he could hardly conceal the joy on his face. "Professor Lin, why are you so happy?" a pleasant voice came. Lin Feng had just returned to his residence when someone came to visit. The pleasant voice sounded soft and sweet, and strangely familiar. Lin Feng didn't need to turn around to know that it was Hashimoto Kanayu, the secretary from Sakura country. Perhaps because of the significant increase in points, his mood became particularly cheerful. He turned around politely and said, "Hello, Ms. Hashimoto, how can I help you?" 195. Chapter 194. The next target, Thanos. 195. Chapter 194, next target, Thanos. 2024-1003. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 194, next target, Thanos. Hashimoto Kanayu smiled faintly. Ever since Emperor Jin returned, he hadn't disappeared, but had chosen to return to the fairy island. Everyone longed to be chosen by the gods once again, like Lin Feng, and to set foot on the fairy island. However, as everyone flocked to the fairy island, only Hashimoto Kanayu turned her attention to Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Hashimoto Kanayu suppressed her excitement and said coquettishly, "Professor Lin, you haven't answered my question yet." Lin Feng smiled faintly, "So that's it. Well, I'll tell you, the Demon King has returned, and China is blessed. That's why I'm happy." Hashimoto Kanayu bit her lip, trying to look both cute and sexy. Then, "Professor Lin, can I ask you a question?" Lin Feng saw that Hashimoto Kanayu was trying to use a honey trap, but didn't point it out. Since their first meeting, Lin Feng had been intentionally or unintentionally guiding her in this direction. She'd only just grasped his meaning, a bit slow indeed. Still, he politely said, "Ask," rising to make her a cup of coffee. Hashimoto Kanayu summoned her courage. "Professor Lin, what exactly is your relationship with the gods?" Lin Feng's movements remained unwavering, yet a hint of surprise lingered within her. This woman was truly remarkable. Even Chen Haitian and Loki had already accepted Lin Feng's role in communicating with the Chinese gods, yet Hashimoto Kanayu was still pondering the mystery of Lin Feng's connection. However, as long as he didn't expose the truth, no one could do anything to him. Lin Feng handed her a cup of coffee and replied, somewhat irrelevantly, "You could research China's history of resisting invasions. It's closely related to your Sakura country." Hashimoto Kanayu didn't get an answer, assuming Lin Feng meant he'd only answer her after understanding this history. She bowed deeply and said sincerely, "In that case, I'll take my leave." Shortly after Hashimoto Kanzuki left, Thor and Loki arrived. In the immediate aftermath of the war, reconstruction became a top priority, and many people headed to the severely damaged areas to work. Meanwhile, Stark had returned to his residence, busy developing a new intelligent butler. Senna was trying to understand how Dijin transmitted his voice across the globe, Natasha was busy with the Avengers' diplomatic work, and Strange was working on the front lines of reconstruction. Only the brothers Loki and Thor chose to approach Lin Feng immediately. Dale followed behind them, a hint of fear on his face that hadn't been there for him for a long time. Lin Feng knew something was wrong from their solemn expressions. Still, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be rebuilding your civilization in Asgard now?" Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, their understanding clear. From their glances, they confirmed that Loki would return to Asgard to oversee the overall situation, while Thor would remain to explain the situation. Professor Lin Feng was also a wise man in this world. As long as Thor explained the situation, Lin Feng would tell him what to do. So Loki had no fear that his reckless brother would get into trouble. Loki said goodbye and took his leave. Lin Feng looked thoughtfully at the mark left by the rainbow bridge on his floor. Thor, seeing the scorch marks in Lin Feng's focused gaze, assumed he was bothered by the incident and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor Lin. I'll compensate you." Del couldn't stand it any longer. "Thor, if you still don't explain your purpose, then I will," Thor hurriedly said. "Okay. Professor Lin, we have something very important to discuss with you." After Lin Feng invited them both to sit, he calmly served them coffee. This was his little trick. The more majestic the gods, the more approachable he, as their spokesperson, would be. Without comparison, there was no gap. The more humble he was, the higher his status in the eyes of others. Those who interacted closely with him, especially those who knew him well, understood that divine authority was inviolable. After handing over the coffee, he politely asked, "What's the matter? Judging by your expressions, this feels more serious than Hela's invasion." He'd only meant it as a joke to brighten the mood, but Thor's expression had grown grave, as if acknowledging his statement. Thor's face was grave as he spoke. The reason the people of Asgard were willing to follow Hela in her invasion of the blue planet wasn't just because they were coerced by the Death Army, but also out of gratitude. Gratitude? Lin Feng was puzzled. Thor nodded heavily. "It's gratitude. Loki and I fled to Blue Star because Thanos invaded Asgard. My father Odin was too old to resist Thanos. According to the news from the people of Asgard, we learned that after Loki and I fled with the Infinity Stones, it was Hela who appeared and saved the people of Asgard from Thanos." Thor paused after saying this in one breath, a trace of cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. "Now that Hela is dead, I'm afraid the next one to invade Blue Star will be Thanos." After hearing this, Lin Feng's face flashed with a look of indifference. "Thor, are you thinking too complicated? Since Hela was able to rescue all the people of Asgard from Thanos, her strength should be enough to make Thanos retreat. In other words, Thanos' threat should be less than that of Hela." He took a sip of coffee and said slowly. Upon hearing this, Thor, in his anxiety, crushed a cup in his hand, sending shards of glass scattering along with his coffee. He remained oblivious and quickly corrected Lin Feng. "No, Professor Lin Feng, you misunderstood. I've fought both of them before and know their strength. I'm confident I can defeat Hela, but against Thanos, I feel I have no chance." Lin Feng sighed inwardly as he watched Thor, who spoke endlessly and exaggerating Thanos' power. Thor had recognized the gap between himself and advanced beings like Hela and Thanos, but he hadn't considered the possibility of reaching that level himself. It seemed he'd have to explain his problem to him when the time came. Lin Feng interrupted Thor. "Excuse me, Thor. The gap between you and them is quite large. How can I compare their strength and threat?" Thor paused, then pondered for a moment before offering a more convincing answer. "Hela's power rivals that of my father, Odin. Even in his prime, my father could still contain Hela. But even in his prime, even my father couldn't stop Thanos' invasion." Del was taken aback by this. While she knew Thanos was formidable, the specifics remained an abstract concept. Only after Thor gave her a specific description did she truly grasp Thanos' terrifying power. The Dark Elves had always been irreconcilable with Asgard, and Odin was their hated leader. The Dark Elves had attempted to assassinate Odin countless times, but each time failed. Because Odin was still Odin, even in his old age, he was still the overlord who once dominated the Nine Realms. His immense strength troubled even the Dark Elves' leader, Mythological, so much so that he even considered using the power of the ether to defeat him. Because even the Dark Elves, with their own strength, couldn't defeat Odin. This was Odin, Lord of the Nine Realms. Even the proud Dark Elves had to acknowledge his might. But if such a powerful being, even in his prime, couldn't stop Thanos' invasion, how could one assess Thanos' own strength? Lin Feng feigned contemplation. But why would he invade Earth? After a long conversation, Thor felt thirsty and unceremoniously reached for a glass of water. Del answered Lin Feng's question. "I'm afraid he's here for the Infinity Stones." "Infinity Stones?" Lin Feng's voice hinted with doubt. But his mind was already clear. Yes, while the trajectory of history had differed from the original scenario where Thanos and Hela had no intersection, the relentless crunch of history had left the major events of the universe unchanged. Loki's invasion, the formation of the Avengers, Hydra's attempted coup, Ultron's awakening, Dormammu's invasion, and Hela's command of the Death Army, all unfolded one after another. While the specific details have shifted, the general direction remains unchanged. Therefore, the logical next step is Thanos' quest for the 6 Infinity Stones, attempting to wipe out half of all life in the universe. Lin Feng had originally planned to explore the limits of the god's power in the cosmos, but the threat of Thanos' invasion forced him to temporarily slow down his exploration. Thor finished his water, wiped his mouth, and added, "Yes, they are the Infinity Stones. There are 6 in total. It is rumored that they are the embodiment of the laws of the origin of the universe, and later divided into 6 gems. We Asgardians call them Infinity Stones. They represent time, mind, power, space, reality, and soul respectively. Possessing one of them is enough to easily destroy a planet. Thanos wants to collect all the gems. I don't know his purpose, but it must be very terrifying." Lin Feng thought for a while. Ultron's body structure is embedded with a Mind Stone, Doctor Strange holds the Time Stone, and there is also the Cosmic Cube, which is the Space Stone. If I remember correctly, it should be guarded by Steve Rogers. As long as Thanos collects the other 3 gems, he will come to invade the Earth at any time, right? Thor nodded solemnly. Yes, Professor Lin, don't underestimate Thanos' determination. The name Thanos is a literal translation of your Chinese language. According to the transliteration, he should be called Thanos, which corresponds to the English initials of the 6 Infinity Stones. According to my father, Thanos wasn't originally called that. Lin Feng's expression became as solemn as Thor's. So, to achieve his goal, he actually changed his name to the abbreviation of the 6 Infinity Stones, constantly reminding himself to achieve it. This Thanos truly possesses the fortitude of a man who will endure hardships and persevere until he achieves his goal. Thus, Earth, barely escaping the shadow of Hela's invasion, now faces the threat of Thanos again. Lin Feng put on his glasses and said in a deep voice, "There's no time to lose. I will contact the Demon King and the others as soon as possible, hoping they can lend a hand in this critical moment." Thor and El breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly the purpose of their trip. As long as the Chinese gods were willing to intervene, Thanos' threat wouldn't be a formidable threat. However, Lin Feng frowned. The appearance of the Chinese gods undoubtedly bolstered national pride, but it also exposed a problem. When faced with external threats, people's first instinct wasn't to rely on their own strength, but to hope in the gods for help. While this was logically sound, if humanity always relied on the gods, what would be the point of existence? Not to mention the nearly unstoppable global influx of people heading to China after the Hela threat was resolved. If Lin Feng hadn't instructed Chen Haitian to notify the official media, China would have been overwhelmed by the constant stream of people from around the world. However, Lin Feng knew that his role as one of the Chinese gods was only temporary, and he couldn't let his presence diminish people's vigilance. Being prepared for danger in times of peace is the key to the long-term survival and development of civilization. Lin Feng didn't plan to stay on Blue Star for long. He longed to travel the universe. Therefore, he subdued Ultron. After all, Ultron's artificial intelligence could continuously evolve, allowing it to continuously escalate in the face of endless external threats. Compared to Lin Feng, who could leave at any moment, Ultron was the most reliable defense. But Ultron was also an external force. What truly protected humanity was humanity's resolve. Without the resolve to persevere to the end, humanity would be nothing but spineless, vulnerable to enslavement at any moment. This tendency must be curbed. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng lost no time and immediately set out for the fairy island. After all, nominally, deities like Dijun and Ji Yindao Ren resided on the fairy island. A colorful cloud floated before Lin Feng, and Dijun's voice echoed, "Fellow Taoist, what do you want from me?" Since Lin Feng was still considered an ordinary person, it would be awkward for him to use his divine power to travel to the fairy island on his own. So, he found an excuse through Dijun's clone. Lin Feng's face showed worry. "Your Excellency the Demon King, I have urgent business. I hope to see you as soon as possible." "Okay, step onto the cloud, it will bring you there." Dijun's voice was undeniable and commanding. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped onto the clouds and flew to the fairy island. pondering how to reduce humanity's over-reliance on the gods. Preparedness is the key to success. Lack of preparation leads to failure. He had already planned to deploy nuclear reactors around the world. Under Ultron's control, these reactors could generate an energy shield to protect the Earth at any time, but their uses far exceeded that. Lin Feng lingered on the fairy island for a moment, confirming his ideas. Then, a clone emerged, assuming the form of Dijun, and walked out alongside his original form. Professor Lin Feng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Haitian felt relieved upon seeing Lin Feng appear. Then, he noticed Dijun standing beside Lin Feng. Even without the golden aura surrounding him, Dijun's aura is unmatched by any mortal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 196. Chapter 195, The Flaws of the Rainbow Gate. 196. Chapter 195, The Flaw of the Rainbow Gate. 2024-1004 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 195, The Flaw of the Rainbow Gate. He shone with a dazzling golden light, yet possessed a gentle presence, evoking a sense of paradox and harmony. This gave Chen Haitian a deeper understanding of the term sacred. He quickly extended his hand. Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor Dijun, hello. I am Chen Haitian, an employee of the Huaxia Security Bureau. Dijun glanced at his outstretched hand. Mortal, for your own safety, please withdraw your hand. Dijun's impoliteness did not offend Chen Haitian. Instead, he said respectfully, Your Excellency Dijun, on behalf of the Huaxia government, I have something to discuss with you. Dijun conjured a chair from thin air and sat down. Tell me what you will. I will grant your consent. Chen Haitian handed over a document, but, figuring Dijun would not accept it, he passed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng lowered his head, concentrating on reading the document while also listening intently to Chen Haitian's request. Chen Haitian spoke, Your Excellency the Demon King, we are truly honored that you could appear at this critical moment and save humanity from peril. However, we implore you and all of the divine realm to refrain from intervening to save humanity unless it is a matter of life and death. Dijun asked with great interest, Why? Chen Haitian looked at Dijun earnestly. Our ancestors taught us that if we are lawless at home and offend our people, and if we are invincible abroad and face foreign adversities, our nation will perish. You are a god of China and hold great significance to us. We hope that one day, we will be able to resist external threats without the intervention of a god. We dare not aspire to surpass the gods, but we also do not wish to forever rely on them for survival. Humans must ultimately forge their own paths. Dijun was deeply impressed by Chen Haitian's impassioned speech. Although his voice remained emotionless, he agreed, Mortals, you too can pursue your dreams. I look forward to you soaring freely through the universe with your own strength. It seems that China has always been full of visionaries. They might be unknown in ordinary times, but in crucial moments, they are the backbone of China. After bidding farewell to Chen Haitian, Lin Feng turned back. He was concerned about the two guests still in the room, Del and Thor, who were both eager for Dijun to give them the answers they desired. Dijun slowly rose from his chair, his face as gentle as possible, and extended his hand to Thor and Del. You may attempt to shake my hand. Thor and Del complied with Dijun's instructions. However, as soon as they touched Dijun's hand, an indescribable burning sensation stung their palms. Del, a dark elf, was naturally restrained by Dijun's innate yang, and the sensation was particularly profound. They both released their hands almost simultaneously. Thor felt only a slight pain, while Del appeared to be in considerable agony, but she endured it silently. Then, a ray of warm sunlight fell upon them. Del, feeling uncomfortable, tried to resist the light, but it comforted her, and the burns on her hands healed rapidly. Dijun smiled faintly, a smile still tinged with dignity and holiness. His voice was resonant and powerful. One must first respect oneself before others respect him. One must first humiliate oneself before others humiliate him. That's all I have to say. Be careful. Dijun arrived and departed just as quickly, healing the two men's injuries before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Thor checked his hand, confirming it was unharmed, and hurriedly grabbed Lin Feng. Professor Lin, the Demon King asked us to shake hands with him, so why would he hurt us? His tone wasn't filled with dissatisfaction, but rather confusion. He believed Dijun held no ill will towards him, he simply couldn't understand Dijun's actions. Before Lin Feng could explain, Del snorted coldly, "Foolish. The Demon King was just giving you some advice, guidance." Thor was stunned, then recalled the moment before. Before the handshake, Dijun had deliberately released an inexplicable pressure, a pressure no less intense than that exerted by Hela, keeping them completely focused and daring not to slack off. Even a simple act of courtesy intensified the pressure. Was this the innate being Professor Lin Feng had spoken of? Thor pondered. While his passion, impulsiveness, and quick temper often made Loki worry he was in trouble, that didn't mean he was foolish. As Odin's chosen crown prince of Asgard, he was no hot-blooded fool. Before Hela's invasion, Thor and Loki had planned to escape from the High Priest's arena. Loki, who always took pleasure in teasing Thor, had been outmaneuvered by Thor. A fool couldn't fool Loki, known as the god of trickery. After a moment's reflection, Thor understood the key. Although the power weighed immensely on him, when he bravely faced it, he found that he could control it. This must be what Dijun had been teaching him, the path from acquired to innate. And he understood Dijun's answer. Del looked at Thor, who was lost in thought and did not disturb him. Instead, he turned to Lin Feng. "Professor Lin, what is the answer of the Demon King? Did he agree to help us resist Thanos?" "He agreed, but with conditions." It was not Lin Feng who answered her, but Thor, who seemed to have touched a certain threshold. Thor's temperament seemed to have changed a little at this moment. "Conditions? What conditions?" Del asked, puzzled. Thor looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a sip of coffee and nodded to indicate that Thor should explain it to Del. Thor walked to the seat where Chen Haitian had sat before. "Do you remember the person who was sitting here just now?" "I remember." "What's wrong?" Del still didn't understand. Thor smiled and patted Del on the shoulder. "Only those with strong hearts can appreciate true strength. The Demon King will help the humans of China and even Blue Star to resist foreign enemies because of the great unity they demonstrated when resisting invasions. Only when they are truly unable to make up the gap with the enemy will the Demon King lend a helping hand." Having said that, he looked at Del. "Do you understand? The Demon King will only lend a helping hand when it comes to life and death." "No, it should be said that it's not just the Demon King, all the gods of China mean this. Am I understanding correctly, Professor Lin?" Lin Feng raised his glass and made a celebratory gesture to Thor, celebrating that he finally understood Dijun's painstaking efforts. Del said goodbye to Lin Feng thoughtfully, left his office, and conveyed Dijun's intentions to the Dark Elves. Thor looked at Lin Feng gratefully. "Professor Lin, thank you, and thank you to the God of China. I now understand that only when we become strong can we be truly powerful. What the gods can give us will never belong to us. What we must do is to constantly strive for self-improvement. Farewell." Thor was about to leave when Lin Feng called out to him. "Thor, wait a moment, what's wrong? Is there anything else?" Thor was puzzled by Lin Yi's insistence, but he stopped anyway. Lin Yi looked at the floor. Thor came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Professor Lin, this is a flaw in the Rainbow Gate. Because it transports objects at such high speed in an instant, it's inevitable that some burning will occur at the connection points. But don't worry, Professor Lin, I'll compensate you with a new floor." Thor was sincere and was about to leave. Lin Yi grabbed him. "Thor, my friend, don't be so anxious. I haven't said anything yet." Lin Yi had to quickly grab Thor, feeling a bit amused. Thor was so anxious to get back that he left without even listening to Lin Yi's words. Thor realized this and couldn't help but feel a little rude. He quickly found a seat and sat down, ready to listen to Lin Yi's next words. Lin Yi knew Thor enjoyed drinking, so he pulled a bottle of Maute from the refrigerator. "This is a specialty of our China. You can try it. It may not be as strong as your Asgardian wine, but even in the human world of Blue Star, it's quite good." Thor smiled happily. Professor Lin, as expected, understood him so well. However, he was a little puzzled by Lin Yi's euphemisms. In his opinion, Lin Yi should have told him anything directly, without needing alcohol to open up. They were friends, and they should be open and honest. Lin Yi clinked glasses with him and mentioned the Rainbow Bridge. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge requires human support and Heimdall's constant monitoring to ensure it can reach any point within the 9 realms at any time. Instantaneous travel is indeed its greatest advantage, but those burn marks also subtly hint at its flaws. Thor calmed down and listened carefully. He could hear the implication of Lin Yi's words. While the Rainbow Bridge could ensure the teleportation of Asgard's geysers, it required Heimdall, a omnipresent and ever-present presence, to maximize its effectiveness. Furthermore, the burn marks on the teleportation site were unsightly and a minor flaw visible to the naked eye. Of course, Lin Yu gave him face and didn't mention the Rainbow Bridge's greatest drawback. Thor sighed. Professor, the biggest drawback is that there's only one Bifrost, and the number of things it can transport is extremely limited. One reason Heimdall couldn't stop Hela's invasion was that Hela had no intention of using the Bifrost. She relied on brute force to force a spatial portal. She realized that if she used the Bifrost to transport her army of the dead, it would take an indefinite amount of time to reach Earth. Lin Yu nodded, agreeing with him. Yes. The portal was created to ensure convenient transportation. But once that's done, the next thing to consider is the number of things it can transport. I bring you instructions from the gods. Are you interested? Oh, Professor Lin, please speak. Thor's intrigued by the innate spirit's guidance. Since Lin Yu mentioned the Bifrost, his next instructions must be related to the portal. Sure enough, Lin Yu's words weren't just about the portal, they even contained a surprise. Blue Star and Asgard are allies now. Since we're allies, wouldn't it be better if we could provide assistance to each other at any time? Your Excellency, the Demon King's meaning is clear to us all. Whether Blue Star or Asgard, we must put in the effort to receive what we deserve. So, until God appears to save humanity, we need to help each other. Do you remember the nuclear reactor I asked you to help set up? Thor nodded repeatedly. He had put in a lot of effort back then, and the memory was still fresh in his mind. Seeing that he still remembered it, Lin Yu explained, it's the most efficient energy source currently available on Blue Star. The formation formed can form a protective formation. However, it also has another function, a teleportation array. Teleportation array. Thor was ecstatic at the mention of this. A teleportation array of this scale, needless to say, could transport far more people than the Rainbow Bridge. But then a question occurred to him. Professor Lin, Asgard doesn't have nuclear energy. Lin Yu smiled. This is not a problem, you just need to find an efficient and combustible energy source to replace Asgard. Then he handed Thor a drawing. This is the structural diagram of the formation. You can place it in Asgard according to the proportion. After completion, Blue Star will let Star connect with you to establish the transmission link between Asgard and Blue Star as quickly as possible. After the pilot is completed, I will tell Dal to let the Dark Elves establish contact with Blue Star as soon as possible. At that time, facing the invasion of Thanos, we can work together and exert our greatest strength. Thor nodded. Well, I believe this day will come. Before leaving, Lin Yu handed the Spear of Gungnir to Thor. He spoke earnestly. This was left for you by His Excellency the Demon King. He didn't leave a message, but I have my own advice for you. Thor, you are the god of thunder, not some hammer god or cauldron god. Lightning is the source of your power. When you can comprehend this level, you will likely reach the level of Odin. This weapon is imbued with the power of rules. I hope it will help you comprehend the source of your own power. Thor took the Gungnir and left Lin Yi's office. After Thor's business came to a temporary end, Lin Feng leisurely sipped coffee in his office. He hadn't known when he'd developed a keen interest in coffee, but it was just fine. A cup of coffee was enough to while away his leisure time. Chen Haitian had contacted him via a dedicated line, asking if he could spare some time to elaborate on the story of the gods. To respond to Chen Haitian's invitation, Lin Feng had spent the past 2 days preparing for a more in-depth account of the gods' deeds. After all, he was the closest person to the gods, both in China and globally. No one understood the gods' deeds and power better than he did. Today was the day of an open class, and Lin Feng appeared in a spacious classroom at Yanqing University. Looking at the packed classroom and the media packed into the back row, he couldn't help but sigh. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two unremarkable individuals. Lin Feng remained calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was secretly observing them. The audience consisted of the students and reporters, ordinary people. But those two seemingly ordinary individuals in the corner radiated energy fluctuations. This power was not possessed by ordinary people. 197. Chapter 196 Repeating the same mistake. 197. Chapter 196, Repeating the past. 2024, 1005 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 196, Repeating the past. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Outwardly, nothing changed, but secretly, he had already begun to play the role of Yang Jian. He quietly opened his heavenly eye and scanned the two people. To his surprise, They were Gamora and Ronan, Star-Lord's future lover, the other a sworn enemy of the Guardians of the Galaxy. The simultaneous appearance of these two unlikely people on Blue Star was indeed somewhat unbelievable. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't surprising. Gamora may have known about Thanos' destruction of her planet, but she hadn't openly rebelled against him, so it made sense for her to collect the Infinity Stones for him. Ronan was an ally of Thanos, and while he obeyed his orders, he was also an ambitious tyrant with his own goal of collecting the Infinity Stones. Their presence on Blue Star, and in Lin Feng's class, made sense. Earth now has 3 Infinity Stones, a fact that makes Thanos, who has been diligently collecting them, jealous. However, Thanos is no fool. He anticipated that Earth would be able to withstand the Chitauri army led by Loki, the vanguard he sent. After all, Earth has the Infinity Stones. If even Loki couldn't resist, then Earth would be incredibly vulnerable. However, the subsequent invasion of the Dark Elves and the Ragnarok brought about by Surtur failed to shake Earth in the slightest. Dormammu's dark invasion and Hela's death also failed to break Earth's defenses, forcing him to take the situation seriously. To be on the safe side, Thanos decided to send one last army to attack Earth, hoping to steal the Infinity Stones before doing so. Hence the disguises of Gamora and Ronan. Lin Feng cleared his throat and began to narrate. The image of the demon Emperor Dijun first appeared in the ancient book Classic of Mountains and Seas of Chinese Civilization. It is mentioned in Before the Great Wilderness and Inside the Sea. But unfortunately, the descriptions of Emperor Jun in Classic of Mountains and Seas are only fragmentary and not comprehensive. What we can know is that Emperor Jun governs all things in heaven and earth, and has 3 wives. Among them, Zai gave birth to 10 sons, and Chang'e gave birth to 12 moons. Emperor Jun himself also spread the seeds of civilization everywhere and is a disseminator of civilization. Lin Feng did not flip through the classics, but talked about the origins of Emperor Jun based on the information provided by the system and his own understanding. Just as he was about to discuss the connection between Dijun and humans, Gamora raised her hand. Professor Lin, interrupt me. Lin Feng paused his chalkwork and politely looked at Gamora. Student, if you have any questions, please ask. Gamora posed her own question. Professor, according to what you said, isn't Dijun an extremely advanced life form? Lin Feng put down his chalk and looked at Gamora seriously. First of all, I hope you can address Lord Dijun as Your Excellency the Demon King. He protected Blue Star from invasion and is a great hero of Blue Star. Gamora was stunned, somewhat bewildered by Lin Feng's sudden seriousness. As Thanos' daughter, she had always been a rebellious person, scorning and disdaining anyone who was superior. So, addressing Dijun by his name was considered sufficient respect. Seeing Lin Feng's serious expression and the hostile looks from the surrounding Blue Star people, she realized the importance Dijun held in their hearts. Lin Feng quickly came to her rescue. He smiled and said, "All right, divine might is like the ocean, vast and inviolable. I hope you'll be more careful next time. By the way, I actually agree with you." Huh? Gamora was a little uneasy at the sudden turn of events. But hearing Lin Feng agree with her, she felt that Dijun wasn't that powerful after all. After all, he was a living being, unable to escape the shackles of death. She sat down, awaiting Lin Feng's next lecture. Professor Lin Feng, excuse me. Chen Haitian's sudden appearance in the classroom stunned everyone. Lin Feng could only say, "Class, everyone, take a break and consolidate your knowledge. I'll be right back." Chen Haitian wouldn't suddenly interrupt him during a national broadcast unless it was something important, so there must be something Lin Feng needed to attend to. Chen Haitian walked hurriedly, saying anxiously, "Professor Lin, a major event has occurred in the universe." Lin Feng strolled leisurely, seemingly strolling leisurely, yet always keeping pace with Chen Haitian, even though the latter was practically jogging. Chen Haitian, the exclusive liaison between the Supernatural Affairs Bureau and Lin Feng, was so anxious. It was clear the situation was serious. But what could possibly make Chen Haitian feel more urgent than Hela's threat? Could it be that Thanos had launched an early attack? However, Lin Feng hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations or signs of life beyond Blue Planet, and Thanos' presence wasn't enough to block his perception. This indicated that Thanos hadn't yet invaded Earth. If it wasn't Thanos' attack, what else could be causing Chen Haitian such panic? Chen Haitian led Lin Feng to the Supernatural Affairs Bureau headquarters, into a room, and turned on a large screen. A video clip played on the screen. It seems Thor's time on Blue Planet wasn't wasted. He's even mastered Earth's camera technology, Lin Feng observed, joking. Professor, I've also learned how to make real-time calls. With your help, Asgard and Blue Star can now communicate via video." Thor's voice rang out, and then his masculine face appeared on the screen. "Professor Lin, can you see me?" Lin Feng nodded. "Thor, what happened?" The video showed a desolate scene, with broken walls and swirling black smoke, all indicating that the place had just experienced a catastrophe. Could it be that Thanos had invaded Asgard, and Thor was here to complain about the gods' lack of assistance? Surprisingly, Thor's face was grave. "Professor Lin, have you heard of the void?" Lin Feng gazed at the desolate scene on the screen. "If you mean the ruins you're showing me, then I haven't." A trace of regret crossed Thor's face. "This is the edge of the 9 realms, home to the dwarves. They are simple, kind-hearted people. Because of their kindness, my father, Odin, always worried about them being harmed. He promised the dwarves that Asgard would come to their aid in case of danger. However, we, Asgard, ultimately failed to fulfill that promise. Thanos invaded this place and brutally slaughtered all its inhabitants." Not only did Thor's face show regret, but Lin Feng also felt pity and sympathy for the fate of the void. Originally, the Dwarf King should have survived, but in this timeline, he fell victim to Thanos' sword. However, Lin Feng did not forget the current priority. He said, "Thor, this is not your fault. Hela and Surtur have already made you extremely anxious. Coupled with the task of rebuilding your homeland, it is understandable that you failed to rescue the dwarves in time. The most important thing now is to think about how to deal with Thanos and how to avenge the dwarves." Lin Feng's words cheered Thor up a little. "Professor Lin, you are right. What happened cannot be undone. What I should be thinking about is how to avenge the dwarves. However, Professor Lin, you must be careful of Thanos. He may, no, the threat he poses must be greater than Hela. He destroyed the dwarves, which is a dangerous signal." Chen Haitian, who had been taking careful notes nearby, interrupted. "Thor, may I ask, is there any connection between the demise of the dwarves and the threat of Thanos?" Thor's face was solemn. "The connection is enormous. The dwarves are renowned for their skilled craftsmen in the 9 realms. They can forge almost anything, and their craftsmanship is exquisite, resulting in products of exceptional performance. My father's weapon, the Spear of Gungnir, is their masterpiece. Since Thanos has invaded the void, there's no reason he wouldn't forge something." Thor's words caused Chen Haitian's expression to change drastically, and a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's face. However, Lin Feng wasn't shocked by the possibility of Thanos obtaining a powerful weapon, but rather by the dwarves' incredible forging prowess. According to Thor's description, the dwarves needed Asgard's protection, suggesting that among acquired beings, the dwarves were no higher in rank than Asgardians. Yet, this very race forged the Spear of Gungnir, imbued with the power of innate laws. This forging ability, transcending the limits of acquired nature, is truly astonishing. It was by coercing the dwarves' leader that Thanos finally secured the Infinity Stone's carrier, the Infinity Gauntlet. It's no wonder Thor was so worried, coming all the way to warn his allies on Blue Star. Thor continued, "The professor's words last time gave me a sudden realization. Lightning is the source of my power. I seem to have grasped the essence of this source. I had originally planned to have Eitri forge a powerful weapon that could unite my strength, but when I arrived here, this place had already become like this." Lin Feng regained his composure. "It seems Thanos' movements are accelerating. Don't worry, Thor. If Thanos invades, the gods of China will surely rush to support him." Thor nodded solemnly, agreeing with Lin Feng's statement. This was one of the reasons he chose to video call Lin Feng. Thanos was already no less powerful than Odin, and if he were to be aided by the weapons forged by the dwarves, Asgard might suffer the same fate as the dwarves. After this brief interlude, Lin Feng suggested to Chen Haitian that the government should immediately begin preparations for defense against foreign enemies and simultaneously issue a warning to the nations of the world. The Chinese government has conveyed Dejunswell to the world. Gods will not intervene in foreign aggression unless faced with a life-or-death crisis. Therefore, this warning is particularly important. Chen Haitian accepted Lin Feng's advice and hurriedly left. Lin Feng, unfazed, teleported back to the classroom entrance. He was relieved to see everyone intently reviewing Lin Feng's lecture. The classroom was hushed, even the waiting news media held their breath, fearing to disrupt the solemn and tranquil atmosphere. Among all those who remained focused, there were only 2 exceptions: Ronan, who was aimlessly and absent-mindedly flipping through a book, and Gamora, who showed little interest in the Blue Star people. "Classmates, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I'm back now, and will continue with the class. Lin Feng entered the classroom, his voice, though soft, carrying clearly to every corner. Some looked up in surprise, seeing their classmates still engrossed in their studies. They gently nudged them, reminding them that it was time to continue Professor Lin Feng's class. Everyone's faces lit up, but the commotion in the classroom was brief, and then silence returned. They chose to respect Lin Feng's teaching and their own performance in class. Lin Feng glanced at Gamora. Let's continue with the previous topic. This student mentioned that the demon Emperor Jun is merely a more advanced form of life compared to us humans. I agree with her. Gods and humans are both merely forms of life, and strictly speaking, there's no distinction between high and low. Our inner reverence for the gods stems from our respect for life, our gratitude for them, and our pursuit of power. Lin Feng's words sparked deep thought, and many people began to whisper among themselves. Lin Feng observed this but didn't intervene. This was part of his teaching plan. He offered his perspective, encouraging students to think independently. A rote learning system only produces students who are good at taking exams, but rarely produces significant achievements in real life. Only when teaching and learning complement each other can the goal of cultivating talent be achieved. After the discussion subsided, a student stood up and asked, Professor Lin, how do you think the forms or levels of life should be divided? Lin Feng smiled and said nothing, not rushing to answer the question. Instead, he played a video clip. The first video showed microscopic creatures such as tardigrades, followed by paramecium. The second video depicted the diligent and busy lives of humans, who work from sunrise to sunset. Next appeared Thor of Asgard and the elf Del from the Dark Realm, who also left a profound mark on the world. The third video showed Yang Jian and the demon Emperor Di Jun. After the video ended, Lin Feng smiled but did not speak immediately. At this time, Gamora stood up again. Professor Lin, is this how you categorize living beings? Lin Feng gave her an admiring look. Yes, this student has made a very careful observation. I divided this video into 3 sections, which actually implies my rough classification of the levels of living beings. Lin Feng turned around and drew a dot on the blackboard. This is the most basic living being, living in the microscopic world. They have no influence on us. Even the destruction of the earth will not affect their existence. I call them basic living beings. Then, he drew a slightly larger circle around the dot. This is the second level. The living beings here have already possessed a certain level of civilization and intelligence. They know how to appreciate and create art and behave in a social way. 198. Chapter 197 It's Your Own Sewing. 198. Chapter 197 It's Your Own Sewing 2024-10-06 Author, Good Monster Chapter 197 It's Your Own Sewing. Of course, intelligent and civilized societies also have a common problem, and that is war. There are many kinds of creatures at this level, from Asgard to humans on Blue Star, and there may be countless other planets and races. I call them intelligent creatures, or acquired creatures. Afterwards, he did not directly explain Di Jun and Yang Jian, but called up 3 pictures from the folder, namely Hela, Surtur and Dormammu. Do you still remember these 3 pictures? These are 3 creatures that have invaded the earth before: Hela, the rebel of Asgard and the goddess of death; Surtur, the creator of Ragnarok; and Dormammu, the lord of the dark dimension. Before explaining the gods, I hope you can get to know these 3. Their existence is between acquired creatures and gods. They also have materialized creature carriers, but at the same time they are also exposed to the rules that have existed since the birth of the universe. They are the pinnacle of intelligent life and the starting point of the existence of gods. They are the direction of our human evolution. Then Professor Lin, what do you mean? Hearing this question, Lin Feng smiled kindly. Yes, gods are the 3rd type of creatures I am talking about. They are the rules of innate birth and the absolute existence of this universe. Carriers are nothing more than infinitely renewable resources to them. Even if the flesh is destroyed, they can be recreated. As long as the universe does not perish, they will exist forever. This is God, the 3rd type of creature, the innate creature. After Lin Feng finished the class, he did not stay for long, but turned around and left with a book. He didn't need to stay long, for he had already thoroughly expounded on the differences between gods and humans and charted the course for the future evolution of Blue Planet humanity. The universe is boundless, vast and mysterious, harboring countless dangers. Even Asgard, the overlord of the 9 realms, might not have survived Thanos' ravages. If it weren't for Lin Feng's protection, Blue Planet would have been reduced to ash long ago. The universe is rife with dangers, and humanity is vulnerable. After Thanos, countless crises will continue to emerge, threatening Blue Planet. Blue Planet cannot always rely on Lin Feng's protection, just as flowers in a greenhouse are too delicate to thrive without weathering the elements. As far as he could remember, Earth would face numerous more major crises after Thanos' death. If humanity didn't catch up, it would sooner or later be annihilated by the universe. After his lecture, Lin Feng declined to grant interviews to any news media. These media outlets had come without prior arrangement, and Lin Feng cared little about how they reported on his relationship with the gods. No matter how public opinion shaped him, it could not change the fact that he was the spokesperson for the gods. Back at his residence, Lin Feng had just taken a sip of coffee when he heard a knock on the door. He looked outside and saw a strange face standing there. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, expecting someone he knew to be visiting, but it turned out to be a complete stranger. "Come in," Lin Feng said. A spirited old professor entered. Looking at Lin Feng, who seemed a little puzzled, he introduced himself. "Hello, Professor Lin. My name is Hank Pym, you can call me Dr. Pym. I'm from the United States, and I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Lin Feng brought a chair for Hank Pym. "Hello, Dr. Pym, please state your purpose." Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, dedicated his life to the study of Pym particles, achieving the compression technology that allowed Ant-Man to be enlarged or reduced in size, and making significant contributions to physics and biology. Lin Feng had great respect for the seemingly stubborn but spirited old man. He had fought countless times to prevent the Cold War, while resolutely preventing Pym particles from falling into the wrong hands. Such a person deserves his respect. After Hank Pym sat down, he directly put forward his point of view. "Professor Lin, you think that gods do not belong to our dimension, or do not belong to our universe, right?" Lin Feng frowned, but still patiently explained, "Dr. Pym, my original words were that gods are a third type of creature different from humans. They are the manifestation of rules." "I don't quite understand your statement." Hank Pym was not in a hurry. He continued Lin Feng's words, "Professor Lin, I watched your entire morning class. I agree with what you said. Tardigrades can be understood as first-type creatures. They exist in the quantum universe. We humans, and the creatures of Asgard, can be understood as second-type creatures in the three-dimensional space universe. Going further up, such as the demon Emperor Djun, they are third-type creatures, existences higher than the three-dimensional space universe. It can even be said that they can create three-dimensional space. Am I understanding this correctly?" After listening to Hank Pym's statement, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know much about space physics, but Hank Pym's explanation was easy to understand. He nodded in agreement and added, "In China, there's a saying that one day in heaven is 1 year on earth. Perhaps, as you say, this discrepancy arises because the gods inhabit a different space-time than we do. Each type of being inhabits a different universe, corresponding to different rules of space-time." Hank Pym seemed delighted, not only because Lin Feng understood and accepted his perspective, but also because Lin Feng's presence seemed to offer a new perspective on a difficult problem he had been trying to solve for years. He asked, "Professor Lin, how do you think we can travel to the universe inhabited by another type of being? Whether it's to the higher realm of the gods or to the lower level of quantum space, how do you think we can get there?" Lin Feng smiled. "Dr. Pym, this isn't an easy problem to solve. The simplest and most effective way is for us to evolve or degenerate to the biological standards of that universe, thus meeting the most basic entry requirements." Hank Pym was slightly disappointed. He had assumed Lin Feng was just a boastful philosopher. However, Lin Feng continued, "Considering our current level of humanity, I believe a more reliable approach is to understand the laws of this universe, use energy to create a stable channel, and take protective measures to reach another universe where living beings reside. What do you think, Dr. Pym?" Hank Pym, as if meeting a kindred spirit, tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand. "Professor Lin, what you've said resonates very well with me." "Thank you, Professor Lin. You've strengthened my resolve," Lin Feng quickly said. "You're welcome." A faint smile played on Lin Feng's lips as he watched Hank Pym depart. He hadn't expected Hank Pym to offer a different explanation for the gods, but it certainly made sense. After seeing Hank Pym off, Chen Haitian re-entered Lin Feng's office, which left Lin Feng somewhat frustrated, but he politely invited him in. Lin Feng wasn't displeased by Hank Pym's visit from the United States. Instead, he engaged him in a cordial and friendly exchange, which surprised Chen Haitian. He looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa listening to music, and asked, "Professor Lin, don't you dislike the United States?" Lin Feng smiled easily and explained, "Chen Haitian, this question actually doesn't need to be asked. Although I have reservations about the United States, it doesn't mean that I hate all Americans. People like Dr. Hank Pym and Tony Stark are willing to work for peace on Blue Planet. They have transcended the conflicts and inherent prejudices between countries. I have great respect for such people. Just like the Sakura country, although I have my opinions on the Sakura country, the Sakura country also has anti-war activists who are willing to acknowledge war crimes and make efforts to redeem themselves. These are not contradictory." Chen Haitian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. "That's good. As long as you think so, Professor, I'm relieved." Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Are you worried that my prejudice will affect my subjective judgment and thus affect the country's development strategy?" Chen Haitian nodded solemnly. "Yes, Professor Lin. You are the only contact with the gods. Your attitude does, to some extent, affect the country's development strategy. You can remain fair and objective, which is what we are most happy to see." Lin Feng smiled. "Tell me, what's the matter with you coming to see me this time? You never come to me for nothing." Chen Haitian smiled as well. "Professor Lin, you really understand me. Actually, I came to see you this time because you might not have much time to rest soon." Lin Feng's face was calm. "What's the matter?" Chen Haitian produced a document. "This is from the National Archaeological Team. Thanks to the appearance of gods, our historical research on China can be pushed back further. The historical civilization before the Xia dynasty can also be confirmed and is no longer groundless. However, we are still lacking unearthed artifacts. You are an authority in the field of gods, and they hope you can provide some supporting evidence. Do you have time?" Lin Feng raised a brow. "Of course, I am happy to serve my country. It seems that this work will be quite demanding. No wonder you said that I will have little free time later." Chen Haitian took the coffee that Lin Feng offered and asked curiously, "Professor Lin, I have always been curious about your attitude towards gods. I wonder if you would be willing to share it with me." Lin Feng maintained a calm and composed smile. "Although I cannot reach them, my heart yearns for them." "That's my attitude," Chen Haitian asked jokingly. "Aren't you afraid of the gods' reprimand?" Lin Feng shook his head. "The gods are the way of heaven, unaffected by individual will. No one's opinion can influence the gods. Besides, I'm not blaspheming. The gods' protection of humanity is like the love a parent gives their child. Think about it, what parent doesn't want their child to become powerful?" Chen Haitian fell into deep thought. Lin Feng's words suddenly enlightened him and pointed him in the right direction. Lin Feng's words essentially represented the gods' attitude. The gods wanted humanity to become powerful, which is why Lin Feng said, "Though I cannot reach it, my heart yearns for it." People yearn to possess divine power, and they can strive towards it, but can they truly reach that level? Recovering from his reverie, he couldn't help but ask, "Professor Lin, do you think we can achieve that?" Lin Feng smiled and replied crisply, "Of course." Chen Haitian's eyes lit up. Lin Feng's words gave him hope. Since he said so, he must be absolutely confident. However, Chen Haitian was still unsure about how to do it, and whether there were any precedents. As if sensing Chen Haitian's confusion, Lin Feng stood up, looked at him, and said, "Don't forget, we call ourselves descendants of Yan and Wang." Chen Haitian was startled. Lin Feng's voice seemed to have traveled through time and space, yet it seemed close at hand, filled with mysterious magic. During the Yellow Emperor's time, there was a great battle with Qi Yu. Qi Yu's subordinates were assisted by Feng Bo and Yu Shi, who used human power to summon wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning. The Yellow Emperor built a chariot pointing the south, and asked the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens and Yinglong to dispel the fog. This record has already made it clear that humans can master the rules, and humans have potential. Mortal bodies can also be on par with gods. Chen Haitian, do you want to possess this power? Chen Haitian answered subconsciously, yes. Then he suddenly woke up and looked at Lin Feng in a bewildered manner. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to his embarrassment. If you want it, you have to work hard for it. Nothing comes easy. If you want to be on par with the gods, you have to put in the corresponding effort. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone just be daydreaming and waiting for random chance to become a god? Zhang Sanfeng, Chen Tuan, Wei Boyang, and others all achieved ascension through centuries of arduous training. Even the emergence of high-level warriors like Hela in Asgard was the result of countless years of evolution. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Haitian nodded in understanding. Lin Feng's words helped him understand the gods' expectations of humanity and the principle that humans should evolve through their own efforts. Lin Feng smiled with relief. Go ahead if you understand. I'm going to get to work. After Chen Haitian left, lost in thought, Lin Feng gazed at his back, a smile on his lips, but he remained silent. He didn't need to work, all the knowledge of the gods was deeply engraved in his mind. This time, he was simply looking for an excuse to let Chen Haitian return to convey his wishes, so as not to disturb his precious tranquility. In the days that followed, Lin Feng, following the clues provided by Chen Haitian, personally visited the scientific expedition team and explained in detail the historical origins of the gods, firmly tracing Chinese civilization back to before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He also displayed some precious historical artifacts. He could create and retrieve objects left by the gods with ease. A single command from the gods would unleash everything. This was the power of the gods, so immense it transcended logic, for the power of the gods was on a completely different level from that of humans. The appearance of the gods engendered an unprecedented sense of solidarity among the Chinese people. Not only did historians begin in-depth research on Chinese civilization, but all sectors of society also joined in promoting the gods. Film, television, and mainstream media outlets alike produced a series of works featuring the gods. Costume dramas experienced a resurgence, and documentaries exploring the mysteries of the gods became a popular trend. Foreign countries were also abuzz with the exploration of the Chinese gods, with many learning Chinese on their own and exploring the mysterious Eastern land through the internet. In the fashion world, Hanfu became a trendsetter, sending prices of various traditional Chinese clothing soaring. Meanwhile, many leading clothing manufacturers began exporting their products, further driving changes in global fashion trends and aesthetics. 199. Chapter 198 The Power of the Chinese Divine Religion. 199. Chapter 198 The Power of the Chinese Divine Religion 2024-1007 Author, Good Monster Chapter 198 The Power of the Chinese Divine Religion in the literary world, immortal and demon myths are emerging in an endless stream, and immortal cultivation novels are springing up like mushrooms after rain, far exceeding other types of novels in the same period. The most pragmatic is the scientific community. They are thinking about how to promote human evolution through communication with Lin Feng. Stark is one of the best among them. During this period, he met with Lin Feng frequently to discuss human development issues. Professor Lin, I roughly understand what you mean. Do you think that the further humans evolve, the less dependent they will be on technology? His expression revealed a hint of anxiety. The emergence of gods broke the inherent cognition of mankind and subverted the traditional laws of physics. Will the scientific methods he is proud of be eliminated by history? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Noticing Stark's inner worry, he pondered for a moment before explaining, Stark, you have to understand. Although human evolution will become less and less dependent on technology, for a long time, humanity will still need it. After a moment's thought, he offered another example. Look at Thor's Asgard. Their world also has tools like teleportation arrays. So, before ascending to godhood, humans cannot do without technology. You can rest assured, Stark felt a slight sense of relief. However, Lin Feng didn't stop there. Stark, there's another point to note. While humanity can't do without technology at the moment, we can't over-rely on it, Stark scoffed. Professor Lin Feng's statement seemed somewhat contradictory. Besides, at this stage, aside from the gods, wasn't technology the only thing humanity could rely on the most? Lin Feng noticed his absent-mindedness and spoke earnestly. Stark, do you remember Ultron? Stark was struck by lightning. The memory was still vivid and deeply imprinted in his mind. He had been a prodigy since childhood, naturally versed in science and technology, and his steel armor was a technological achievement he was proud of. But Ultron's evolution slipped beyond his control. Had it not been for the divine intervention that changed Ultron's mind, humanity might have faced untold disaster. This was one of the few major setbacks in his life, causing him to question whether technology could truly benefit humanity. Realizing the gravity of the problem, Stark began to listen carefully to Lin Feng's advice. Lin Feng handed him an Americano, catering to his taste, and said, technology has indeed brought many benefits to humanity, but it also has many negative consequences. The gods haven't yet addressed problems like white pollution and environmental destruction, even though they could easily do so. This demonstrates their trust in humanity, and also serves as a warning. A trace of bewilderment crossed Stark's face, and he muttered to himself, "A warning." Lin Feng looked at him. "Yes, it's a warning. The gods can help humanity in the event of an alien invasion, because it's an irresistible force, not humanity's fault. But why should the gods intervene to address Earth's pollution? To put it bluntly, even if Earth were destroyed, the gods would still thrive. Ultimately, humanity must solve its problems on its own. Stark, have you ever considered what you would do if one day you lost this armor and your loved one was kidnapped?" Stark was stunned. The question Lin Feng raised wasn't impossible, but he had previously relied too heavily on his technological prowess, subconsciously ignoring it. Rogers had once questioned what would remain after he removed his armor. He immediately retorted at the time. But now it seems his concerns were not unfounded. Stark deeply agreed with Lin Feng's perspective. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. He thanked Lin Feng for his advice and decided to temporarily suspend the development of the armor in favor of physical training. Before leaving, Lin Feng felt a flicker of reluctance, but he still told him, "Stark, if you have time, check out the brother and sister in Sokovia. They're called Pete and Wanda Maximoff. The consequences of the evil sowed by humanity will ultimately be borne by the human race." On the streets of Sokovia, Stark used Friday's network capabilities to search for the brother and sister mentioned by Professor Lin Feng. While he didn't understand Lin Feng's intentions, he was convinced they had a deeper meaning. The aftermath of the Ultron incident had left him with a sense of unease about the power of technology. Furthermore, his recent interactions with Lin Feng had left him deeply drawn to Chinese culture, and he had gained a deeper understanding of the philosophy that weapons are ominous instruments, never to be used lightly except in dire situations. Weapons and war were both driven by technological advancement and human greed, and technological advancement often fueled greed. It was for this reason that he transformed Stark Military Industries into an energy company, unable to withstand the heavy toll of weapons. "Boss, I found them," Friday's captivating voice echoed through his earpiece. Following Friday's guidance, Stark journeyed through the vast Eastern European metropolis. Without Friday's assistance, searching for the siblings in this vast sea of people would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Roger's words echoed in his ears again, "Stark, if you take off this armor, what will remain of you?" Technology had indeed helped him achieve his goals efficiently, and Lin Feng acknowledged humanity's current reliance on it. But Stark couldn't help but wonder, without Friday, how would he have found the siblings so quickly? While he was thinking, he arrived at the brother and sister's residence. He knocked on the door with trepidation. Lin Feng's eyes before he left hinted that this trip was not a simple one. The door opened, and a man looked at him in surprise. "Is that you?" Stark introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Pete Maximoff. I'm Tony Stark, one of the founders of the Avengers." Pete was even more surprised, but then he sneered, his eyes taunting. "What are you doing here, you executioner? Are you trying to wipe out the whole gang?" Executioner. Stark was puzzled for a moment. He didn't understand why Pete hated him so much, even considering him an executioner. He sensed a misunderstanding, but he didn't know how to explain it. Pete looked at him, said nothing more, and turned back inside. A moment later, he returned, holding a fragment of shrapnel, and stared directly at Stark. "Mr. Executioner, do you remember the butcher knife you designed?" Stark was speechless with shock, sweat dripping down his forehead. This was a missile he had designed himself. Back when Stark's military industry was still under development, he had personally explained its power to the US military. Now, this missile had become a murder weapon, used by the US government to take the lives of people from other countries. This brother and sister were just one of the victims of his weapon, and many more may have died in the dust. Stark left Pete and Wanda's home in a state of despair. He could no longer hear Pete's taunts, but felt every word pierce his heart. "Hello, sir, are you interested in joining our Chinese cult?" An elderly man was handing out flyers on the streets of Sokovia. Stark subconsciously took the flyer, only to see portraits of gods such as Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Howling Skydog, and Dijun, as well as the vague figure of Tongshan sect master in the corner of the portrait. Stark looked at the old man's typical European face, listened to his authentic Eastern European accent, and asked doubtfully, "Huaxia divine religion?" The old man explained with a smile, "Yes, Huaxia divine religion. The Chinese gods came to the rescue of Blue Star during several crises. In order to express our gratitude to them, we spontaneously organized the Huaxia divine religion. They rescued people without hurting anyone. Although some buildings were damaged, we believe they can be rebuilt. Come on, young man, pay the €500 membership fee and you will be a member of the Huaxia divine religion. Wait a minute, the old man's previous words were reasonable, but the last sentence about the €500 membership fee made him feel suspicious. Stark quickly stopped the old man and asked hurriedly, "Uncle, you are not coerced, are you?" The old man said with disdain, "Young man, what are you talking about? My worship of God comes from the heart. God protects us selflessly, isn't it right for us to respect them? Do you think everyone is like the US government, bombing our homes with missiles, killing our loved ones, and then forcing us to join their system of rules?" Stark was shocked again and asked quickly, "Uncle, where are your family members?" Tears flashed in the old man's eyes. "Alice, it's a thing of the past. When the US government bombed Sokovia with missiles, my 2 sons were killed. I still have the fragments of the missile, and there is something like stack written on it. After that, he returned to normal." "Young man, are you going to join our Huaxia divine religion?" The old man's words made Stark's heart ache, but he still refused. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough money this time. Let's do it next time." After that, he hurried away. The old man was Eastern European and probably not very fluent in English, so the name on the missile fragment was most likely Stark. The old man hurriedly called out from behind, "Young man, don't leave. €300 is fine, 200, 100 is fine. You don't have to pay now." Stark had already walked away. A month later, Stark stepped into Lin Feng's office again. He looked slightly thinner, his beard scraggly, and his once energetic look was replaced by fatigue and dark circles under his eyes. He gazed at Lin Feng and whispered, "Professor Lin, I'm deeply sorry." Watching Stark return, Lin Feng felt a surge of pity. He patted Stark's shoulder and soothed, "It's not your fault. Weapons themselves are neither good nor evil, it's the heart of the wielder that matters. You don't need to apologize to me. Instead, you should consider how to compensate those who have been harmed by these weapons, like my brothers and sisters. The US government may not acknowledge its hegemonic actions, but you can take responsibility for your own actions." At the same time, he felt a tinge of sadness. Those who manufacture weapons suffer internally, while those who wield them show no mercy. Perhaps this is the helplessness of the world. It's like a knife attacker making a powerful argument while the knife in his hand silently endures the pain. Isn't that a bit ironic? Stark felt a little relieved at Lin Feng's words of comfort. He realized that providing tangible compensation to the victims might be more meaningful than simply feeling guilty. However, there was something he still needed to tell Lin Feng. "Professor Lin, have you heard of the religion that's recently emerged globally?" He stared at Lin Feng, trying to discern the answer in his expression. Lin Feng's expression gave no clue as he replied, "Which religion? I've been busy lately and haven't been paying attention to outside world affairs." He'd been busy selecting gods, accumulating points for those who played them, and monitoring Gamora's movements. Ronan had left, but Gamora remained on Blue Planet, obviously seeking the Infinity Stones. Strange had been closely monitoring her movements. However, Gamora's sudden departure from Blue Planet yesterday left both Strange and Lin Feng perplexed. Stark looked at Lin Feng and continued, "Professor Lin, during Hela's last invasion, the Demon King's assistants earned the world's deep gratitude. And in many previous crises, gods have stepped forward to avert disaster. Consequently, a wave of worship of the Chinese gods has swept across the globe, giving rise to a new religion called the Chinese Divine Cult. When I encountered this religion, they demanded a €500 membership fee." Stark's words caught Lin Feng's attention. Despite possessing the power of the gods, he always adhered to Rogers's view that pointing guns at everyone's heads and claiming safety was actually hegemony and bullying, not true peace. Therefore, he never interfered with the lives of the people of Blue Star, only keeping a close eye on any divine invasions that might threaten the planet. However, a few days ago, while explaining materials to the archaeological team, he had occasionally heard some news about the Huaxia cult, but at the time, he hadn't paid much attention. But while monitoring the Gamora's movements, Strange would discuss this emerging religious group with him in his spare time, and he felt something was amiss. Now, after returning from Eastern Europe, Stark had encountered this religious group as well, which made him ponder. Religious influence usually doesn't spread so quickly unless it's during times of chaos or when cults are prevalent. However, now that the entire blue star is protected by gods, there's no question of chaos, so the nature of this religious group is self-evident. Furthermore, according to Stark's description, they even demand a €500 membership fee. This is the situation in Eastern Europe, a region with relatively poor economic conditions, but what about other regions? For example, China? Lin Feng put on his glasses and said seriously, Stark, the phenomenon you mentioned is indeed worthy of attention. Thank you for telling me this news, Stark smiled bitterly. I also want to thank you, Professor, for helping me resolve my confusion and finding the meaning of life. I have decided to set up a charity fund to do my best to help those threatened by the suffering of war. Professor Lin, see you later. Lin Feng watched him go in silence, knowing that he would not see Stark again for a long time. Stark was a man of perseverance and ideas. Having chosen this path, he would persevere. 200. Chapter 199 Uninvited Guests. 200. Chapter 199 Uninvited Guests 2024, 1011 Author, Good Monster Chapter 199 Uninvited Guests. Because in yesterday's interview, Lin Feng asked Yang Jian whether he would marry a wife in the human world, and Yang Jian answered frankly that he might. Today, his phone was blown up. If he had known earlier, he would not have raised this question in front of everyone. The original intention was to show Yang Jian's close attitude towards humans, but Yang Jian's fans turned their attention to him because they did not have Yang Jian's contact information. This made him miserable. However, he had to bear the consequences of his own actions. Since Yang Jian's people-friendly image has been demonstrated, he should not care about such trivial matters. Let Yang Jian appear again another day to divert himself, and the matter will be almost resolved. Chen Haitian noticed Lin Feng's expression gradually relaxing, so he took a glass of water and said, Someone wants to see you. We can't make a decision casually. It depends on your opinion. Lin Feng looked at Chen Haitian's expression, curious about who he valued so much. Chen Haitian looked at him and answered his question, the ambassador of the Sakura country, Hashimoto Kanayu. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to meet her. Then bring her in. Chen Haitian nodded and left again. Hashimoto Kanayu accompanied Chen Haitian into Lin Feng's office. As soon as they met, she said to Lin Feng, Professor Lin, it's been a long time. Chen Haitian saw this and tactfully left the room. Lin Feng looked up at Hashimoto Kanayu and found that she had lost a lot of weight compared to a few months ago. There were traces of tears on her face, and her mental state was obviously not good. He couldn't help but frown and asked with concern, Are you in any trouble? Hashimoto Kanzuki bowed deeply, then replied, I followed your advice and went deep into the history of Sakura country's invasion of China. I visited many of the sites of that year and consulted a lot of information. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that our Sakura country committed so many crimes against China back then. There was a cry in her voice. Lin Feng looked at her and could feel her sincere remorse. But he still said, Apologizing to me won't help. It's the souls of those who died who truly deserve an apology. Hashimoto Kanzuki raised her head, stared at Lin Feng, and said firmly, I will communicate with the Prime Minister and do my best to let the people of Sakura country know about this history. Lin Feng took out her phone and showed it to her. You don't need to contact your Prime Minister. He has already expelled the war criminals from the Kinguo Ghost Society. I think he has his own reasons. What do you think? Hashimoto Kanzuki shook her head. This is just the Prime Minister's international relations strategy. He doesn't feel truly guilty. The truly sincere approach would be to disclose that history, acknowledge the crimes of those years, and refrain from tampering with history textbooks. Lin Feng smiled. This was a sign of true repentance. It seemed that after learning about this history, Hashimoto Kanzuki also recognized the mistakes of Sakura country and sincerely repented. Hashimoto Kanzuki bowed again. Professor Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Lin Feng didn't see her off. It was rare for Sakura country to produce someone who truly repented. So, let her go. However, before Lin Feng could enjoy this rare moment of leisure, Thor and Loki arrived. Seeing their serious expressions, Lin Feng knew Thanos was approaching. Thor's once flowing hair had been cut short, and the lightning power emanating from him made Lin Feng realize that Thor was now a true god of thunder. Despite this, Thor's face was still filled with worry. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Professor Lin, we just visited the collector, but he's seriously injured, and the ether particles we Asgard entrusted him to collect are gone. Thanos has already obtained the ether stone, and his next move is likely to be against Earth? Lin Feng looked at Thor and Loki, who was holding the spear of Gungnir, and asked in confusion, "What made you think of going to the collector?" Loki was worried that Thor wouldn't be able to explain clearly, so he said, "It's like this. After Hela's last invasion, we rebuilt Asgard and entrusted the ether to the collector. But then we learned of Thanos' ambitions and have been worried that he would harm us. With your guidance, we began to think about becoming stronger. Thor went to stop a man named Ronan and thus realized the power of lightning. I protect Asgard, and with the blessing of the spear of Gungnir, I can fight Thor. But we don't know if this will help us stop Thanos. Thanos' power is even greater than Odin's, and we really don't have the confidence to do it alone." Lin Feng sighed. Thor's encounter with Ronan almost certainly meant Thanos knew the Power Stone's whereabouts. Given his power, it was likely Thanos would soon possess it. Furthermore, from Thor's description, Thanos had visited the Collector's territory, severely injured him, and obtained the ether. This would give Thanos 2 Infinity Stones. His own power was comparable to Odin's, and with the added power of 2 Infinity Stones, he would be even more formidable. It was no wonder Thor and Loki had sought his advice. After pondering, Lin Feng confidently told them the answer, "Thor, Loki, don't worry. Blue Star, Dark Star, and Asgard, we are steadfast allies. Wherever Thanos wishes to invade, the gods of Blue Star will not sit idly by. However, we still need to strengthen our own defenses." Thor anxiously asked, "Strengthen? How?" He couldn't help but be anxious. Although Lin Feng had promised the Chinese gods that they wouldn't sit idly by, he also knew that the Chinese gods would only intervene in times of life and death. Until then, it would be best for them to rely on their own strength. That was why he was so anxious. He now possessed power comparable to Odin, but he also knew that Thanos, combined with the Infinity Stones, would undoubtedly be even more powerful than Odin. If the dwarves hadn't been destroyed, perhaps he could have enlisted their help in forging a weapon that could concentrate his power. The original Thor's hammer had been destroyed by Hela during her invasion of Blue Star, but the dwarves were now history. Now, only the Chinese gods could help him. Lin Feng looked at him and asked, "Thor, besides Gungnir, do you have any other legendary weapons in Asgard?" Thor was stunned, then answered affirmatively, "Yes, Stormbreaker. It can open the Bifrost and maximize human strength, but it only exists in legend. I originally wanted to ask the dwarves to help forge it, but they have been killed." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "There is no time to lose. I will report to the gods immediately and implore them to forge Stormbreaker for you. You should also return to Asgard and set up defenses." Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, nodded, and did not linger. After bidding Thor and Loki farewell, Strange followed closely behind and appeared at Lin Feng's door. "Professor Lin Feng, I'm here." Lin Feng greeted the uninvited Strange with a smile and poured him a cup of coffee. "Dr. Strange, how come you have time to visit today?" He had assumed that Strange had also come to discuss Thanos' latest movements and wanted to discuss countermeasures with him. However, as soon as Strange opened his mouth, he knew he was mistaken. Strange's face was heavy. "Professor Lin, as you know, I've been responsible for monitoring the dynamics of the multiverse, ensuring that its developments don't pose a threat to Blue Planet. Do you remember the Dark Lord Dormammu, whom Lord Gideon expelled last time?" Lin Feng nodded. Dormammu had left a deep impression on him. As one of the few beings to escape his clutches, Dormammu's presence reminded him that he still had room for improvement. Seeing this, Strange felt a sense of relief. As long as Lin Feng knew about Dormammu, his goal would be achieved. Lin Feng would never ignore Dormammu's movements. The Chinese gods would also know of Dormammu's existence. He then told Lin Feng, "Professor Lin, my surveillance has detected Dormammu's movements again. The dark plane he inhabits seems to be unsettled. I suspect he's coveting Blue Planet again." Lin Feng pondered for a moment, wondering if there was some connection between Thanos and Dormammu. After all, Dormammu would always be ready to act whenever Thanos made a move. He informed Strange of Thor and Loki's visit, adding, "Coincidentally, Thanos has already obtained the Ether Stone and may also possess the Power Stone. His next target could be Blue Planet." Strange gasped. "Professor Lin, are you suggesting that Dormammu and Thanos may have reached some kind of agreement?" "Very likely," Lin Feng exclaimed. "We can't be certain, but it's a coincidence that they both harbor ambitions for Blue Planet. Dr. Strange, please continue to closely monitor Dormammu's movements. If necessary, the Chinese gods will intervene. After receiving Lin Feng's response, Strange left with peace of mind. In terms of life form, Dormammu is undoubtedly superior to Thanos. Dormammu has carved out his own dimension and mastered certain rules. In comparison, Thanos is still merely a highly intelligent being. But in terms of threat, Thanos could far surpass Dormammu. Dormammu can only manipulate people's hearts within the dark dimension, exploiting the darkness within them to open a passageway, thereby escaping the dark dimension and threatening Blue Planet. Thanos, however, possesses immense power, and Blue Planet holds half of the 6 Infinity Stones he covets. He could invade Blue Planet at any moment, and now he seems ready to act. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng called Chen Haitian to inform him of Thanos and Dormammu's potential invasion. He then contacted Black Widow, who currently oversees the Avengers, and asked her to help identify exceptional individuals to bolster Blue Planet's defenses. Finally, he conveyed his vision to Ultron, urging it to pool its resources and construct as many robots and energy shields as possible to minimize potential casualties and economic losses. Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Ultron quickly identified a country and advised that maximizing its resources would significantly enhance Earth's defenses. However, given that the country had recently announced its opening to the outside world, Ultron suggested that Lin Feng seek its advice in a gentle manner. Lin Feng examined the information Ultron had sent and pondered for a moment. If the opportunity presented itself, he would indeed like to visit Wakanda, the African nation that had recently opened up to the world. As far as Lin Feng knew, Wakanda was the nation on Earth with the richest vibranium resources and the one that contributed most to Thanos' invasion of Blue Planet. Not only did it provide the greatest assistance to the Avengers, it also lured Thanos to set up the main battlefield within its borders, thus preventing the further escalation of the war's negative impact. Even Wakanda's king, Black Panther T'Challa, was ultimately killed by Thanos' snap. Lin Feng had a favorable impression of this nation, and Black Panther T'Challa was a leader he admired. T'Challa was a leader with a broad perspective. If Lin Feng could explain the pros and cons to him, he was confident he would be willing to work with the nations of Blue Planet to build a joint defense system. To prepare for the impending invasion of Thanos and Dormammu's aggression, nations around the world were joining forces to form a strategic global military alliance. Based on the United Nations, they were engaging in frequent diplomatic activities and signing numerous agreements to jointly prepare for the potential invasion. Even the United States, which typically had a tense relationship with China, was not perfunctory this time. After all, Thanos' invasion would be a disaster for all of humanity. Over the waters of Sakura and China, a massive spaceship suddenly appeared in Blue Planet's outer space. Although it hadn't yet entered Blue Planet's territory, its vast, sky-blocking scale was already awe-inspiring. Lin Feng donned his glasses, and as expected, Thanos' presence appeared. However, he didn't suddenly descend upon the surface. Thanks to Thor's early warning and the precious time buffer, the nations of Blue Planet quickly completed their defensive deployments. Even before Thanos entered the atmosphere, they began evacuating their populations. Meanwhile, Ultron was poised, preparing to activate its shield and broadcast a battle live worldwide, as the public would undoubtedly be watching closely. Gazing at Thanos' warships, Lin Feng frowned. Thanos' strategy was drastically different from Hela's. Hela employed a widespread, focused attack strategy, dispersing her forces across major cities worldwide and forcibly attacking densely populated areas, aiming to annihilate as many people as possible. Thanos, on the other hand, planned to focus his attack, first conquering China before moving on to other territories. Clearly, he was well aware of the crucial importance of the Chinese gods. By defeating them, he would have a chance to seize the coveted Infinity Stones. This clearly demonstrated a depth of Thanos' obsession with the Infinity Stones. Lin Feng quickly contacted Thor. Thor, Thanos has begun invading Blue Planet. Is there anything unusual in Asgard? Thor quickly responded, everything is normal. Asgard is safe. Professor Lin, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Lin Feng still reminded him, Thor, just bring a few people with you. Asgard is still being rebuilt. You must pay more attention to Asgard's safety. Thor smiled, Professor Lin, don't worry. Now that the 3 Infinity Stones are on Blue Planet, Thanos' attention should be focused on Blue Planet. Chapter 292, Divide the troops into 2 groups and take action. Chapter 292, Split into 2 groups and take action. 2025-01-05 Author, Good Monster. What is about to happen has made them a little nervous and afraid of everything. But no matter what, their mission has not made any progress now, and they have no way of judging where the yellow-clothed man will make his move. They are extremely anxious. If they can't find any trace of the yellow-clothed man, they might really succeed, and then they will be in trouble. You know, the subway is well connected. Although it is not certain where the yellow-clothed man will make his move, once he does, the consequences will be disastrous. However, if the subway is stopped now, the problem will be even greater. Ordinary people will take advantage of this to cause trouble without knowing the reason, and it will inevitably cause social unrest. So even if they know there is danger, they can't interfere with people's normal lives, otherwise the impact may be even worse. This dilemma gives them a headache. They have to take care of this side and that side. The key is that their current search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They are afraid that by the time something happens, they still haven't found any clues, and everything will be too late. To avoid causing too much damage, they split into teams and patrol busy subway stations, hoping to find any clues. If the yellow-clad men were to make a move, they would surely target crowded areas, achieving unexpected results. So, they disguised themselves and conducted a covert investigation, hoping to find evidence against the yellow-clad men, or ideally, to directly identify their members. That would perfectly resolve the situation. Unfortunately, things weren't so easy. To their surprise, despite encountering numerous yellow-clad men along the way, they were merely ordinary people, unaware of their core secrets. Many were even deliberately exposed to mislead their pursuit. This resulted in their operation making little progress, leaving them feeling frustrated. Just then, Lin Feng revealed his ability to track the yellow-clad men's movements. However, this ability was complex to use, relying on specific senses clues. At that moment, they didn't even know the exact locations of the yellow-clad men, let alone the source of their scent. At that moment, one of them suddenly had an idea. Among the captives he had previously captured, one had had contact with a man in yellow. Clearly, this individual must have carried the man's scent, and he held a high position among the captives. With this idea in mind, they immediately brought the captive to Lin Feng. Using his special ability, Lin Feng detected a scent on the captive that didn't belong to him. However, to his dismay, the scent was unusually complex, split into 3 distinct parts. Each part was equally distributed, leading him to speculate that there might be more than one person involved, perhaps 3 parties acting simultaneously. If this were the case, things would become fraught with difficulty. As soon as he finished analyzing this, he questioned the group about what had happened. Lin Feng then shared his observations and speculations, leaving them stunned. They hadn't expected the man in yellow to be so cunning, pulling such a trick. Then, Lin Feng shared several locations he had speculated about. These locations were familiar to them, as they were heavily trafficked areas. An attack there would have been disastrous. However, it was too late to deal with each one individually. Fortunately, they still had sufficient manpower to handle the situation. So, they divided the team into 3. Each team would be responsible for a specific location, and would notify each other upon completion. They would also provide mutual support in case of any emergencies. With everything arranged, Lin Feng, Rhodes, and Thor formed a team. The 3 of them, like old buddies, headed for the farthest subway station. This was the outcome of their deliberation. Among them, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the fastest, possessing special abilities. Therefore, it was most appropriate for him to head to the farthest point. Lin Feng agreed, immediately opening a special wormhole and arriving at their destination in no time. As the 3 of them arrived, they were startled by the sudden appearance of a large number of people. However, the people around them remained unresponsive, each busy with their own affairs. This puzzled them. Wasn't the sudden appearance of 3 living people enough to arouse curiosity? Lin Feng then explained that, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had used his reality-altering ability to erase everyone's memory of their sudden appearance. The 2 nodded in agreement, believing such an ability was indeed useful. If this could continue, perhaps a lot of trouble could be avoided, and the mission would be completed more smoothly. At this point, everyone disregarded his complaints and prepared to begin their search. Shortly after arriving, they spotted several individuals of suspicious identities. Lin Feng detected a familiar scent on them, indicating they were their target. Rot and Thor, upon seeing the enemy, prepared to attack, but Lin Feng stopped them. He explained that their specific destination was still unknown. If they alerted them now and forced them to act prematurely, they would likely be unable to stop them with their current strength. It would be better to follow them quietly, as they had done before, and perhaps locate their location. If all went well, they could capture them all. Everyone nodded, agreeing that this was the safest approach. So, they quietly followed. Although the members of the Yellow Clothes organization felt they were being followed, they looked back several times and saw nothing unusual, so they dismissed it as an illusion and ignored it. When they reached a certain location, Lin Feng and the other two used his ability to shrink in size to avoid detection. The others were completely unaware of their presence. At that moment, they overheard the men inside discussing something. It turned out they had planted a large quantity of explosives beneath a nearby subway train. They planned to wait for a train to pass by, then detonate it all. This might collapse the entire subway system in the area. The consequences would be devastating, and would undoubtedly cause immense panic. Hearing this, the three men were stunned. They hadn't expected the man in yellow to have made such thorough arrangements. No wonder this location was the farthest from them, it was a cover for the real operation. The other two locations were merely covert. If they were attacked, they would be unable to attack. This location, however, was different. Because it was the farthest away, they could detonate the bombs as planned, no matter what happened. This was the safest spot, their last trump card. Hearing this, the three men broke out in a cold sweat. They hadn't expected the man in yellow to be so cunning. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed special abilities, teleporting them here through a wormhole. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to react. Just as the man in yellow was about to connect the detonator, an axe suddenly appeared before them. The axe exuded a dangerous aura, imbued with mysterious power. This scene was familiar to Rhodes and Thor. They quickly realized that Lin Feng was preparing to strike. So, they joined in, aiding Lin Feng in dealing with the yellow-clad men. Seeing the plan interrupted, the yellow-clad men rushed to stop them. But they were outnumbered and unable to resist. They were quickly defeated one by one. Rhodes and Thor realized their strength was weak and quickly subdued them. Before long, they lay wailing on the ground. However, the three of them didn't kill them, they simply incapacitated them. Now, they had to wait for the follow-up troops to arrive and deal with them. But there was a more important task, defusing the bomb buried under the subway to prevent any casualties. Lin Feng glanced around quietly and noticed that there was still one person left. It turned out that these people had deliberately appeared before them, partly to distract them and partly to protect this person. This person must be hiding something important. Just then, they heard the rumble of the subway train approaching, signaling its imminent arrival. If they couldn't defeat all the enemies before then, their mission would be a failure. They might be able to escape with their strength, but ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be able to. At that moment, the member of the Yellow Organization, seeing the approaching subway, let out a sneer. He pulled out a device resembling a remote control from his back. Lin Feng was horrified upon seeing it. No wonder these people were protecting this man, he had the controls. If he pressed the button, the consequences would be disastrous. He stared at the man, trying to figure out how to stop him. But seeing his wary gaze, he avoided looking directly at him, lest he alert him and trigger the device prematurely. So, while fighting, he quietly approached him. He seemed oblivious, simply staring at the sign above, waiting for the subway to pass. He planned to detonate the explosives once the train passed, and then flee. He had prepared an escape route beforehand, and now it came in handy. However, before doing so, he had to tread carefully, especially avoiding this powerful opponent. At that moment, the timing was perfect, and the member of the Yellow Organization was about to press the remote control to trigger the explosion. Rhodes and Thor were still engrossed in their battle, oblivious to the situation unfolding. Just as she was about to touch the remote, Lin Feng suddenly cried out, "Not good." If he succeeded, everything would be irreversible. Lin Feng's mind raced, considering how to reclaim the deadly device. However, the man had already decided to press the remote, and danger was imminent. Lin Feng knew that once the remote was pressed, there would be no turning back. He quickly mobilized his fastest attack, combined with the roaring sky dog's charge, and sped towards the man at breakneck speed. The man also sensed Lin Feng's approach. Despite the urgency of the situation, he decided to risk everything, intending to detonate the site to complete his mission. He knew that if Lin Feng seized the remote, the mission would be a complete failure, his brother's sacrifices would be in vain, and he would face severe punishment. So, He steeled his resolve and prepared to detonate the bomb. Seeing this, Lin Feng was consumed with anxiety, realizing that time was of the essence. Despite his all-out acceleration, time remained a chasm he couldn't overcome. Rot and Thor hadn't reacted yet, and Lin Feng could no longer count on their help. Suddenly, he remembered his newfound power, which he had yet to test to its full potential. He could sense the element of time and space within it. Perhaps this was his turning point. He realized that both the forces of time and space could be put to great use at this moment. So, he decided not to hold back and, with all his might, unleash this power. As the power unleashed, he felt a sharp drain of energy within him, marveling at its immense power. He knew his energy reserves, and this use of his ability had nearly exhausted him. Yet, the effect was palpable. He felt as if space and time around him had been frozen in time, everything under his control. With time under his control, he had plenty of time to defeat the enemy before him. Without further ado, he sped towards the man. When Lin Feng appeared before him, the man was stunned. He couldn't understand how someone who had been so far away could suddenly appear before him, his hand on the remote. The man attempted to reclaim the remote, but Lin Feng wouldn't let him. He launched a powerful strike, the man unable to resist, instantly falling to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Lin Feng looked at the body on the ground and shook his head. He had expected a formidable opponent, but he hadn't expected such frailty. He turned and walked away, paying no attention to the corpse. Meanwhile, Rhodes and Thor had dispatched their respective foes and rushed over. Lin Feng destroyed the control device before disarming the power. The man watched the controller in his hand crumble to rubble, stunned. He didn't know what had happened, but it felt like everything had changed in an instant. The people around him also witnessed this scene, stunned. They had fought on their own, unprepared for so much to happen in such a short time. Thor was the worst off. Just as he had dispatched all his enemies, he saw the man holding the remote, about to press it, and was startled. Knowing the key to his mission was to prevent him from detonating the subway station, he rushed forward without hesitation. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng would freeze space at that moment, freezing everyone's movements. Lin Feng quickly dispatched the man and destroyed the control device. As Thor approached, he saw Lin Feng instead of a stranger. He was stunned and bewildered. Rhodes, on the other hand, had a vague sense of something. He felt a momentary fluctuations in space and time. Though he didn't fully understand, seeing Lin Feng had dispatched the enemy brought some relief. However, when Thor nearly collided with Lin Feng, Rhodes sighed. He wondered helplessly whether bringing this guy along was the right thing to do. 202. Chapter 201, Capture the Leader First. 202. Chapter 201, Capture the King First. 2024, 1012 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 201, Capture the King First. However, Ebony Marcus took advantage of the situation and dragged Strange closer. Strange was not good at close combat and was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Before he could react, his hands and feet were tightly bound by Ebony Marcus's ropes. Strange only had time to recite the protective spell before he was tied up tightly. Ebony Marcus looked at the Blue Star Wizard who had competed with his magic with great interest, and praised him sincerely. "Your magic is really interesting, maybe it will be loved by children." As he said that, he reached out to take the time stone from Strange's neck with the attitude of a winner. Ebony Marcus only felt a burning pain and quickly retracted his hand. Strange, breathless, observed his bewildered state, tauntingly remarking, "The spell may be simple, but it's indestructible." The Ebony Lord, enraged, snarled, "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." He then tightened the restraints, plunging Strange into unconsciousness. Stark felt only a brief moment of dizziness, but he forced himself to catch his breath and quickly recovered. This was a crucial moment in the battle, and any delay could be fatal. Yet, his reaction was still a little slow. When he regained consciousness, he saw Black Dwarf's hammer growing ever larger, and it was too late to dodge. Just as he was about to close his eyes and wait for death, a familiar, slightly mischievous young voice rang out, "Hello, man." "Hi, Mr. Stark," it was Peter Parker from Queens. "Shouldn't the kid be on the school bus?" Stark, perplexed, stood up and fired lasers at Black Dwarf, demanding, "Kid, what are you doing here?" A field trip at the Museum of Modern Art." Parker answered Stark's question while attacking Black Dwarf, but curiosity remained. "Mr. Stark, what's wrong with this guy?" Stark briefly explained, "He's from outer space, and he wants to steal the time stone from the wizard. At that moment, a piece of floor floated by, revealing an unconscious figure, followed closely by a figure standing on the floor. Everyone caught in the fray noticed this scene. Stark quickly said to Parker, "That's the wizard, kid. Go get him. I'll handle this." Meanwhile, he wondered if Dr. Senna were here, perhaps the situation would be better. However, he didn't know that the Hulk within Dr. Senna had become extremely annoyed by the Gila invasion and the Surtur invasion before that, and refused his request to join the battle. Senna always sought the Hulk's power in moments of crisis, only to ignore him afterward, causing the Hulk within him to revolt. Even if he were to appear on the battlefield now, he would be nothing more than a burden. Ebony had already tied up Strange, intending to carry him away on a tile. However, on their way back, a magical robed figure appeared from nowhere and secretly snatched Strange away. Fortunately, Ebony spotted him in time, and after a thrilling chase and maneuvering around street corners and obstacles, he finally recaptured Strange. However, shortly after retrieving Strange, Ebony vaguely sensed a small child darting through the city, rapidly approaching him. With a cold snort, Ebony waved his hand, and a billboard rose from the ground, striking the unsuspecting Peter Parker hard. Parker grimaces in pain, the blow sending him reeling. But he immediately unleashed a web of spider silk, clinging to the tall buildings ahead, and resumed his advance. This time, not only was he focused on the Ebony Lord ahead of him and Doctor Strange, lying on the floor tiles behind him, but he also had to be wary of the unidentified object that could strike again at any moment. The Ebony Lord was about to soar into the sky, carrying Strange with him. At this critical moment, Peter Parker finally arrived, spitting out a spider silk thread from one hand to tether Strange, while his other hand swung it onto a streetlight. The Ebony Lord scorned him. If it were the gravity of the blue planet pulling Strange, he might have been a little wary. But how much gravity could a streetlight hold? He soared upwards, not even looking. Peter Parker, delighted at having tethered Strange, was about to report the good news to Stark. However, he suddenly realized that neither he nor the streetlight seemed to be able to stop the Ebony Lord's return, and his face changed drastically. At this critical moment, a voice echoed from midair, "You bold demon. Behold my cudgel." Wumuha looked up, beholding a dazzling golden light. Before he could even see what it was, he felt a rush of wind sweeping towards him. The sudden attack caught Wumuha off guard, and before he could even utter a cry, he fell beneath the Wukong's cudgel. Wukong rescued Strange and quickly brought him back to the surface. "Are you a Chinese god?" Young Peter Parker, overcome with excitement, gazed upon the sudden appearance of the Wukong. Wukong merely nodded, then soared into the air without a second glance. "Which god is that?" Peter Parker asked curiously. Arriving, Stark looked at the entranced Parker and explained, "Son, that's China's great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong." With Wang's assistance, Stark dispatched Black Dwarf and then rushed to Parker's location, just in time to witness Sun Wukong returning with Strange. Meanwhile, more and more Vanguard troops were pouring into the streets. "Friday, clear this street immediately," Stark quickly instructed his new intelligent butler. "I don't understand why Senna won't come out. If you were here, the situation would be much better, Dr. Senna hasn't been able to transform lately, and he seems to have developed a rift with the Hulk," Lin Feng's voice called from behind. Meanwhile, countless Sun Wukong clones descended from the sky, mowing down the ferocious vanguards. "Professor Lin Feng," Stark said, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Professor Lin Feng arrive. Professor Lin's knowledge of the situation meant he could report to the gods at any time. After a brief exchange of greetings with Stark, Lin Feng turned to Parker and said, "Peter Parker, I need your help. Please look after Doctor Strange, and as soon as he awakens, send him to the United States to support the government." Before Peter Parker could respond, Lin Feng had already stepped onto the clouds, preparing to depart for the United States. Although Rogers, as a fortified soldier, might have an advantage in individual combat, he would be unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Furthermore, with Anna still to appear, it was uncertain whether Ultron's machine army could hold off the attack. Stark felt more at ease upon seeing Lin Feng on the clouds. The clouds were a divine means of transportation given to Professor Lin Feng, and his presence signified that the gods were closely monitoring the war on Blue Star. As Lin Feng had said, the gods would only intervene in times of crisis. Ultron had not contacted Lin Feng for a long time, leaving him feeling a sense of unease. Arriving at the Avengers headquarters in the United States, Lin Feng found a devastated scene. Rogers lay unconscious, and Ultron, beside him, lay motionless. The Mind Stone on his forehead had vanished. What's going on? Lin Feng, seeing the situation was dire, dispatched the remaining vanguards while attempting to restart Ultron. Ultron quickly recovered. He looked at Lin Feng, marshalling his robot army to battle the vanguards, and said, "Professor Lin Feng, you're too late. Thanos has already left with the Space Stone and the Mind Stone." Lin Feng was puzzled, wondering how Thanos had managed to take the two stones without alerting him. It was the Kree, Professor Lin Feng. Ultron seemed to see through Lin Feng's confusion and offered to explain. They disguised themselves as American soldiers, approached Rogers, ambushed him, and stole the Space Stone. Then, they tore me out of cyberspace, rendering me a standalone machine, and took the Mind Stone. I didn't have time to connect online, but my camera captured them teleporting to outer space. This must be some kind of space jump technology, the same technology Thanos' vanguards used to reach the surface directly. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. Thanos was Earth's mortal enemy, and he had always held him in high regard, yet he had been too cautious about the Kree around him. He hadn't expected them to collude with Thanos, secretly disguising themselves to steal the two stones and hand them over to him. He was startled, and then something flashed through his mind. Wasn't Ronan a Kree? It seemed Thanos and the Kree had long been connected, something he had overlooked. Lin Feng had known of Ronan and Gamora's arrival on Earth in disguise, but he had never connected Ronan's Kree identity with the Kree on Earth aiding the US against the Chinese. That was his mistake. Strange had regained consciousness and arrived in the United States. Looking at a somewhat annoyed Lin Feng, he asked, "Professor Lin Feng, what should we do now?" At that moment, Thor's voice rang out, "Professor Lin Feng, we've discovered traces of Thanos on Xandar. What should we do? Capture the leader first." Lin Feng quickly formulated a strategy and spoke to Thor. "Thor, if possible, rush over immediately and try to eliminate Thanos there. Otherwise, if he succeeds, half of all life in the universe will be wiped out," Thor replied, then severed the connection. Stark and Strange exchanged a glance. One possessing technological prowess, the other possessing magical powers. They felt it was best to support Thor at this moment. They exchanged a silent glance, eyeing the donut left behind, and then stepped onto it. Before leaving, Stark asked, "Professor, will you come with us?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm not used to the space environment, and there's a lack of oxygen there. I'll clean up the battlefield on Earth first. If conditions permit, the gods will send me there." The vanguards were astonishing in number. Like a raging plague, they spread rapidly across the globe, ruthlessly harvesting lives wherever they touched, even transforming some into their own kind. Faced with this frenzied onslaught, Sun Wukong's clones and Ultron's robot army fought hard but were gradually overwhelmed. Even with the support of the armies of the various nations on Blue Star, it was a drop in the bucket. Unable to match the vanguard's swift speed. After watching Stark and Strange depart, Lin Feng returned to China and summoned Yang Jian and Roaring Sky Dog. Like a sharp scythe, they swiftly harvested the lives of the vanguards. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Lin Feng looked up to see the energy shield in the sky crumble under the fierce attack of the massive warship, instantly exposing the fairy island to the warship's fire. Instead of deploying troops, the warship concentrated its firepower on an intensive bombardment of the fairy island, simultaneously spreading its bombardment into the Chinese territory, as if challenging Lin Feng's presence. Lin Feng snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Trying to sink the fairy island with such a small firepower was like trying to shake a tree with an ant. The giant Taoist power was more than enough to handle it, and he paid no heed to the incoming artillery fire. However, at that moment, he was surprised to see Hashimoto Kanryu appear on the street. The vanguards on the street had been mostly wiped out, leaving only ruins. Hashimoto Kanryu looked up at the massive warship in the sky and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Stop fighting! End the invasion!" She waved her hands, as if naively demanding a ceasefire. Lin Feng hurried to her side, anxiously asking, "Are you crazy?" The warships in the sky had already trained their fire on them, a high-intensity barrage roaring down. They knew full well that this was the spokesperson for the gods, and they must not be underestimated. Tears streamed down Hashimoto Kanryu's face, and she choked with sobs. "Professor Lin Feng, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to see war again." Lin Feng's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and the previous scene flashed through his mind. This innocent girl had tried to persuade the vanguard to stop their invasion when they arrived on the surface, but was taken to safety by robots. Now, finally free, she rushed to the scene and tried to appeal to the Titan creatures to stop the invasion. As the artillery fire was about to fall, Lin Feng waved his hand, easily deflecting the attack. He turned to Hashimoto Kanayu and said sternly, "The threat of war hasn't been lifted yet. Go back quickly." "I'm here." Hashimoto Kanayu stared at him blankly, and Lin Feng quickly glanced at the large screen, confirming that it wasn't focused on him, then stepped onto the clouds and prepared to head for Xander. Just then, the Guardians of the Galaxy had just dealt with Ronan, and before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, Thanos slammed the Infinity Gauntlet into the ground of Xander, triggering a violent earthquake. Thanos gazed lovingly at Gamora and asked, "Daughter, tell me, why did you betray me?" Gamora replied with a cold expression, "Then tell me why, after destroying my planet and killing my mother, you still adopted me as your daughter." That memory, a painful one from Gamora's childhood, was so tragic and bloody that it was sealed from her mind as an adult to protect her. Upon arriving on Earth, Ronan and her understanding of Thanos led her to gradually question her own origins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 293, Dangers. Chapter 293, Dangers Everywhere. 2025-01-05 Author, Good monster. He seemed to only use brute force, never thinking, and often ended up doing something bad with good intentions. Seeing this, Lin Feng used his abilities to build a solid wall in front of Thor. Thor ran into it with a loud bang. Although he was not injured, he looked very embarrassed. Seeing Thor's embarrassment, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. He looked around and found that all the enemies had been eliminated, and Thor was completely unaware of this. Rhodes came over and followed the clues on the controller, using his technology to find the location of the explosives. After a search, they finally found the warehouse. When they entered the warehouse, they were shocked by the scene before them. A warehouse full of explosives, if detonated, would reduce the entire subway station to ashes, and no one inside would be spared. Even if they were powerful, they couldn't escape here quickly. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thankful that Lin Feng had dealt with the man in time and destroyed the controller. However, the question of how to deal with the explosives posed another major problem. Lin Feng then remembered his system space and used it to transfer all the explosives. They then prepared to leave this dangerous place. Rot and Thor watched as the objects before them vanished into thin air, their hearts filled with astonishment. It was like magic. Had the objects been teleported to another location? Rod suddenly thought that this might be some advanced teleportation technology, capable of transporting objects to distant locations. However, this technology clearly involved space science, far beyond their capabilities. He secretly speculated that Lin Feng must possess even more advanced technology, and he would definitely consult him someday. If Lin Feng knew his thoughts, he would probably be amused. Cultivation is inherently profound, utterly distinct from scientific disciplines. Lin Feng, equally ignorant of the scientific world of Rod and his group, was unable to offer any assistance. Just as the three were preparing to evacuate, they suddenly received a message from Black Widow. The mission had 3 objectives, and while they had completed their portion, they knew nothing about the other 2 groups, making contact with them urgent. However, when they tried to contact Black Widow, the signal was extremely poor, suggesting she was in trouble, leaving the 3 men extremely anxious. Concerned for their safety, they decided to leave immediately and head for the target location. Fortunately, Lin Feng knew the 3 locations intimately, quickly finding Black Widow's location from the coordinates and rushing there. Meanwhile, police were swarming the area. Seeing this, Lin Feng had an idea. He handed the subdued yellow organization member nearby to the police, showed them his ID, and asked them to notify the others. Then, the 3 of them hurried off to provide support. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination, only to be surprised to find it deserted. Lin Feng then realized that the area wasn't deserted, but, as in their previous encounter, there might be another passage hidden beneath, undiscovered. This didn't faze Lin Feng. With his exceptionally sensitive sense of scent, he used his roaring sky dog ability to locate the yellow organization's hiding place. However, While they had determined the general location, they still needed to find the specific entrance. Otherwise, he would have to resort to brute force to break it open, but that would defeat the purpose of the mission and might even cause panic. So, he decided to search for the entrance first. While Rod and Thor were searching, Lin Feng was also busy, diligently investigating the situation inside to be prepared for any unforeseen events. To his surprise, not only were there people inside, but the atmosphere was extremely tense and the number of people was large, even exceeding the number he had encountered at the subway station. He shared this discovery with Rod and Thor, who looked gravely surprised. However, they also understood that if they didn't provide support now, the enemy wouldn't be able to hold out for long. So, they quickened their pace in their search for the entrance. After considerable effort, they finally found it in a secluded corner and entered. Upon entering, they heard a muffled sound. Although not far away, it seemed muffled by soundproofing. This alarmed them. A firefight had clearly broken out inside, and they needed to rush to support. As they drew closer to their destination, they learned more about the situation inside. Knowing that there were many people inside, they knew the consequences would be disastrous if they didn't provide support in time. So, they quickened their pace and ran towards the entrance. By then, they could clearly hear the sounds of fighting and the clash of weapons, and the situation was clearly critical. Lin Feng sensed a faint presence, not from the yellow men, but from someone he knew. Furious, he rushed forward. Rhodes and Thor followed closely behind, unsure of why. Though not as swift as Lin Feng, they also gave their all, chasing after him. They knew something serious was happening up ahead, otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been so anxious. Arriving at the scene, Lin Feng discovered Black Widow had been captured by the yellow men, bound tightly in chains. His immediate appearance had caught their attention. His impulsive charge had caused quite a commotion, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing another prey within reach, the yellow men pounced on him. Undeterred, Lin Feng struck with lightning speed, striking down his foes one by one. The yellow men, though startled by Lin Feng's strength, reconsidered. Even if he was only one man, how could he possibly defeat so many of them? So, they ordered their men to attack together, hoping to rely on their numerical superiority to achieve victory. Lin Feng, looking at the numerous enemies before him, felt a sense of formidable difficulty, but remained calm. He sensed that, despite their numbers, they were not strong. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from him, blinding the enemy. When the light faded, countless Lin Fengs appeared before them. The yellow-clad men were horrified, believing them to be mere illusions. Unbeknownst to them, each Lin Feng possessed physical form and power. They began their attack, but soon realized they were no match. Lin Feng's clones charged at them with overwhelming force, forcing the yellow-clad group back. At this point, the yellow-clad men considered using their captives as a threat to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had anticipated this and secretly sent men to use their special abilities to rescue the captives. Seeing their captives rescued, the yellow-clad men panicked and tried to escape, but found no escape route. Lin Feng's clones surrounded them, striking them one by one. When the last yellow-clad figure fell, Lin Feng contentedly retracted all his clones, leaving only the wailing or unconscious figures scattered across the ground. At that moment, Rhodes and Thor finally arrived. They were stunned by the scene before them. Looking at Lin Feng, they saw that he looked calm and steady, and their hearts were filled with shock. They couldn't help but wonder what level of strength Lin Feng had reached. How could he defeat so many people alone and with such ease? What kind of power did this possess? Fortunately, they arrived in time, preventing the situation from getting any worse. Black Widow was also saved. Although she felt somewhat humiliated by her capture, she was filled with gratitude. Lin Feng stared at the corpses scattered on the ground, stunned. They had only been here a few moments, and everything they saw seemed to be Lin Feng's doing. This thought stirred within him once more a wave of amazement. It had all happened in a matter of moments. He had dispatched so many people with such ease. Seeing this, Rhodes couldn't help but frown. In the past, the three of them were perfect partners, completing many missions together. But now, the reason was unclear. Lin Feng seemed to have received some mysterious blessing, his strength increasing by leaps and bounds. He had reached a level they could hardly match. If they were in his place, facing such a large number of enemies, they would probably have spent a long time. However, Lin Feng had swiftly resolved the battle, his current strength unfathomable. He looked at the newly rescued Black Widow and the others. They must have been captured, so they hadn't killed them. The only possibility was Lin Feng. With this in mind, he made a secret decision. He must train diligently now to strengthen his own strength, otherwise he would be unable to assist them on future joint missions. At this moment, Lin Feng ran towards a member of the Yellow Organization, surprising those around him. Thor tried to intervene, but Rhodes stopped him. Lin Feng's move must have a deeper meaning. Furthermore, he possessed many extraordinary abilities. Perhaps some undisclosed operation was underway. Though Thor was filled with curiosity, he tactfully avoided interrupting and simply observed. Soon, a wisp of multicolored energy gathered in Lin Feng's hand. This energy was gentle and pure. Upon touching the others, it also brought a sense of tranquility. They were puzzled by its meaning. Some time later, Lin Feng slowly regained consciousness, but his complexion was grave. He casually threw the member of the Yellow Man organization beside him to the ground and then departed. The crowd was astonished by this unusual scene, but had no time to question the cause. They quickly notified nearby personnel to clean up the scene, and they quickly withdrew. After leaving, they curiously questioned Lin Feng about what had happened, but he looked grave. Lin Feng's power had reached its peak, even Thanos was no match for him. What could have caused him to be so cautious? At this moment, Lin Feng sighed softly and said, "I'm afraid something big will happen here soon." Everyone was puzzled. Hadn't there been constant unrest recently? Why was there talk of trouble? Lin Feng finally spoke, revealing that he had just used his ability to peer into the Yellow Men's inner world. This ability was extremely exhausting, and while he had suffered heavy losses, he had also learned their true purpose. It turned out that this mission was merely a diversion, not the primary operation. The incident had been staged solely to lure them here, and whether or not they actually succeeded would have little impact on them. Upon hearing this, everyone was horrified. But they also felt puzzled. Why would they go to such lengths just to lure them out? There must be a hidden secret behind this. For the time being, they couldn't grasp the truth. After all, their strength was not to be underestimated, even though the Yellow Men were numerous. Such a massive loss would be heartbreaking, and they must be plotting something larger. They anxiously questioned Lin Feng, but he remained silent, sighing and leaving for SHIELD. He informed them that a situation was imminent and that there was no time for explanation. They needed to go and deal with it immediately, and he would provide further details once the situation was resolved. He then instructed them to remain and clean up the mess. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor stopped questioning. Lin Feng's actions made sense, so they stayed behind to handle the situation. Lin Feng left the subway station, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Black Widow sensed something fishy going on here, connected to internal affairs. She was extremely sensitive to this. If it was true, something serious was bound to happen. Lin Feng, though powerful, didn't have a deep understanding of internal affairs, and going alone could be dangerous. So, she handed the matter over to Rhodes and Thor and hurried after him. Rhodes and Thor looked at each other helplessly, confused. But this matter was beyond their control, so they decided to deal with the immediate situation first. Once this matter was resolved, they would return as soon as possible to investigate. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, about to return, suddenly noticed someone following him. It was Black Widow, who had already heard about something and requested to come along. Yi Fan agreed, believing her assistance might help them deal with it better. So, the two of them traveled through a wormhole to their destination. Upon arrival, Black Widow was surprised to discover it was the residence of the Ancient One, and she was curious about his presence. The Ancient One was the most mysterious and powerful of them all. Could he be in trouble? The two men headed straight for the Ancient One's residence. However, the atmosphere along the way was eerie. They had visited many times before, but never before. Yi Fan sensed a strong energy fluctuation, suggesting a battle was underway, and with more than one person. After advancing a short distance, they seemed to collide with something and were suddenly repelled, startling Black Widow. She immediately drew her weapon and attacked the transparent barrier ahead. However, the attack was completely deflected, leaving the barrier unscathed. She attempted to analyze the barrier using a computer, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Feng discovered that the barrier was related to space. This astonished him. Someone could master the power of space, a rare ability. However, they remained helpless. Lin Feng unleashed his power, bombarding the barrier with a powerful energy that instantly shattered it. Entering, They found the Ancient One alone, and nearly dead. Lin Feng approached and found the Ancient One engaged in combat with a masked figure. Although he did not recognize the man's identity, he could sense his eerie presence, clearly a formidable opponent. He sensed a long-lost aura of danger from the other person. He was about to leave when he discovered another barrier, even more bizarre. The previous barrier, while infused with special power, was unstable. Anyone with special abilities or sufficient strength could break it. But this one was different. It was the only entrance, and the defenses were reinforced. Even he couldn't break it in a short time. He was terrified. Master Ancient One clearly couldn't hold out much longer. He felt strange, he had never heard of such a powerful enemy here. Recalling Master Ancient One's words, it seemed as if he had anticipated all this, giving advance warning. It seemed this world wouldn't remain peaceful for long. As the saying goes, a storm is brewing, and dangers lurk on every side. However, this was no time to dwell on sentiment. Lin Feng remained calm, quickly mobilizing his computing power for analysis. 203. Chapter 202 Guardians of the Galaxy, Show Up. 203. Chapter 202, Guardians of the Galaxy, Show Up. 2024-1013 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 202, Guardians of the Galaxy, Show Up. She has been investigating her past, and during this time she had a battle with Nebula. After a fierce battle, her sisterhood with Nebula deepened. However, even Nebula could not accept the fact that her father was invading everywhere. Thanos looked at the familiar figure in front of him, his eyes revealing sadness. He gave a wry smile, but still patiently explained, "This is actually a simple arithmetic problem, my daughter. The universe has limited space and limited resources, while the population is constantly growing. Excessive population growth will deplete limited resources. Once the resources are lost, what will happen to humanity? Isn't it death? That's how my home planet, Titan, perished." He fell into deep thought, recalling the past. Back then, because the population was growing too fast and there was no new resource to replace it, Titan fell into crisis. I proposed an idea to randomly eliminate half of the population, regardless of rich or poor, old or young, male or female, noble or humble, fair and merciful. But they thought I was too extreme, called me a butcher, and expelled me. The result is predictable. They didn't listen to my advice, and Titan was destroyed. And I, who gave advice and was exiled, became the survivor. Thanos' gaze grew firm. It's the same in the universe. The population is growing too fast. What's wrong with what I did? If I had followed my plan earlier, would Titan have perished? To save the universe from crisis, I used the bodies of the fallen Titans as vanguards, a constant reminder of my conviction, randomly slaughtering half the population to allow the universe to breathe. Thanos' gaze softened again. I call this mercy. You're using mercy as a pretext for slaughter, vainly trying to uphold justice. Gamora's voice was laced with sarcasm. Thanos' words struck her as both ridiculous and absurd. Yet, for a moment, she couldn't find the words to refute him. Thanos' words seemed to hold some truth. Whether it was her home planet, Thanos' home planet, Titan, or Xander, where they were now, or even the blue planet she had visited, they all faced the same problem, a rapidly increasing population, while resources far outstripped this growth. A wavering feeling welled up in her heart, as if something was tempting her to betray her sympathy for life. Jason Quill couldn't help but burst into a rant, then bluntly retorted, "After you've slaughtered half the population, won't the population grow? The resources saved might even cause the remaining population to grow even faster. By then, the population might even be larger than it is now. What can you do?" Quill's words dawned on Gamora. While resources are indeed limited, the population is constantly growing. Thanos' tactics might temporarily alleviate the supply-demand imbalance, but they only address the symptoms, not the root cause. The hidden dangers remain. Population is eternal, and the problem of population growth will never cease. She steeled her resolve to stop Thanos, stepped back, and stood beside Quill, offering him a firm, supportive gaze. Thanos even caught a glimpse of admiration and emotion in her gaze. Meanwhile, Grodd and Rocket Raccoon joined them, ready to fight alongside these newfound allies. They had all been released from the same prison, and through their shared struggles, they had gradually built trust and reliance. Just recently, they had teamed up to defeat Ronan. Drax, weapon in hand, stood beside them. Quill looked at the assembled crowd, a surge of emotion welling in his heart. He looked at Thanos and shouted, "See? This is us, the Guardians of the Galaxy." Thanos gazed at them, each one scarred and slightly exhausted. He didn't rush into battle, but sat down to give them a chance to recover. He murmured to himself, "For justice, I'll do anything. Even if it means decimating half the universe's population, so what? Like this kid said, I still can't stop the insane population growth." "Hey, my name is Quill, not Kid," Jason Quill couldn't help but retort. Thanos ignored his protest. "But it doesn't matter. My actions have left a spark of hope for humanity throughout the universe. I've given them the right to choose a better life again, the opportunity to reflect on their actions, and enough time to find alternative resources. Isn't that a good thing? I call it mercy." "What's wrong with that, you lunatic? You killed innocent lives and then told them you gave them the freedom to choose?" Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but scoff. Thanos' eyes hardened. "Only with sacrifice can there be choice. The right to choose is based on sacrifice, not a gratuitous gift. If no one is willing to sacrifice, then I will have no choice but to harden my heart and make the choice for them." Hearing this, Gamora retorted, "You are so hard-hearted that you can force others to die. Why don't you sacrifice yourself for the universe you see?" Thanos' expression was solemn. "When I achieve this goal, I will choose to end my own life without regret." Gamora fell silent. Thanos had even considered martyrdom for his obsessive ideals. But his ideals were so extreme that she was at a loss. Thanos fell into deep thought. "Every night, in the stillness of the world, the souls I have slaughtered seem to cry out in my ears, telling of their grievances and their unwillingness. I feel guilty towards them, but I will not atone for them until my ideal is realized." Gamora's eyes welled up, and she recalled the slaughter of her unarmed compatriots as a child. Thanos chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, after slaughtering half the human population, I will sit in a manor and watch the sun rise as usual, illuminating this grateful universe. Then, I will choose to end my own life. As for what happens after my death, I have no control over it. Even if the population swells again, it seems to have little to do with me." But then he changed the subject. "But that doesn't mean no one will intervene. After me, perhaps thousands of idealists will embark on this bloody path for the sake of all life in the universe. The most compassionate wisdom often requires the most ruthless means to achieve it. The most difficult decisions require the strongest will." Thanos' words cast a solemn look on the Guardians of the Galaxy's faces. While population growth is indeed endless, those like Thanos who seek to secure temporary safety for the universe through the most direct and violent means will never cease. Even if Thanos dies, thousands of his successors will continue this brutal and insane act. This is the reality they least want to face. We can't predict what will happen after our death, but at least for now, we can stop you. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. You can't sacrifice the lives of others for your so-called righteous ideals." Quill, unusually serious, rebuked Thanos. Everyone's faces were stern, their hearts filled with determination. While they couldn't predict the future, they could seize the present. Quill regained his usual relaxed demeanor. "Come on, big purple potato. Show me your strength." Thanos ignored Quill's provocation. He gazed at the exhausted yet high-spirited group, especially Gamora beside Quill, and a wave of pity welled up in his heart. However, seeing their resolute gazes, he stood up, decided to respect their choice, and let them continue. Sensing Thanos' seriousness, everyone smiled at each other, as if ready to die. Thanos had just seized the Power Stone from them, but now, its terrifying power, capable of destroying Xander, lay quietly within a gauntlet, forcing them to be wary. Groot stepped forward, fearlessly charging Thanos, completely disregarding his own safety. However, Thanos easily parried their attacks. Armed with the Collector's Ether, the Kree provided Cosmic Cube, the Mind Stone, and the newly seized Power Stone. All four of these gems were more than enough to defeat the exhausted Guardians of the Galaxy. With a simple wave of his hand, Rocket was knocked to the ground. He taunted, "You, the whole gang, struggled against Ronan, wielding the Power Stone. Now I have all four. Your efforts are in vain." Quill, barely able to stand, stubbornly declared, "Even if it's in vain, it's better than doing nothing." Gamora staggered to her feet. "Yes, there's a difference between accepting death and waiting to die. We firmly believe our actions are meaningful." Thanos shook his head. "Then I will send you on your way." With a wave of his hand, Groot collapsed. "I am Groot." Groot uttered only these words before giving up his life. The few survivors had no time to grieve. This was a brutal war, one that left no room for hesitation or pause. They could cherish Groot's memory, but only after the war was over. They launched a final effort, attempting to attack Thanos and halt his advance. Thanos frowned, taken by surprise by the sudden sword strike from behind. He didn't turn back. "Nebula, aren't you seeking the Soul Stone?" Before Nebula could reply, she was slapped and sent flying. Thanos didn't even look at Nebula. The betrayal of his two beloved daughters filled him with grief. Fortunately, the loyalty of his 5 world-destroying generals offered some comfort. But then he heard a voice he hadn't wanted to hear. "Purple Potato Head, take my axe." Thor's voice reached him first, and he appeared in midair. Stormbreaker already swung out. A thunderous roar, carrying the might of heaven and earth, rushed towards Thanos. Thanos chose not to resist. He saw that Stormbreaker's power was even greater than that of Odin he had faced before, and a head-on confrontation was unwise. With a flick of his hand, he used the Space Stone to hide in the virtual realm. Stormbreaker pierced Thanos' body without causing any damage, leaving Thor stunned. In mid-air, countless magical chains bound Thanos. It was Strange who had taken action, attacking Thanos simultaneously from countless dimensions, binding his hands. The powerful magical force momentarily trapped Thanos, but he deftly manipulated the stone in his hand to free himself. A barrage of missiles, manufactured using Stark's nanotechnology, hurled Thanos like a cannonball. These missiles, incredibly destructive, were a product of Stark's nanotechnology. However, Thanos blocked the attack with his bare hands, not even employing the stone's power. This astonishing defense left even Stark stunned. "Is this your strength? I'm truly disappointed. How can you stop me like this?" Thanos, ignoring the attacks from all around him, gazed greedily at the time stone around Strange's neck. His fierce gaze sent a wave of fear into Strange's heart. "If their strength isn't enough, what about mine?" A solemn and sacred voice rang out. Thanos slowly turned around to see Dijun bathed in a divine light. "Your Excellency," Strange exclaimed in delight. Thanos' immense offensive and defensive power, combined with the power of the 4 Infinity Stones, had left him helpless. Now, a figure of unrivaled strength had appeared to confront him. It was truly a blessing. Stark was also overjoyed, sighing with relief as he beheld Dijun before their eyes. Only the Guardians of the Galaxy remained puzzled. Gamora, observing the figure she had focused on while gathering information on Earth, felt a sense of unease, unsure if he possessed the strength to defeat Thanos. Dijun, gazing at Thanos before him, felt a sense of solemnity. Thanos, Odin, Hela, and the newly ascended Thor, had all reached the pinnacle of intelligent life, on the path to the 3rd level of existence. They had grasped the mysteries of the laws of nature and mastered the power to manipulate them. Ordinary intelligent beings posed no threat to them. It was particularly noteworthy that Thanos now possessed 4 Infinity Stones. These gems embody the laws of the universe. Thanos' possession of these 4 treasures was like divine intervention, allowing him to delve deeper into the realm of laws. At this moment, he even surpassed Dormammu, who had already half-stepped into the realm of laws. Dormammu sacrificed his physical body for the dark dimension, while Thanos could easily penetrate it with a single thought. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what the scene would be like if he had gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. Thanos gazed at Dijun, who had appeared on Xandar, and sneered, "God, why do you stand by and watch when lives perish because of themselves, but intervene when they perish because of me?" Dijun understood that he was being blamed for failing to save the lives of Titan, but it was an unprovoked disaster. At that time, he had not yet obtained the system, and he never easily interfered in human affairs. Therefore, in the face of Thanos' accusations, he chose to remain silent. Thanos mistakenly believed Dijun was guilty and continued to accuse him. "You are a god. Are gods so great that they can watch living beings suffer and die of famine, but cannot bear to see them suffer misfortune? If you are so great, why did you create life in the first place?" 204. Chapter 203 The Storm. 204. Chapter 203 Storms Rising 2024-1014 Author, Good Monster Chapter 203 Storms Rising Upon hearing this, Dijun shook his head. Life was not created by gods, but is the product of autonomous evolution. The appearance of gods not only represents the evolutionary direction of living beings, but also ensures that life will not die easily. Gods will not interfere in the affairs of living beings at will, but your aggressive behavior makes it impossible for me to sit idly by. Thanos snorted coldly. So many excuses. If I don't solve the problem of half of the population in the universe, will the gods watch all the creatures in the universe starve to death? Dijun looked at Thanos, who had fallen into paranoia. Since you want to save the creatures in the universe, why do you keep yourself out of it? Thanos was stunned and failed to understand the deep meaning of Dijun. Dijun sighed. The gods trust sentient beings and believe they can control their own destinies. Therefore, they never interfere lightly in the affairs of sentient beings. Resources may be scarce, but sentient beings are already working hard to conserve them and control their population. Are you blind to their efforts? Why are you unwilling to trust sentient beings and even deprive them of their right to choose? Strange felt a surge of emotion as Dijun, the usually majestic god, now filled with regret and heartache for Thanos, still offering earnest advice. Thanos' intentions were good, but his methods were so extreme, his ideas so inhumane. In other words, Thanos simply magnified the evil and bigotry in people to an extreme. Perhaps there was no Thanos, or perhaps anyone could become one. Thanos was silent for a moment, then retorted, if I don't remove myself from life, how can I rationally view the crisis facing living beings? The safest and most effective solution is to reduce the number of lives in the universe by half. You can't convince me. Dijun's voice remained gentle but firm. Heaven and earth are selfless, viewing all things as straw dogs. Saints are selfless, viewing the people as straw dogs. It's difficult to satisfy everyone. You have your ideas, and others have theirs. I never thought of convincing you. Only you can convince yourself. You remove yourself from living beings, yet you destroy them as living beings. In doing so, can you truly achieve justice? Unjust means cannot bring true justice. Thanos, stop, no, don't. Even if you are a god, I will kill you. If you die, no one can stop me, Thanos shouted almost frantically, brandishing the infinity gauntlet and lunging at Dijun. Dijun simply sighed in pity. Although Thanos had entered the realm of rules, he still existed in the form of a living being. This contradictory yet harmonious state profoundly impacted his spirit, fueling his paranoia and unwavering determination to pursue his plan. Empowered by the infinity gauntlet and the infinity stones, he even knocked Dijun back several steps with a single punch. The onlookers were in disbelief. Strange, Thor, and the others couldn't believe anyone could repel Dijun, while the Guardians of the Galaxy couldn't believe anyone could withstand Thanos' full-strength attack with the Infinity Gauntlet. After all, they had nearly died fighting Ronan, armed with only one Infinity Stone. Thanos attacked Dijun relentlessly, always with all his might, as if accusing the gods of thwarting his dreams. His intentions were clearly good. Yet why did no one understand? When Thanos finally exhausted himself and ceased his attacks, Dijun approached him. Any regrets? Thanos chuckled self-deprecatingly. My biggest regret is not destroying you so-called gods. With a single wave of his hand, Dijun severed Thanos' head. Dijun remained silent, watching him die with his eyes wide open. In the end, he still respected Thanos' wishes and did not close his eyes. Dijun slowly left. Everyone looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, except for Nebula, who had a heavy expression on his face. He stared at Dijun's back in silence. Gamora approached her. Nebula, what are you still worried about? Nebula's gaze fell on Thanos, whose head and body were separated not far away. I'm worried he'll attack again. Gamora couldn't help laughing. Don't be ridiculous. How can the dead be resurrected? Thanos was killed by the Chinese gods again. How could he come back? Nebula didn't rush to answer. Instead, she asked, do you remember Ronan? Gamora smiled slightly. Of course I do. What's the matter? We eliminated him before Thanos. Nebula guided her. Ronan is a Kree. Gamora continued, I know the Kree are technologically advanced. But wasn't their planet destroyed? Are they now wandering the universe? When Ronan and I went to Blue Star, we met several of its technologically advanced people. No matter how advanced their technology is, they're just a bunch of homeless wanderers. What kind of trouble can they cause? Nebula lowered her head in silence, and a machine part popped out of her hand. This was Thanos' punishment for her. Every time she lost a battle with Gamora, another machine part would appear on her body. This machine component displayed an image of Thanos' massive warship during his invasion of Blue Star. Gamora was shocked to see the Vanguard, ignoring the energy shield above Blue Star's atmosphere and descending directly to the planet's surface. Nebula's voice echoed in her ear, those Kree, living under our protection, have developed space-jumping technology without our knowledge. I suspect they've achieved the same in the realm of time. They've long been secretly colluding with Thanos. Even the Mind Stone and Space Stone in Thanos' possession were provided by the Kree. They may know Thanos' intentions, but they're still willing to help him. It's likely because they've mastered a way to circumvent Thanos' random extermination of half of all life. Gamora was incredulous and asked, "Is this true?" Nebula sneered, "Sister, don't forget that the quantum universe operates on completely different rules of space and time than the universe we live in. Once they hide in the quantum universe, Thanos' random extermination threats will be ineffective against them." Gamora regained her composure and looked at Nebula. "But what does this have to do with the possibility of Thanos' return?" Nebula didn't know if Gamora was a little dazed because the war had just ended, but she still patiently explained, "Don't forget, Thanos' technology is not low. He has connections with the Kree and may also have the technology to travel to the quantum universe. He can commit space-time theft, first travel to the quantum universe, locate certain space-time coordinates there, and then appear from another point in time. Do you think that the one who appears in front of us then will be a brand new Thanos with 6 Infinity Stones?" Gamora took a breath and tried to test it with some unwillingness, but no one is carrying out his plan for Thanos, right? Nebula felt helpless about Gamora's slowness, and said with some regret, "Thanos has 5 world-destroying generals under his command. Think about how many of them have we seen so far." Gamora muttered to herself blankly, "Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony, and Black Dwarf. 4 people in total. Thanos still has one of his men who hasn't appeared." The two people's whispering did not attract attention at first, but Gamora's excited voice made everyone notice something was wrong. Quill stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Gamora?" Although Thanos had smitten Groot with a single blow, Groot had left behind the seed of life. Given enough time, they would see a new Groot. This unexpected surprise, combined with the joy of defeating Thanos, made the even-tempered Quill somewhat complacent. Strange, Thor, and the others who had encountered Quill and his companions on the battlefield against Thanos also approached, seemingly having overheard something about Thanos. Gamora and Nebula recounted their earlier discussion to the group, and everyone present expressed a solemn expression. But Thor remained unconvinced. "Who cares if Thanos returns? With the gods here, we're not afraid of any number of Thanos," Nebula quickly corrected him. "According to Blue Planet theory, we're all intelligent beings, but Thanos, with the Infinity Gauntlet, has already reached the realm of rule-based life, and that's not even the full form. When he returns, armed with the 6 Infinity Stones, he'll have further elevated his rule-based life forms. By then, even the gods might be helpless." Everyone present looked grim. Their greatest reliance was the gods. If even the gods couldn't stop Thanos, how would they cope? "Hurry back to Blue Planet and tell Professor Lin Feng to prepare," Strange said. Stark looked at the Guardians of the Galaxy. "Guys, you've been great. If you have time, please come visit Blue Planet. I'll welcome you." Without looking back, he boarded the donut and headed back to Blue Planet. Amidst the rubble, Helmut gazed at the ruins, his eyes filled with sorrow. He was over 30 years old, with a lively and adorable son, a beautiful wife, and a healthy father. Their family was harmonious, and despite the hardships of life, they always believed that tomorrow would be better. Earth had recently been plagued by numerous crises, but fortunately, the gods had descended upon us and saved our life. Helmut's family was filled with gratitude, and they dreamed of a day when they could travel to China to express their gratitude. However, the appearance of Thanos' vanguard shattered his hopes. Buried beneath the rubble, except for himself, his family was utterly annihilated. It took him 2 days to finally dig his father out. When disillusionment is shattered, hope can turn to intense hatred. Helmut's face was composed, but a blazing fire of revenge gleamed in his eyes. In an ordinary town in Bucharest, Romania, the news media was searching for a hero who had stepped forward in times of crisis, gun in hand, to confront Thanos' vanguard. A burly man, though slightly gaunt, he was agile, saving many bystanders. When Ultron's robotic army arrived, he coordinated seamlessly with them, swiftly launching a counterattack. After the battle, the hero quietly disappeared, leaving people searching in vain for him. They resorted to the help of the news media to locate this unsung hero. Bucky, reading the newspaper reports about the unsung hero of Romania, was overwhelmed with emotion. Despite his heroic efforts in times of crisis, he refused to claim the government reward. As a former Hydra assassin, he was deeply aware of the enormity of his crimes. Therefore, he resolved to atone for his sins as much as possible and to answer for his crimes within his lifetime. Although he had bravely stepped forward in times of crisis, he would never have been able to save so many lives without the timely arrival of the robotic army and the presence of the gods to eliminate the dangerous creatures. Feeling unworthy of this honor, he never claimed the reward. He constantly worried that the activation program Hydra had set in his mind was still lurking, ready to seize his mind and turn him back into his cold-blooded killer. He woke countless times in the middle of the night with dreams of himself slaughtering innocent civilians. Despite the destruction of Hydra, some diehards still linger. To prevent further exploitation, Bucky decides to travel to China to meet the legendary gods. The Vanguard crisis has given him a first-hand experience of their power, emboldening him to make a final break with Hydra and his past self. At the U.S. Capitol, government spokespeople are touting the story of a woman named Carol. She descended from the sky in a moment of crisis, single-handedly stopping the Vanguard's attack. Later, a massive robot army arrives, collaborating with the U.S. military in a defensive counterattack. Her heroics on the battlefield have convinced the U.S. government to portray her as a heroine to fight against the Chinese gods. They believe Carol has the ability and obligation to help them defeat them. Rogers attends the press conference as a representative of the military. Ms. Carol single-handedly carried out the counterattack against the Vanguard, even capable of annihilating those despicable invaders. She was sent from heaven to save the United States, something we could never have imagined. In this crucial moment, the Chinese gods are unreliable, and only the United States can save itself. Carol's heroic deeds have inspired the patriotic fervor of our American soldiers and galvanized us to fight back. A U.S. spokesperson delivered an impassioned speech before major media outlets, diligently portraying Carol as a lone hero who had saved the nation. Her female status elicited jubilation across the feminist-dominated United States. However, amidst this cheering, Carol, thrust into the heroic role, felt bewildered. She couldn't understand the excitement, nor her own role on the stage of this ignorant public. Her captain assured her that protecting Earth was her duty, and she had already fulfilled it. Fighting the Stru people was also her mission, and she was searching for them. The captain also informed her that the Chinese gods might be a product of Stru technology. Aiding the U.S. government in the fight against the Stru was part of her mission. Rogers watched the press spokesperson, dancing with joy, speechless and worried. To portray Carol as a hero, the U.S. government had diligently erased the contributions of others, ignoring the assistance provided by the robot army, which was helping them with post-war reconstruction. They also overlooked the divine intervention to address the root cause of the problem, even using the U.S. military's performance as a stepping stone to boost Carol's reputation. 205. Chapter 204, Secret Action. 205. Chapter 204, Covert Action 2024, 1015 Author, Good Monster Chapter 204, Covert Action. This is just as ridiculous as the efforts to promote the United States' contributions after World War II. Obviously, other countries have contributed the most and made the greatest sacrifices, but their contributions are completely ignored because they are not Americans and have blocked the United States' hegemony. This made Rogers feel confused. Although obeying orders is a soldier's duty, such a capricious government made him feel at a loss. Should he continue to obey the orders of the U.S. government? The phone rang and a text message appeared on his screen. In full view of the public, Rogers resolutely left the press conference regardless of the occasion. On the streets of Washington, at dawn, before the sky was fully lit, a strong man was jogging around the lake. He maintained a steady pace, as if enjoying the unique tranquility and beauty of this early morning. However, this tranquility was broken by a figure running past at full speed, reminding him, "Watch your left." Soon, the sky began to brighten, and Sam Wilson continued running at his usual pace. Then, the figure passed again, repeating the same words, "Watch your left." Sam, with a hint of relief, replied with a wry smile, "Oh, okay, I'll be careful." As daylight brightened, Sam continued his jog. The figure passed again, like the wind, saying, "Watch your left." This time, Sam decided to speed up to catch up, but soon he ran out of energy and could only rest on the sidelines. A man, even more burly than Sam, stopped and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you need a doctor?" Sam smiled wryly and replied, "No, my friend, I might need new lungs." "You know, you just ran at least 13 miles in half an hour." The burly man reached out and pulled Sam to his feet. "I'm Steve Rogers." Sam stood up and politely replied, "I'm Sam Wilson, a former airborne rescuer, now working in the Veterans Affairs Department." "I guess I know who you are," Rogers chuckled. I suppose so. After all, not everyone has my physique. Sam smiled, knowing Rogers might be in a bad mood after leaving the press conference so brazenly yesterday. He quickly exchanged contact information and returned to his residence to prepare for the day's work. Rogers stared into the distance, lost in thought. After attending Peggy Carter's funeral yesterday, he felt heavy-hearted, reminiscing about the past. He always felt like a lonely ghost of this era, only able to witness those unforgettable years through his memories. He owed Bucky a thank you and Peggy a dance. The ever-changing world and the towering skyscrapers left him feeling lost and disoriented. Despite his efforts to adapt to this rapidly changing world, he still found himself lost in the middle of the night. He was horrified by the U.S. government's misuse of technology and surveillance of its citizens. Coupled with Professor Lin Feng's revelation that Bucky might still be alive, though perhaps in a very different state, he resolved to travel to Romania to investigate and confirm whether it was truly his friend. Resolved, Rogers began booking his ticket, distracted and unaware that a man was secretly observing him from a distance. At Avengers headquarters, Lin Feng met two individuals handpicked by Natasha for interviews with the Avengers. Would you like some coffee? Lin Feng smiled affably, noting that the two men seemed somewhat reserved. Peter and Wanda exchanged a smile. No thanks, Professor Lin. We've only come to visit you, the spokesperson for the gods. We're honored to join the Avengers, but even more delighted to meet you. Lin Feng smiled. You stepped forward in times of crisis to save others, and even the gods would be pleased to see that. I admire your ability to use your power wisely. Some, after gaining power, choose to oppress others, but you choose to give back to the world. Peter smiled shyly. This is also a way to respond to the power bestowed upon us by the gods. God tells us that only in times of life and death will he intervene to save humanity. We want to respond to God's trust in humanity, so after receiving the power he bestowed upon us, we chose to help the world. Wanda nodded in agreement. Lin Feng appeared calm, but a sense of doubt lingered within him. He remembered that he had never bestowed power upon anyone before, and that it was Stryker, formerly of Hydra, who had experimented with a Mind Stone that had unleashed their potential. You two should go for the test first. We'll discuss this in detail afterward, Lin Feng said. After seeing the two off, Lin Feng poured himself a cup of coffee. Come out. Stark pushed open the door behind the wall. It was he who had recommended the brother and sister to join the Avengers. Hoping they could put their abilities to good use, he contacted Lin Feng. They're very capable. I want to thank you for recruiting such a strong backup force for the Avengers. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Seeing Stark's face grim, Lin Feng asked with concern. Stark gave a wry smile. I'm fine. I'm worried about them. They use their power wisely, which is good. They revere the gods, which is also good. But they shouldn't regard the gods as everything, thus losing their own value and neglecting their own abilities. I worry that the appearance of the gods will extinguish the independence of human nature. Stark's words sparked deep reflection in him. The advent of the gods not only overturned established scientific laws but also impacted existing religious structures. The recent rise of theism had already sounded a warning bell for him. People often abuse their faith, blaming or giving credit to the gods for everything, while ignoring their own problems. While the rise of the cult of God stems in part from covert manipulation by the U.S. government to weaken its influence, it also reflects people's unconditional trust in the gods. Lin Feng clearly stated early on that the gods would only intervene in times of life and death, yet some still chose to blindly worship them. Lin Feng quickly labeled the cult of God a cult, and governments around the world swiftly took action to shut it down. Imagine if Lin Feng had accused someone of being a sinner designated by the gods. What kind of extreme reaction would people have? Stark sat down and spoke slowly. Professor, you mentioned that the gods don't easily interfere in human affairs, only aiding humanity when it faces catastrophic disaster. But this is no reason for humanity to give up on its own efforts. Pete and Wanda attribute their abilities to divine gifts, but I can see at a glance that they are the result of scientific experimentation. Moreover, this level of technology far exceeds what humans currently possess. Their special abilities are entirely due to their innate talents. This is a talent that is innate, not a gift from the gods. Stark's words didn't touch on Lin Feng's main concern. He was more concerned that Wanda and Pete's abilities were derived from scientific experiments, a level of technology currently unattainable by humans. Since it wasn't humans who did this, the mastermind behind Pete and Wanda's transformation was self-evident. However, he continued along with Stark's words, Indeed, the appearance of gods is not to make humans give up their efforts, but to serve as a guide to lead humans to evolve towards the realm of gods. Otherwise, what is the meaning of human existence? Stark agreed deeply. That's right, so I have never given up the power of technology. Although I have been strengthening my physical exercise, I also know that technology can indeed change us at certain times. Humans cannot always rely on technology, but they cannot be completely separated from technology at present. Professor, thank you for your support and understanding. During this period, I have suffered a lot of accusations because of this point of view. You and Natasha are the few people who support me. Lin Feng made a cup of coffee for Stark. Is your post-war reconstruction fund organization still recruiting personnel? Yes, it is still recruiting. What's the matter? Stark asked with some confusion. Lin Feng sighed. Then I'll recommend someone to you. She's from the land of Sakura. Stark readily accepted. It doesn't matter where she's from, as long as she's truly willing to face the trauma of war and reflect on its evils. Since you, Professor, recommended her, I'm sure she wouldn't use charity to whitewash herself. Professor, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After bidding Stark farewell, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. What kind of changes would the emergence of gods bring to human life? Is the advent of gods a blessing or a curse for humanity? Rogers muttered to himself on the plane. With the rapid development of technology, he had witnessed too much technological advancement, fueled by the expansion of ambition and the collapse of faith. The Second World War, in which he participated, was sparked by the fascists' ambition to conquer the world after mastering cutting-edge technology. In his mind, the mastery of technology should benefit humanity. For example, in medicine, polio was still an incurable disease in his time, but 70 years later, it has been successfully cured. However, too many people, after mastering advanced technology, have lost their humanity, leaving only a cold rationality. They seize resources through war, with no regard for the safety of others. The former fascists and the current United States seem, to some extent, to be trapped in the same predicament. After Hydra was ostensibly eliminated during World War II, it was able to gradually infiltrate the U.S. shield and seize power. Does this also indicate that the U.S. government and fascist regime share certain similarities? Technology has facilitated transportation and communication. However, as the world's largest nation, the United States uses its advanced aircraft for war and its communications equipment to monitor people's lives, depriving everyone of their privacy. Sharon Carter, his neighbor, makes him feel mistrusted, and the constant text messages on his phone remind him that the U.S. government is monitoring his life. This is the consequence of technology. However, the emergence of gods has made the world a better place. While there are criminals like the Huaxia divine cult who exploit opportunities to cause chaos, more often than not, gods bring hope to people. As Rogers fought against the vanguard on the battlefield, he not only had the assistance of Ultron's mechanical armies, but also veterans who bravely fought alongside him. The gods will protect us, but before that, we must show them our resolve. Their words filled Rogers with strength. Looking back, the gods' presence brought a more humanistic touch, rather than the cold, emotionless atmosphere of the technological world. So, was the gods' arrival a blessing or a curse for humanity? The speech delivered at the U.S. Capitol that day caused a huge uproar. Many criticized the U.S. government for ignoring divine help and humanity's tireless efforts, instead attributing all the achievements to the mysterious figure Carol, who suddenly appeared midway, in an effort to bolster government prestige while ignoring the contributions of others. At the same time, many were misled by the government into believing that if the gods had the power to stop the enemy, they would have destroyed Thanos' army at the first sign of danger, rather than waiting until the crisis arose. The two sides engaged in a heated debate. Helmut, drawn to the press conference by the U.S. government's ambiguous stance on God, witnessed on television the angry departure of U.S. soldier Rogers. He concluded that Rogers was a staunch believer in God. He decided to use Rogers as a target to demonstrate the consequences of faith in God, to test the public's ability to see if their deities would intervene and save them in times of crisis. Helmut formulated his plan and began tracking Rogers, researching his life and past. He discovered that Rogers had served with the Howling Commandos during World War II, and that Soldier Bucky was the only member of the unit to die after falling off a cliff. Recently, Rogers had booked a direct flight from the U.S. to Romania. Helmut's investigation revealed that Rogers had no acquaintances in Romania, and that his trip was not on government business. What was his purpose? Helmut speculated that Rogers might be going to confirm the survival of his old friend. Given that most of the Howling Commandos have passed away from illness, SHIELD founder Peggy Carter recently passed away, and Howard Stark died in 1991, the only person who could still be alive is Bucky Barnes, who fell off the cliff. Given that human technology at the time could produce super soldiers like Rogers, perhaps there was also technology that could have saved Bucky. If Bucky is still alive but hasn't recognized Rogers, then his rescuer might be an enemy of the US government at the time. Combining the information of a sinister organization, advanced technology, and the context of World War II, Helmut deduced that Bucky's rescuer was most likely Hydra. After his rescue, Bucky may have become a Hydra member. This significant discovery thrilled Helmut. He learned that the US had exposed a great deal of its dark history due to the Hydra spacecraft incident. He delved deeper, deciphering and integrating information, and confirmed that many important figures had been secretly killed to hinder Hydra, causing numerous accidents. These included politicians, scientists, and businessmen. Among these assassinations, the most active one was an ICE assassin codenamed Winter Soldier. He was like a ghost, and attracted Helmut's attention with a 100% mission success rate. 206. Chapter 205 is truly gifted. 206. Chapter 205, Truly Gifted 2024-1016 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 205, Truly Gifted. Helmut's interest in the Winter Soldier stems from his mission description. This Winter Soldier possesses a rigorous, logical, and swift approach, imbued with a strict military aura, yet also displays a somewhat out-of-touch, mechanical dogma. His success rate is exceptional, yet his personality is remarkably rebellious. This leads Helmut to believe that this somewhat out-of-touch, rebellious military style is none other than Bucky, the Bucky who fell off the cliff that year. His high mission success rate stems from the fact that, like Rogers, he was transformed into a super soldier. And anything that begins well will always yield a continuous stream of success. Rogers was the first super soldier, Bucky the second, and there will likely be many more to come. Hydra must have some unique method to convince the rebellious Bucky to obey orders. The Winter Soldier always carried out his missions alone, yet Hydra never worried about his defection. This suggested that Hydra had implanted a program in Bucky's mind, a kind of hypnotic switch. With a switch, he could control these super soldiers, practically humanoid weapons. Rogers and Bucky were the most iconic. Helmut, a maniacal grin playing on his face, walked down the street and saw the post-war Reconstruction Foundation helping people rebuild their homes. The foundation's slogan, "Humanity relies on its own, creating a better future," caught his eye. Indeed, humanity should be self-reliant, not worshipping some ethereal god. If he had grasped this earlier, perhaps his family wouldn't have perished in the Vanguard's attack. It seemed someone had finally grasped this. Helmut felt a surge of joy, as if he had found a like-minded ally. He looked it up and found that the Foundation's founder was Tony Stark. Helmut's mind returned to Howard Stark, who died in 1991. Hydra records indicate he was assassinated by the Winter Soldier. This momentous discovery sparked a bold idea. The Kree's technology truly posed a significant threat to Blue Planet. Recalling Thanos' invasion, it was the space jump technology they provided that allowed him to penetrate Ultron's atmospheric shield and strike directly at the surface, bringing devastating disaster to the people of Blue Planet. Carol, a national hero jointly promoted by the US government and the Kree, was, as Lin Feng understood, capable of inflicting mass destruction on the Vanguard, likely due to Kree technology. Furthermore, the Kree's methods went far beyond mere technology. As the Chinese gods gradually emerged as a mainstream global faith, they instigated the US government to fund the establishment of the Chinese divine cult, attempting to undermine people's faith through conspiracy. Although Lin Feng promptly stopped this in its tracks, the Kree's tactics of using a knife to kill others remained a source of grave concern. Furthermore, when Strange and his companions returned to Blue Star, they brought back descriptions of the nebula. They believed that, aided by the Kree's advanced technology, Thanos was highly likely to strike again with all 6 Infinity Stones. As more clues gathered, Lin Feng became increasingly concerned about the Kree threat. "Professor Lin, are you listening?" Hank asked, noticing Lin Feng's absent-mindedness. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "You mentioned earlier that through the extreme compression of PIM particles, one can shrink a person to the quantum realm. Then, through specific means, one can locate themselves in time and space, travel to a predetermined point in time, and thus achieve time-space theft. Is that what you mean? Hank nodded. He was delighted by Lin Feng's interest in time-space theft and immediately rushed to Lin Feng's office to explain it to him in plain language. Since Lin Feng, a liberal arts professor, might find it difficult to understand, Hank avoided using technical jargon. Fortunately, Lin Feng was gifted and quickly grasped the key points of Hank's explanation, grasping the key points. This saved Hank considerable time in explaining the concept. He took the coffee Lin Feng had prepared for him, took a sip, and continued, however, time theft does carry certain risks. Lin Feng's interest peaked. Risks? What exactly? He was deeply concerned. Ever since learning that Thanos might have used time theft to return to the past, he had been worried about his return. He wasn't worried about Thanos' strength, for no matter how powerful he was only an intelligent being. He was concerned that Thanos, after returning to the past, would discover his divine identity and thus destroy his origins. At that time, he hadn't yet acquired the system, making him completely unable to resist Thanos. Hank thought for a moment and explained, the physical rules of quantum space are completely different from those of the real world. After we assimilate ourselves into the quantum universe, we may very likely become entangled in quantum space because we are not adapted to the rules of quantum space, and thus face the risk of being lost in quantum space forever. Moreover, even if there is no danger of quantum entanglement, the time point reached by the time and space theft is just a parallel world, which is no longer the same as the original world. In other words, even if someone successfully steals time and space, he will only change the current time and space, and will not have any impact on the future time and space. Right, Lin Feng's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Hank didn't know why Lin Feng was so excited, but he nodded and confirmed, yes, if someone successfully steals space-time, they will only create a new parallel world at the space-time interface they arrive at, without changing the original timeline. Even if they later return to the world they left from, that world will remain unchanged. Space-time is fair. When you make a corresponding change, a corresponding parallel world will be created to reflect your change. It's like the Chinese idiom carving a boat to find the sword. I may be able to mark the original location of the sword, but when I reach my destination, no matter how hard I try, I can't find the sword back at my original location. This is the risk of space-time theft. Lin Feng felt relieved. In this way, even if Thanos attacked again, it would not have any adverse effects on his current situation. At most, he would just need to go to a universe where no one could hinder him to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. Hank's answer reassured Lin Feng and refocused his attention on the query. How could he tolerate others sleeping soundly beside his bed? What's more, the Kree are so cunning that they have used the US government to challenge the gods twice in a short period of time. This is simply intolerable. Hank was still not satisfied and further explained quantum entanglement. I can't explain the risks of quantum entanglement clearly. For example, if we want to locate the coordinates of space and time, we must be free of worries. But quantum entanglement will slow us down, making us become attached, and thus unable to escape the quantum realm. Lin Feng thought for a while and asked, this rule not only applies to the downward quantum universe, but also to the higher level real universe. If we want to reach a higher level real universe, will there be similar risks? Hank was stunned by Lin Feng's question and shook his head. I'm not sure about this. My scientific research theories are all based on the study of quantum space. As for the real universe, he smiled at the thought, perhaps only the gods within the rules know. Professor Lin Feng, if there is nothing else, then I'll take my leave. After bidding farewell to Hank Pym, Lin Feng decided to deal with the Kree next. Ultron can integrate a global computer network for efficient computing. Human technological advancement has accelerated dramatically compared to before, Stark exclaimed. He had originally created Ultron to strengthen Blue Planet's defenses, but he hadn't anticipated it developing self-awareness. Fortunately, someone intervened in time to prevent Ultron from spiraling out of control. He held Ultron, gently caressing it. Although it was just a cold machine, the effort he had put into it hadn't been in vain, and this brought him a sense of comfort. With technological advancements, Blue Planet's defenses naturally grew accordingly. During Thanos' last invasion, Ultron's energy shield prevented further casualties. However, this didn't let him down, as Lin Feng revealed a race whose technology far surpassed Blue Planet's current capabilities. Compared to the Kree, our technology is still far behind, Stark lamented, but Lin Feng offered a timely rebuke. Stark set Ultron aside and gazed at footage of the Kree displayed on a 3D projection system, including a clip of them invading the Oval Office. Stark covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. "This idiot, isn't he afraid of being turned hostile?" he blurted out angrily in Chinese. "It's the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest," Lin Feng corrected with a smile. "Stark, you have no distractions, and the bystander sees clearly, so you can see the Kree's evil intentions. But the US president can no longer care about so much. As long as it can weaken the influence of the Chinese government and the gods, he will probably do anything. Forget about this idiot for now, and think about how to deal with the Kree." Stark perked up when he heard this. "Yes, the threat of the Kree is imminent, and we have to deal with them first. By the way, Professor Lin, there are so many people in the Avengers, why did you come to me to discuss this matter?" Lin Feng sighed and said as they walked, "I'm not just looking for you. Dr. Senna is still conducting experiments and should be on his way. The Kree are very strange. As aliens, Strange can't sense any difference between them and Blue Star people, and can only track and monitor them through occasional energy fluctuations. Dr. Senna tried to analyze their genetic sequence and structure and found that they are not much different from ours. In terms of appearance, height, and size, apart from their skin color, they are not much different from us." Lin Feng paused here. "You can say they are like our brothers." Stark frowned and followed Lin Feng into a closed room. Inside was an autopsy table, on which lay Ronin's body. Lin Feng's words made him realize the seriousness of the situation. This is a race forced to wonder due to the destruction of their planet. Their structure is not much different from humans, and it is difficult to distinguish them from humans from either a biological or magical perspective. The only difference is skin color, but with their technology far superior to Blue Star, this subtle difference can be easily erased. They have already meddled in American politics. To say they have no interest in Blue Star is nonsense. They hadn't yet taken action against Blue Star, likely because the gods' presence intimidated them. However, the gods wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. They wouldn't intervene until humanity had been nearly wiped out by the Kree. By then, only a few hundred Blue Starites might remain. At that moment, the door opened again, and Senna hurried in. He greeted Stark and explained his latest progress. Everyone understood that Stark or Senna alone couldn't complete the Kree analysis. As a professor of liberal arts, Lin Feng could offer limited assistance beyond contacting the gods. Lin Feng said solemnly, "Carol, who appeared at the US press conference a few days ago, is probably from our Blue Star, but she's also a product of Kree technology. From what I've observed, her current abilities are comparable to Thor with Stormbreaker. This is the brilliance of Kree technology. I don't know their limits, nor how many people like Carol they can create. But we absolutely cannot create a Thor at this moment. Therefore, distinguishing between Blue Star and Kree is the key to resisting this secret invasion. It's up to you two top scientists to crack this puzzle together. Ultron will be on standby to provide you with the greatest assistance. I can help you with some odd jobs and try to contact the gods. Please, both of you." Stark took a deep breath and glanced at Senna. They smiled in tacit understanding and immediately began their research. They operated the instruments in tacit coordination. The usually rebellious Stark was willing to help Senna, knowing that he was not as expert in the field of organic biology. "The architecture of this instrument is incompatible," Senna said, completely absorbed in the task, then immediately began thinking and working at full speed. "The genetic code comparison is 90% complete. You need to upload the remaining comparison program within the remaining 3 minutes, and simultaneously recode the original program to incorporate physical rules and computational models." Stark silently operated the instrument, his movements swift and unhurried. Unable to intervene, Lin Feng simply left Avengers headquarters and pondered the Kree's weaknesses. While divine power could undoubtedly easily defeat the Kree, Lin Feng, mindful of his oath not to interfere in human affairs, hesitated. He longed to see humanity successfully resist the Kree's covert invasion through their own efforts. However, the Kree's technological prowess posed a real challenge. Not only did their supreme intelligence remain a mystery, but even Carol, whose abilities rivaled those of Thor in his prime, was a formidable warrior forged through their technological prowess. 207. Chapter 206, Obscurity. 207. Chapter 206, Obscurity. 2024-1017 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 206, Obscurity. Earth's technological level is far inferior to this. The space-jumping technology they provided Thanos was far beyond Hank Pym's comprehension. A few days ago, Lin Feng discussed this with Hank Pym, but Hank Pym stated that he currently couldn't even time travel. Wakanda has always been a closed country, but this time we've opened our doors and quickly established connections with the world. We hope that the world will learn about Wakanda. A majestic, slightly aged voice boomed from a roadside television. Contrary to Lin Feng's expectations, the voice of the Wakandan leader wasn't T'Challa's. Lin Feng looked up and saw a figure with slightly graying hair on the big screen, T'Challa's father, T'Chaka. He was forcefully expounding his views. Lagos suffered a disaster due to the invasion of the Vanguard Corps, and our Wakanda expatriates also suffered heavy losses. I mourn the loss of these young lives, but I am also proud of their bravery. They gave their lives to protect Lagos. I hope everyone can see their sacrifice as human beings. Lin Feng frowned. T'Chaka's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Wakanda's personnel sent abroad died a worthy death as human beings, but what about the gods? Sure enough, T'Chaka then began to express his views on the gods, but here, I want to criticize the gods more. The Chinese gods promised to shelter us from the wind and rain in times of crisis, but what is the meaning of this promise? Either they never take action and let us fend for ourselves, or they completely protect us and don't let us get hurt. Like now, those who have paid a worthy death, and their families are heartbroken, while others are only grateful to the gods and don't consider the pain of those who have lost their loved ones. And those who are alive but become disabled, who will care about their pain? T'Chaka became more and more excited. As the king of Wakanda, he felt heartbroken for those people who lost their lives because the gods failed to act in time, so he had to stand up and protest against the irrationality of the gods' existence. We are grateful for the gods' grace and care, and for their assistance in times of crisis. However, the consequences of their actions are borne entirely by us humans. The gods appear when we are at the height of our fame, but are absent when we are licking our wounds. What are we? Slaves to be summoned and dismissed by the gods at will? No, we are self-sufficient. We thank the gods, but we must also rely on ourselves to contribute. T'Chaka expressed his views righteously, and his views delighted the U.S. president. Great. Finally, someone supports preventing the gods from appearing. At this moment, the Kree once again appeared in the U.S. president's office. Hi, Mr. President, how have you been? The U.S. president was in high spirits, looking at the familiar face offering him advice. I'm not sure what your name is yet, the Kree smiled faintly. Just call me Roger. Mr. President, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to launch a wave of action against the gods? The U.S. president was overjoyed. Great minds think alike, Mr. Roger. I've already figured it out. I'll secretly use funds to launch anti-god demonstrations, while simultaneously working with various governments to secure an agreement involving the gods. And then, I'll heavily publicize our hero, Miss Carol. With this multi-pronged approach, I'm sure I can undermine the gods' prestige. Roger looked at the U.S. president, who had suddenly come to his senses, and felt he was quite perceptive. He extended his hand. Then I wish you speedy success, Mr. President. He was secretly delighted. With such a fool actively helping to draw attention to them, the Kree could now develop their affairs in peace. Prime Minister Rikuro Koizumi of Sakura Country observed the cabinet ministers bickering, but he was in no rush to express his opinion. They all noticed that a voice opposing the gods was quietly growing stronger in the world. They were now debating whether they should wait and see, or go with the flow and unequivocally support the gods. After a long debate without any conclusion, they had no choice but to throw the question back to Koizumi Rikuro. Koizumi Rikuro felt his scalp tingling. He knew that the power of public opinion could influence many things, but he also knew that the power of the gods was difficult for humans to resist. How to balance these two aspects without offending public opinion made him feel very embarrassed. After a long thought, he remembered that the Sakura country still had a diplomatic ambassador, and he was delighted. Quick, contact Hashimoto Kanzuki and ask her opinion. A wave of opposition to the gods was quietly rising around the world, and people were expressing their opposition to the gods with a firm attitude. During random street interviews, reporters heard various voices. Gods should not exist, humans should be self-reliant, gods are redundant, humans can get through the difficulties without them. If gods cannot help humans resist disasters and eliminate poverty, then their existence is meaningless. Some even openly shouted, "Thank you to the alien life for your efforts to save the life on Earth under the rule of gods. Although you have failed, you still have honor, and your spirit will live forever. Without gods, humans would have been extinct in various disasters long ago. From the Chitauri army to Hela, Dormammu, to Thanos, which one can humans defeat with their own strength? Instead of reflecting on their own weaknesses, they still delusionally think that everything can be solved without gods. Gods only help us resist invasion. What's wrong with them? Shouldn't the invaders be the ones to blame? Why are the gods who help us blamed, while the invaders are praised? It's ridiculous. Thank you, alien invaders. What have gods done for us? Did they just lend a helping hand when we were on the verge of extinction? Without them, we would have been colonized or even extinct long ago. The two sides argued relentlessly, but many overlooked T'Chaka's original message. Humanity should be grateful for the gods' help, but also self-reliant. They went to extremes, believing that gods either should not exist or should unconditionally protect humanity, attacking those who disagreed, even to the point of implicating their ancestors. The news media was overwhelmed by this massive wave of anti-theist sentiment and polarizing thinking, with reports related to the gods dominating the headlines and continuing to generate buzz. Online, only the Sakura nation remained silent. Meanwhile, the Sakura nation contacted Hashimoto Kanzuki, who was working in Lagos, via a dedicated line. Following Lin Feng's advice, Hashimoto Kanzuki delved deeper into history, reflected on the damage caused by the war of aggression, and expressed a willingness to atone for it. Lin Feng, upon seeing this, recommended her for a role in the post-war reconstruction fund, founded by Stark. Due to her dedication, exceptional abilities, and striking appearance, Stark considered her and offered her the role of ambassador for the fund. After Thanos' invasion, she immediately rushed to the hardest-hit Lagos area, actively contacting various parties, hoping they would mobilize resources to contribute to Lagos's reconstruction. At that moment, amidst the ruins of Lagos, Hashimoto Kanzuki was busy coordinating the movement of supplies. She'd spent the entire morning in a frenzy, liaising with various units, signing off on relief supplies, filming videos of the disaster zone, and even personally helping out when staff were short. She'd barely had a moment to rest when the cabinet hotline rang again. Hashimoto Kanzuki had no choice but to answer. After all, she was a Sakura Nation native, and everything depended on the Sakura Nation. Ms. Hashimoto, have you been following the global news lately? Hashimoto Kanzuki immediately understood why the cabinet had called her. As someone assigned by the Sakura Nation government specifically to oversee China's diplomatic affairs, Hashimoto Kanzuki was no fool. She'd heard about the protests against the gods that were popping up around the world, but she didn't care, as it didn't affect her work. But the Sakura government couldn't ignore this. Their relationship with the United States had already broken down, and they needed to hear the opinions of Hashimoto Kanzuki, who understood the Chinese situation, about how to express their stance toward China. To put it bluntly, they needed a way to counterweight to solidify their position. And she was the one who understood China best and was close to Lin Feng. Hashimoto Kanzuki instantly understood the details and, thinking of Lin Feng, solemnly advised, "Please inform the Prime Minister that these demonstrations are merely attempts by those with ulterior motives to instigate unrest. They will not shake China's foundation. Furthermore, this is only a brief surge, with little follow-up. We in the Sakura Nation should support China's stance in public opinion if possible. If we do not wish to offend the current public opinion, we must at least remain neutral. The gods may tolerate human willfulness and ignorance, but that does not mean we can unscrupulously challenge their authority." The voice on the other end of the line was also serious. "Understood, Ms. Hashimoto. I'll convey this to the Prime Minister." Meanwhile, another news outlet approached Hashimoto Kanzuki. "Ms. Hashimoto, Mr. Stark requested an interview with you." Stark provided substantial funding for the post-war reconstruction fund and was its nominal leader, but he held little responsibilities. Currently analyzing the query, he forwarded the media's interview request to Hashimoto Kanzuki. Hashimoto Kanzuki, who was about to refuse, suddenly thought of something and smiled. "Okay, I'm available anytime, Ms. Hashimoto Kanzuki. We are a news reporting team from UNESCO, and we've come to visit you today." Hashimoto Kanzuki responded politely with a smile. "Please start asking questions." She casually sat down on a piece of rubble, not caring at all that the worn and dusty debris might stain her clothing. "Ms. Hashimoto Kanzuki, are you aware of the recent global trends?" the reporter asked bluntly. Hashimoto Kanzuki pondered for a moment, then spoke frankly. "I've been busy with the reconstruction of Lagos lately and haven't paid much attention to the news. But I've been in contact with the outside world and have heard about a trend against the gods. Is this what you were referring to? Exactly. What are your thoughts on this? The reporter's question was direct and clear, as if expecting a clear position. Hashimoto Kanzuki chuckled, trends of thought? I don't think so. The emergence of trends of thought should promote the progress of people's thinking, but these global movements make me feel an anti-intellectual tendency. Even if we are not grateful to the gods, at least we should not blame them. I remember that Professor Lin Feng, the spokesperson for the gods, once conveyed that the gods only appear at the moment of life and death. In other words, without experiencing pain, how can the gods know whether humans are content with enjoyment or facing a life and death crisis? The people in the disaster area may blame the gods for not providing timely assistance, but how can those who have not experienced these accuse the gods without reason? What's more, why are they so confident that humans will be able to solve future threats? Gods are always unknown and only show their value when we need them. Isn't this the sadness of mankind? Hashimoto Kanzuki's face gradually became serious, revealing his heartbroken feeling. The reporter and the cameraman exchanged a glance. Ms. Hashimoto, is this your personal opinion, or the position of the entire post-war reconstruction fund? Hashimoto Kanzuki pondered for a moment. This is probably my personal opinion. We can be grateful to the gods, but we can also be in awe of them. We can't unreasonably demand that they offer us sacrifices. Humanity should be self-reliant, not dependent on others for everything. I believe the gods feel the same way. Okay, Ms. Hashimoto, thank you for sharing, the reporter concluded the interview. Meanwhile, in the Avengers office building, Professor Lin Feng, the analysis results are in. Dr. Senna excitedly rushed out of the lab, followed by a weary-looking Stark, who smiled wryly because Senna was so excited that he had forgotten to put on his pants. For the past few days, they have been working tirelessly day and night to study the differences between the Kree and the Blue Stars, to prevent the Kree from unknowingly replacing their identities. Dr. Senna had contributed the most, and upon the results, he excitedly rushed out of the lab, completely ignoring the surprised looks of the Avengers staff. Stark had no choice but to pick up Senna's pants, put them in a bag, and walk towards Lin Feng's office. Professor Lin Feng, the analysis results are out. We have found the weakness of the Kree. Senna rushed into Lin Feng's office with excitement. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then closed the door and poured Senna a glass of water. He saw that Senna had an unshaven beard and dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he had been working day and night to crack the genetic code of the Kree, and even forgot to put on pants. Senna took the water handed by Lin Feng and drank it all. I found the weakness of the Kree, thanks to Tony. First, under different gravity conditions, the Kree's ability to withstand far more than the Blue Star people, which is specifically manifested in the reaction of their skin and bones to heavy pressure. Secondly, the Kree's perception of light sensitivity is far inferior to that of the Blue Star people, and it takes them longer to adapt to strong light. And the third point, Senna talked incessantly, not realizing the embarrassment in his lower body. 208. Chapter 207 Bold Idea. 208. Chapter 207 Bold Ideas 2024-1018 Author, Good Monster Chapter 207 Bold Ideas Stark also arrived and saw Senna immersed in his discovery. He did not interrupt him, but smiled silently. After greeting Lin Feng, he put down the bag and left the office. He still had a lot of things to do. Now that the analysis of the Kree has come to an end, the technological means to counter the Kree also require his efforts. Senna finished his discovery in one breath, and Lin Feng handed him his pants. Senna looked down and saw that he was only wearing underwear. He couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Dr. Senna, you have worked hard these days, you must take care of yourself. We still have to fight the Kree next. Senna nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will stick to it. Lin Feng watched Senna leave, his heart full of admiration. This group of people is often misunderstood. Stark is a rebellious playboy. Senna is a scientist who transforms when angry. There are also eccentric doctors like Strange, spies like Natasha, and ordinary people who have experienced suffering like the Maximoff siblings. They are different, but they never make excuses, simply protecting the safety of Blue Planet. They earn Lin Feng's sincere admiration. Globally, anti-God and anti-God voices are growing stronger, even escalating into violent conflict, echoing the turmoil of the Chinese divine cult in the past. Apart from a few countries like China, Sakura, and Wakanda, intense violence has broken out around the world, forcing authorities to deploy large police forces to maintain order. In light of this dire situation, Lin Feng, as a spokesperson for the gods, received an interview invitation from UNESCO, hoping to express his position on the matter. In fact, even without UNESCO's initiative, Lin Feng quickly issued a statement upon learning of the first violent incident, calling for peaceful coexistence and rational expression of dissent. He emphasized that the gods will not intervene in human disputes, and that human actions will not affect the gods. He urged everyone to remain calm, but his efforts were limited. Later, Lin Feng attempted a prompt apology, reflecting on his shortcomings as a spokesperson for the gods, failing to accurately convey humanity's demands and the gods' expectations. While he couldn't control public opinion or his followers, he exercised self-discipline and actively advocated for peace. He believed that as a public figure, regardless of whether responsibility lay with them, they should bravely shoulder it. His outreach did have some impact. Among the anti-God movement, many held neutral views toward the gods. They initially preferred not to be drawn into the conflict, but were forced to fight back when the anti-God movement disrupted their daily lives. Thanks to Lin Feng's words, the government strengthened security measures, and the arrests of violent anti-God elements, the situation has gradually calmed. With courageous individuals taking responsibility, the situation can be quickly brought under control. UNESCO reporters visited the Avengers, broadcasting their construction live to the world, and eventually arrived at Lin Feng's office. Lin Feng opened the door for them and politely said, "Come in." The reporter got straight to the point. "Professor Lin Feng, what are your thoughts on the recent violent clashes?" Lin Feng paused before expressing his opinion. "In any case, violence is unwise. Those who oppose the gods and those who oppose anti-theists should express their opinions rationally, not resort to violence. I sympathize with the victims of the violence, and as a spokesperson for God, I deeply apologize. If I could more clearly convey humanity's demands, perhaps the bloodshed could be reduced." The reporter was impressed by Lin Feng's honesty and humility, but as a journalist, she needed to remain neutral and could not express her support explicitly. In her view, Lin Feng had made it clear that God only appears in times of crisis, and that humanity must fend for itself the rest of the time. The reporter asked from a different angle, "Then, how do you think we should clearly convey the demands of mankind?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is easier said than done, because people's hearts are different. However, the approach of the US government is worth learning from. Perhaps, governments around the world can jointly issue a document that lists general principles and specifically breaks down human demands. Of course, this is just a good wish. Whether God will listen depends on God." The reporter asked again, "If there really is such a document, do you think God will listen to human opinions?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "Whether God will respect human opinions is actually uncertain. God may protect us just on a whim. What if one day, they choose to destroy us? Not all gods have feelings for humans like Yang. Although the space they live in overlaps with ours, their abilities far exceed ours. Even if they really want to destroy us and rebuild civilization, what does it have to do with us?" The reporter's face turned pale. "Professor Lin Feng, you are not kidding, are you?" Lin Feng shook his head firmly. "I'm not kidding. My research on God may be deeper than anyone else on Blue Planet, but it's only a superficial one. However, what is certain is that God is currently quite friendly to humanity. But what if one day God only wants obedient humans? Perhaps, like the God in the Bible, he will use a flood to eliminate the disobedient. Humanity is powerless against God, but God can easily overturn the human world. So, what exactly is the reason for the global anti-God trend? No matter how much they stir up, they only harm humanity themselves and have no impact on God. You can blame God for not saving you, but you can't take your anger out on others. They are just as much a being on Blue Planet as you are." After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, the reporter solemnly accepted his advice. After the news report was broadcast, many people began to reflect on their own actions and worried about the power of God. The global anti-God trend gradually weakened, and except for a few hardline groups, it has basically disappeared. The storm came and went quickly. "Professor Lin Feng, your move is truly brilliant. We've now confirmed that the Kree are involved in the group still promoting anti-God ideology," Stark approached, holding an investigative report. The inexplicable rise of anti-God sentiment alarmed the Avengers, who suspected a hidden mastermind. Upon learning of the Kree's existence, they meticulously devised a plan. Lin Feng's speech was crucial to the plan, and his responsibility. His candor sparked deep reflection. The rapid decline of anti-God sentiment was largely due to people's reluctance to blindly follow trends. We can now confirm that the US government was secretly colluding with the Kree. The rise of anti-God sentiment stemmed from the US's promotion of Carol, a national hero. Some, inciting the uprising, began to claim that humanity did not need divine protection. Even worse, they exploited the casualties of the Vanguard invasion as weapons, questioning why the gods had failed to protect them. The US has consistently sought to thwart China's rise and maintain its hegemony, using any means necessary. With the support of the Kree, they frequently launched anti-God activities, which was understandable. Therefore, everyone closely monitored developments in the United States. As expected, after the anti-God wave had quickly come and gone, the few remaining anti-God groups concentrated in the United States. Stark, Senna, Natasha, and others quietly infiltrated these groups, using the equipment invented by Senna and Stark to covertly monitor the Kree's activities. Del, having not seen them for a long time, looked at the busy figures and shook his head. This place was completely different from the Dark Elves' way of living together, but she could feel the warmth here, which she found somewhat baffling. Thanos' crisis had come and gone so quickly that many Dark Elves were unaware of what had happened. But upon returning to Earth and witnessing the reconstruction of the disaster-stricken areas, Del immediately understood the situation. Blue Planet seemed to be caught in a vicious cycle. No sooner had one disaster passed than another was brewing. In the Dark Elves' perception, this seemed to be the planet's cursed fate. And if a cursed planet could not withstand repeated blows, it would be reduced to the dust of history, mercilessly crushed by the torrent of history. I wonder if there's such a thing on Blue Planet. Del, can you tell us more about the Kree? Lin Feng interrupted her thoughts. Del, coming to her senses, nodded quickly after hearing Lin Feng's question. Thor and Loki were still in Asgard and not on Blue Planet, so the Dark Elves, who were also highly intelligent beings, were undoubtedly the ones who knew the Kree best. The Kree are blue in color and named after their home planet, Kree. Their original living environment was one of high gravity and great temperature differences between day and night. Later, they acquired the technology of the Skrulls, and their interstellar civilization developed rapidly. Of course, this also led to a long war between the Kree and the Skrulls. They possess a life form called Supreme Intelligence, and their knowledge reserves and civilization level far exceed those of your Blue Planet. The Kree are extremely warlike. If their planet had not been destroyed, the threat they pose now would probably be greater than Thanos. Hearing this, Senna was a little confused. Ms. Del, excuse me, according to what you said, their technological level is extremely high, so how did their planet destroy? Del was stunned and shook her head. I don't know the specific details, but it is rumored that a planet called Ego swallowed up their home planet. There is also a saying that a man who claims to be a god destroyed their planet. Some people also believe that it was the erosion of the black hole that made their home planet unable to escape. These things happened a long time ago, and Kree no longer existed before I was born. Lin Feng already had an idea after hearing this. The celestial god Ego, Galactus, and father of Star-Lord Quill, was the one who destroyed the Kree. Despite possessing the technological prowess to create Rodin and Carol, the Kree were unable to stop Ego's encroachment. This Ego's power might even surpass Thanos. However, the focus now was on the Kree, and Ego might not be interested in Blue Planet. Therefore, everyone continued to listen to Del's introduction. From what I understand, their anatomy is similar to yours, but their combat capabilities and physical fitness far surpass yours. They can survive conditions like extreme gravity, extreme temperature swings, and thin oxygen. Furthermore, the potential energy and power of their weapons far surpass yours. They've held off on Blue Planet until now, likely due to the Sorcerer Supreme's intervention and the threat of Thanos. Now that Thanos is dead and the Sorcerer Supreme is still a novice, the only real threat to them on Blue Planet is the Chinese gods, so they're constantly provoking the US government just to test a god's limits. Lin Feng looked at Stark and found him staring back. The two of them glanced at Senna simultaneously. Yes, that's understandable. If they can figure out the god's bottom line, it's probably time for them to go all out, Del stated objectively. After a detailed overview of the Kree, Del decided there was nothing else to do and decided to travel to Asgard via the Blue Planet's teleportation array. Ultron was busy deploying energy shields to every household, hoping to further mitigate the risks and losses humanity might face in the future. Stark left Senna behind while the others dispersed, intending to explore the Kree's weaknesses through their own methods. Judging by the current situation, the Kree were indeed a formidable race. Their genetic makeup was similar to humans, but their individual combat capabilities were vastly different. Senna looked at Stark and Lin Feng in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" "I still need to go back to do experiments." Stark made coffee by himself. "Professor Lin, if I remember correctly, God hopes that humans can be self-reliant. And you once mentioned in a lecture that the life level of God has surpassed that of humans. They are no longer intelligent creatures, right?" Before Senna fully understood what Stark meant, Lin Feng had already answered his question. Humans can also reach the level of gods through acquired efforts. For example, the ancestors of China, Emperor Yan and Wang, as well as Qiyu and Xingdian of their time, and Fengbo, Yu Shi, Ying Long, Zhuan Nu and others who fought with them. These are all legendary figures who are mortals but can be on par with gods. They can call the wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning, and are omnipotent. After hearing this, Senna suddenly realized, you want to give humans the opportunity to achieve a higher level of evolution, and even have the possibility of transcending the level of intelligent life, right? That's why you kept me. Stark put his arm around his shoulders and said, "That's right, Dr. Senna. You're the only one in the Avengers who has reached the top level in the field of organic biology, and you're the only one who can point us in the right direction of evolution." At this point, Stark looked at Lin Feng and said, "I originally thought that evolving to the form of Thor and the others would be very complicated, but now it seems like a godsend." Lin Feng also smiled and said, "This is indeed a coexistence of opportunities and challenges. We must not take it lightly. We still know very little about the Kree and the humans on Blue Star. Let's wait and see what news Natasha and Ultron have. But their appearance is truly too coincidental. It's simply a godsend." Senna was a little confused about their thoughts again. He looked at Stark, then at Lin Feng, and found that they were both smiling at him. "What are you talking about?" Stark smiled and pinched Senna's shoulders. "Brother, think about it, God doesn't care about humans, so even if people evolve, it's not an offense in the eyes of God. He won't be like God, angry because humans built the Tower of Babel. Therefore, it is theoretically possible for humans to enter a higher level of life." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.